It's Kirby. Everyone loves Kirby. Even those who don't really like Kirby, they like Kirby. One of the most lovable gaming mascots around. Since 1992, this pink puffball has been charming the socks off gamers with his bright, colourful visuals and overly cute, wholesome touches. It's a series that has a younger audience as the primary target, but it's ended up with universal appeal, thanks to a great many things, and that's what I want to get into today. We are diving into Kirby so hard, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt my fingers writing this script, but sacrifices must be made to tell you why Kirby is so well loved. And seriously, I am reviewing every single Kirby game in this video. That's why it's so long, and why my hair is gonna change throughout this video. I'm giving every game of his, big or small, the time of day, the justice it deserves. No stone ability will be left unturned. We're going to be sucking in all the details, the good, the pretty good, and the downright adorable. Do you know how many games that is? That's more than Patreon supporters I have, and they voted for it. Just about, so thanks to them, and I appreciate your support very, very much. They help support me in what I do. And so can you if you click the link in the description. You'll get so much good stuff. Seriously, the most underrated Patreon around. There's behind the scenes videos, there's even a bonus video for every big video I make. There's twice as many videos on there than there is on YouTube. But more on that later because I've got to talk about Kirby. Where are we going to start? Well, we're going in chronological order for the sake of everyone's sanity, reviewing all of them with spoilers, of course. Then when that's done, I'm going to do a breakdown of the series, a little analysis, not like I do for the videos dedicated to one game, more of a quick overview and summary of the series. Did you know that about 0% of you are actually subscribed to this channel? Yeah, and even less than 0, click that bell button. Just thought I'd put that information out there. Also, if you're a very young child, do not watch this video. Let's begin where the pink puffball's adventure first started, when he wasn't actually pink, or they didn't know he was pink. Apparently Nintendo of Europe and America didn't get the memo. This monochromatic hero was indeed a genteel shade of scrotum. Instead they assumed this was some kind of spawn baby of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Either that or they didn't want the kids to think he was a cooties-filled girly character. Japan knew what was up though. Their cover art had him loud and proud. This game, and Kirby himself, was created by none other than Masahiro Sakurai, perhaps better known these days as the Smash Bros guy, a series he nonchalantly displayed his bias for by having Kirby goodness filling up the place, and it wouldn't be the same without it. Kirby was his first task as being a boss man director and auteur, as he may be known for. He came up with Kirby, mainly as a placeholder for a yet-to-be-designed hero, but like everyone who is in the company of Kirby for more than 5 minutes, they're sold. And after going through a few name changes, we got to Kirby. The rumor being him named after John Kirby, the lawyer who defended Nintendo against being sued by Universal. That seems to be the most universally accepted answer, even if it's not 100% verified. With Kirby's Dream Land releasing in 1992, well into the lifespan of the Game Boy, with a strong user base of mostly kids and a surprising amount of female gamers for the time, having something as wholesome and as cute as Kirby was always going to be a winner. The Game Boy didn't need games about melting people's faces with flamethrowers. A cute ball was going to help some people get their food back. That was enough. So let's get into the story, since if you just booted the game up, you'll have no idea why Kirby is mercilessly digesting innocent woodland creatures. For that we need to take a look in the manual, which, ladies and gentlemen, was a little booklet that often came with games and made the buying experience far more enjoyable. It also meant developers didn't need to fill their games with boring tutorials or bog the player down in world building so immediately. Remember those days? Well, the manual for Kirby's Dream Land tells us, on a tiny star somewhere far, far away from Earth, there is a very special place known as Dreamland. The Dreamlanders are very happy people who use their magical, sparkling stars to play and work amongst the heavens. That is until one dark night when the gluttonous King Dedede and his rotten band of thieves swooped down from neighboring Mount Dedede. He's got a mountain named after himself. They went for a midnight snack in Dreamland. Not only did they steal all their food, but they stole the Dreamlanders' treasured sparkling stars as well. Because the Dreamlanders didn't have the sparkling stars to gather food anymore, they began to get very hungry. Suddenly, a spry little boy named Kirby happened along and said, Don't worry, I'll get your food back and your sparkling stars back. That's probably not how Kirby talks. I'm not a voice actor. With these words, Kirby set off on a quest towards the dreaded Mount Dedede, and we wish him luck. So basically, Dedede is committing crimes against humanity by starving the local population. He probably assumes they'll bugger off elsewhere and he can take the place for himself. It's a classic land grab tactic. See if it pays off. As you can see, the game was originally monochromatic, but playing with a Super Game Boy, our hero is now a lovely shade of pink. If you're gonna save the people of Dreamland, you might as well do it looking sharp as a prick. Or is it a tack? Tack, prick, same thing. Here we venture across 5 stages filled with Dedede's henchmen. Considering this is the first game in a 30-year-old series that has almost 40 games, you will be shocked at just how consistent the series is right from the off. It has stages, enemies, bosses, mechanics that appear again and again and again. And even if you've played just one Kirby, you'll be Leonardo DiCaprioing the living hell out of this. And vice versa. If you had this game as a kid on the Game Boy, but then you went into a gaming stasis for 30 years, also known as getting a life, but then went into Forgotten Land, you'd almost find it comical at just how it hadn't moved on. But that's part of the charm. It feels safe, you know what to expect amongst all the small gimmicks introduced into each entry. This is a game made for kids, so don't expect much of a challenge, at least not yet. More on that later. Most critics complain about the game and every game since of being too easy. And it is. Anyone who's played any kind of platformer before will fly through this game in half an hour or so. And literally, because Kirby can literally fly through the stages. One of the pink puffball's greatest strengths is his ability to fly indefinitely. While the infinite nature of this ability is revoked in later games once in a while, Kirby in this game can fly forever. Not that you need to though, because even if you barely fly at all, the enemies in your path still don't pose much of a challenge. At least not to Kirby, the consumer of worlds. What I don't appreciate, however, is the jumping mechanic and the flying mechanic are mapped to different buttons. For some reason, you can't mash the jump button and fly. No, you have to press up to fly. It doesn't make sense to me, and it takes a while for this to be fixed in the series. Kirby's other gimmick is that he can suck in almost every enemy in the game, aside from the bosses. He can then digest them if need be, because he can't fly with a Waddle Dee in his gob. Nobody could. I've tried. Or he can shoot them out, using them as a projectile and earning big points for taking out multiple enemies. Not that points matter much, since the only thing they do is give you bonus lives. Oh wait, sorry, chances. Kirby can't die. Don't be daft. The level design is mildly ambitious. The first level is Green Greens. This is where you learn all the mechanics necessary, like entering and exiting doors. There's a couple of doors in this stage, and the first one you bump into is literally just a room with health items in. But it's just a tutorial to tell you about what to expect in the future. At this point, you probably don't even need any, never mind 2 of them. If you're familiar with Kirby, you'll be surprised to learn that Kirby, in this first game, does not have his primary gimmick yet, his copy ability. As we'll find out very soon, Kirby can usually swallow an enemy and inherit an ability they have. This does not happen in Kirby's Dream Land, so it does feel a bit weird. But in 1992, if you were playing this, you obviously wouldn't miss the lack of something that didn't exist. Instead of getting swords or bombs, your only offense is the enemies you suck in to use as projectiles, or on the puff of air you can produce. Yeah, you'll be blowing more enemies than Becky down the street who needs to buy Christmas gifts for her kids. There are only a handful of secrets in this game, and as far as I'm aware, there are no alternative paths. There are diversions to different rooms and stuff, but there's only one way to go, and it's very difficult to actually get lost, aside from the second level of Lolo's Castle, which has this one room with multiple doors and only one correct one to go in. But once you know which one that is, it won't bother you anymore. The end of each stage invites you to fight against the boss. The first boss is one of the most iconic Kirby enemies, Wispy Woods. For me, only the boss battles will present some kind of a challenge to children. My daughter could do the levels very easy, but the advanced nature of the bosses made it quite difficult for her. She's 4.5, okay? Because bosses can't be sucked in, nor can you blow on them for damage, the only way to hurt them is to inhale things that are thrown at you and then blast them right back at him. In case of Wispy Woods, you need to throw apples at him that fall from his tree. You're blasting his own spawn back at him. It's like throwing a baby at a mother to take her down. Lo and La are my favorite boss in this game, not just because of their name. They're quite easy, but I like the idea of them popping out of different doors, having to jump to different levels to get behind them. It reminds me of some kind of old school arcade game. Kabula is the most inventive boss in the game because this is the point Kirby becomes a shoot 'em up, which is quite interesting for the time. I remember a lot of people like praise some more modern indie games for switching to that type of gameplay, but you know, Kirby was doing that already. Actually, I think Mario Land did that as well, even before this. There is no originality, it's dead, but it's cool. Krakow is the fourth boss. He can take you by surprise on the first time playing, but he's easy enough once you know his different types of attacks. And finally, there's the king himself. What he's the king of, I don't know, probably the same as Elvis, but he's definitely the toughest thing in this game. And I think even though it's geared towards a younger audience, they will have a fairly difficult test here because the only weapon you get is the stars that drop when Dedede swings his hammer, and they disappear really quickly. So you're often too busy avoiding his attacks to pick them up in time, and they drop right next to him. So even if you manage to suck it in, you might end up taking a hammer to the face if you don't get out of the way fast enough. But he will be down eventually, and the Dreamlanders will get their food back via Kirby, transforming into a giant balloon and stealing Dedede's castle in the process. I see Kirby is all about the eye for an eye mantra. You steal the people's food, I'll steal your castle. Tell you, it's a good job Dedede didn't actually kill anybody, otherwise Kirby would transform into an electric chair faster than he could have said pick up a penguin. Capital punishment in Dreamland, 30 minutes, done. It's almost as quick as Mario Land and it's about as half as difficult. But just when you think it's all over, I think Sakurai needed a little bit of pride in his kid-friendly game and something which is a recurring theme in Kirby, completing the game will see an extra mode unlocked. Extra mode is probably what the original Kirby would have been had it not been aimed at kids. It's a hell of a lot tougher, which is nice, but I don't think there's like good design here because by difficulty, what they really mean is throwing as much crap at you as possible. The boss battles though, they are a lot more fun and present something, you know, with a bit more strategy and skill behind it. And even the first boss, Wispy Woods, I had to try a couple of times before I got the hang of it. Anyways, Kirby's Dream Land, such a genteel game. Is it a great game? No, but it's a game you can play rather pleasantly. It's so chill but you don't feel babied by it, and it does get mildly more difficult as the 30 minutes progress. I actually think King Dedede is a commendable boss fight who doesn't give up so easily. It's the perfect introduction game for kids. The first playthrough introducing them to the idea of platformers, and then the extra mode of showing them how quickly life can turn cruel. Yeah, I stand by the extra mode is way tougher than it has any right to be. That was a wake-up call. It does feel slightly underdeveloped in places, like I don't get the inclusion of the microphone. I believe it appears twice in the whole game and it's just randomly there. It's not like a secret bonus for exploring or finding a hidden block, it's just there, in your path. Okay, let's use it I suppose, even though I didn't really need to. It's humorous to see the series finding its feet, or at least setting the groundwork. Like the Maxim Tomato. Oh wait, the manual says it's actually a bag of special magical food that they can't tell you exactly what it is. So that means it's probably magic mushrooms? No wonder Kirby's so happy under duress. Also probably why he dances like he's tripping balls. At the end of each stage, Kirby has an adorable little jig that's unique for each level. It's become a staple of the series and I love it. It's easy to see how and why so many people fell in love with this little pink ball. I'm not sure what's going on with the clones though, or are they other Kirbys? Did he split himself apart like an amoeba? Or is this all part of the little mushroom trip? Seeing triple of himself. I love the little deadpan face at the end, he's so in the zone. Anyways, that's Kirby's Dream Land. A nice little game, a humble start for Kirby, shall we say. But humble only in gaming scope, not in sales numbers, because for 30 years, this game was the best-selling Kirby game of all time. More than 5 million sold, which is way above the average like 1 to 2 million that the series usually gets. Not bad for probably the worst game in the series. Because yeah, Kirby only goes onwards and upwards from now. Soon after the release of the Game Boy game, Sakurai was asked to convert the game to the Nintendo Entertainment System, probably hoping it would be a quick jobbo considering the similarities between each other in terms of horsepower, and the company having almost 10 years worth of experience programming for that old horse. You have to remember the Famicom had been at almost a decade at this point, and the Super Nintendo was a couple of years old already. It seems they were determined to release a game on almost dead hardware, or at least one that had a sizable reach but perhaps out of the public eye. A quick port to the system shouldn't take up too many resources and would be cheaper than making something from scratch for the Super Nintendo, where you need something more impressive. But Sakurai, being Sakurai, always has to go above and beyond the call of duty. Kirby's Adventure on the NES was much more than a port or remake, it was its own game. And what a game it is! With the experienced team getting every ounce of power from the system, Kirby's Adventure is widely regarded as one of the best games on the NES in terms of gameplay, and perhaps it's also the best looking game on the system, full stop. It's gorgeous to look at, there's colour everywhere. In terms of scope, this is a much bigger game than previous. If Kirby's Dream Land had one world, so to speak, this has 8. 8 worlds with 6 stages each, and a boss. Granted, some of them can be short, but others are surprisingly long and filled with plenty of variety. It's almost a scattergun approach, as the themed worlds don't always shine through in the stages. You're blasting around from area to area, and they don't always connect thematically, but perhaps that's just how Planet Popstar is. You're on the Orange Ocean world, and sure, there's a few ocean themed stuff, but also sometimes not. That's perhaps a slight negative towards the game. But as someone, one of those people who think NES games are a bit of a chore to play these days, aside from the big hitters, Kirby's Adventure is one of my favorite games on the system. Kirby's Adventure is perhaps my favorite NES game. Yeah, I like it more than Mario 3. Suck it, as Kirby would do. You will be wanting to suck everything here because in his second outing, Kirby has finally attained his most famous gimmick, copy ability. It's almost hard to believe he started life without it, but if you're unaware, various enemies in the level can be inhaled, and if you decide to swallow them rather than spit them out, there is a good chance Kirby can inherit an ability. It's the equivalent of wearing the skin of your murder victim. And it's not just a handful either. Kirby's Adventure comes out all guns blazing with dozens of them ready to be used. Some are more useful than others, but you'll be swinging swords, breathing fire, and even turning into a bouncy ball if you fancy adding a bit of suicide to your day. Yeah, I don't quite get the controls of this one. Some of them are used in very specific circumstances, such as the high jump ability, but others you'll be pleased to see as soon as you spot the enemy. Mid-bosses of the levels are also home to some of the rarer examples like the throwing one or the microphone ability. It's quite an insane number considering the other Kirby games I'd recently played with my daughter like Forgotten Land and 64 only have a few base abilities. It's bewildering how many there are here, and just when you think you've seen them all, up comes another one, like the UFO one. That's so cute. Why can't I use it more? My personal favorites are the wheel ability, which feels so much better than any other similar gimmick in other games where you blast through the stage. There's an extra layer of badassery about this one, and it stops it feel like cheesing, and instead feels great to mow enemies down. Another one I like is the freeze ability. There's actually 2 freezing ones, both of which turn an enemy into an ice block, which if you touch it, it sends them flying off and able to take out other monsters. I was also partial to a little bit of laser. Started feeling like I was playing Mega Man, only good. A little stab there for Mega Man fans. I'm sure you can take it. It's still a fairly easy game, but definitely not so certainly made for kids. There are a few tough moments scattered here and there, where you need to get your gaming skills up to scratch. You won't be surprised to hear this mostly comes from the first appearance of Meta Knight. He's not named here, but it's definitely him, and he can be rather unrelenting. You're forced to go sword to sword with him, getting up close and personal so it's easy to take hits. But I love that little reveal that he's very much just like you. He's a darker color of whatever species Kirby is. It's a surprisingly shocking moment, like, wow, that badass swordsman is just a cute little guy under the hood. Kind of like the reveal of Samus being like a badass babe. Meta Knight being adorable, is equally shocking. Of course, the final boss may put up a fight too, and just when you think it was Dedede, there's actually a little bit of a twist. But before that, let's take a look at the story. The Star Rod has been stolen from the Fountain of Dreams. Dedede splits the rod up and hands pieces of it to his cronies. Because of this, the residents of Dreamland can't dream. So here comes Kirby to rescue the day. He goes after the bosses that guard the Star Rod pieces before going for King Dedede himself. If you've played the original game on the Game Boy, this may seem rather disappointing because the fight is very, very similar. But a nice little twist, King Dedede begs Kirby not to put the Star Rod back. Because after he does, we see why. King Dedede wasn't the bad guy after all. He was protecting the Star Rod from the real bad guy, a malevolent force called Nightmare. You called forth the bad guy. This exact same thing happened in Ys. These heroes are useless. King Dedede knows what to do. He sucks in Kirby and the Star Rod and blasts you to chase after him. We then have a pretty epic two-stage fight, one in a shooter-like mode, and then a warp star takes you to the goddamn moon. And there's this really cool cutscene, very anime, very well directed, and you come face to face with the real Nightmare. It can be tough because you only have very brief openings when you'll be damaged by a Star Rod, and he's very fast and relentless with his attacks. I'm not saying it is difficult, especially in comparison to other NES games of the era, but after casually strolling through the first game, it can be a little bit of a surprise. Just stay at the edge of the screen and you should be good, even if it takes a good minute to get his health down. With Nightmare defeated, he blows an entire chunk out of the moon, no doubt causing millions of city-sized asteroids to rain down on Popstar and bring forth a global extinction event. Well done, Kirby! At the end, we get the explanation for the kids. King Dedede was a good guy all along and even flies alongside our hero Kirby. And now everyone in Dreamland can dream again. What a goddamn good game. A game full of variety. Every door you go in, you don't know what you're gonna get. It's the Forrest Gump of NES games. Perhaps that lends it to feeling a bit scattershot without full cohesion, but it seems like a celebration of ideas. And the bosses lend well to that. You've got your standard Wispy Woods, but Sakurai is happy to try and give something different with each one, like the paint roller boss, the mole that gradually digs the path you're going in, and just a good old one-on-one scrap with Meta Knight. It gets just about everything right. Kirby's Adventure also introduces another staple to the Kirby series, sub-games. Usually in every Kirby game there's like 2 or 3 sub-games to be played, either between levels or in the middle of them. In Adventure, they can be found on the hub world, where each world will usually have like one. The first of the series introduced is Crane Grabber, where you snag extra lives. This seems more fair than the real life counterparts. There's the rather fun Egg Catcher, which has Dedede spitting both eggs and bombs at you. You open Kirby's mouth to get the eggs, but have to avoid the bombs. Simple, but charmingly fun. And finally there's Quick Draw, which is almost like Nintendo's very own Wild Gunman. Pull the trigger on the signal and hope you do it before the enemy. You have to battle increasingly swift foes. It's tense as hell and is a fan favourite, so much so it's been brought back multiple times in various guises. Mostly in the samurai variety, but it's so much cuter here. Many people regard the end of level chance as a sub-game too. Fair enough, but I categorize that as its own thing. And some even consider the boss rush mode or arena mode as one too. But again, for me, that's its own separate thing. I have so few complaints about this game. The main one being, I'm still not a fan of how the jump and flying button aren't the same. Having to press up to fly rather than spam the jump button still feels like an oversight in my eyes. But, you know, whatever, I can get over it, I can adapt. The visuals are spot on. As I said, there's more colour here than you'd think the NES was capable of. It's bright, happy, nicely stylized with great touches. I love the faux 3D effect on the castle turrets. It's something that's been done before in other games, but it never gets old. They look proper chunky. The direction of the cutscenes, as minimal as they are way above what one would normally expect on the system. And the totally unnecessary icons that pop up for the abilities, or when you take a hit, or when you jump on a warp star. They didn't need to be there, but it adds to the personality Kirby is known for. Now, before we delve into the next Kirby game, I should address something. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but Kirby's Adventure has been remade twice, one of which I'll get into later in much more detail, but I do want to give a quick mention to the 3D Classics version that released on the 3DS eShop, which is almost exactly the same as the original. In fact, some may just think of it as a spruced up port. And well, you know, okay, it mostly is, but goddamn do I love it. Yeah, on the 3DS screen, everything looks so tiny. It's still in 4:3 with a window around it. I don't know why they couldn't make it full screen, but that gripe aside, I love how they implemented the 3D visuals. Obviously, you can't see it, but if you did manage to download it in time before Nintendo nuked the 3DS eShop, then you're in for a treat. It's ironed out pretty much the single greatest flaw of the original Kirby's Adventure, and that is the frame rate. Let's just say the NES kind of struggled a little bit, very much, whereas now, it's perfect. And I might say it is the best way to play the original game, although these days, maybe not the most convenient. And playing parts of it for this video, it makes me lament the missed opportunity the 3DS presented to revitalize all the classics in a new dimension. Nintendo only made like 6 3D classics, and when one of them is Urban Champion, you know things are dire. Imagine A Link to the Past in 3D. Oh, I'm getting tingles in my pants just thinking about it. I don't know why they packed it in after like just a year or something. Maybe it was too much work for so little reward. Well, I don't know. Do it for better games, then there will be a reward. People will buy it. Sega made dozens of their 3D classics of their own. Ah well. Goddamn, I love the 3DS, and I can't wait to delve into the juicy Kirby games on there when we get to that era, because Kirby loved the system too. It's gonna be about 4 hours from now. But now it's time to move on to Kirby's very first spin-off title, which considering half of his games are spin-off games, just like the mainline games, it's time to start humble. Pinball. Nintendo loved their mascots getting scrunched up into a ball and then pelted around a table. Mario's done it, Pokemon's done it, Samus did it, but the first to be flung around was Kirby. Using Kirby's ball ability, which was first seen in Kirby's Adventure and very much preferable to stay the hell away from, it's much more at home here. Kirby needs to take down Dedede, who's up to no good once more. I guess he's tired of being the good guy in the previous games? Or maybe this is a prequel? Or maybe nobody cares. Does anybody care? Nobody cares. Surely not many people recall Kirby's Pinball Land. Kirby's had his fair share of spin-offs, but very few talk about this one, even though it supposedly sold more than the NES game. Whoa. Released in late 1993 on the Game Boy, it was actually super close to the release of Kirby's Adventure. Just shows how little people cared for the NES at this time. And this game provides, well, you know, a mild distraction at best, shall we say. Unlike most video pinball games of the time, and even to this day, it has 3 tables, which is quite generous. Each of them is themed with a boss from Kirby, or a sub-boss. There's Wispy Woods, because, of course, a city in Poland, and Poppy Bros. Defeating all 3 tables without losing all your chances, then you'll go onto the real boss, King Dedede, which, gotta be honest, I'm usually pretty good at flicking balls, but I could be ball flicking all day long in Kirby's Pinball, and I won't get anywhere near Dedede. I completed every game in this video, at least those with an ending, but not this one. It is a tough game, because of course it is, it's Pinball. Pinball would be boring as hell if it was too easy. Usually I can get to 1 boss, sometimes 2, but I never managed to get all 3 in one go. Sorry about that, but I did have a mild bit of fun with it. Each of the 3 boards has 3 segments, and between those there's also in-between screens, which makes transitioning between them a little bit awkward, but since it's the Game Boy, I think we'll let it slide, just as easily as the ball slides down the side lanes and into the depths below to take my chance away. But there is a pretty unique gimmick to give Kirby a chance to survive the drop. It's similar to the end stage bonus for Adventure, where there's a springy board to catapult Kirby back upwards. Unlike that one, however, I just cannot get the hang of this. It almost feels like there's no correct time to press it. It's more on the whim of the game. Maybe that's wrong though, but I really couldn't consistently get it to work for me. And I played this for hours. It just feels like one of those crane grabbers where it obviously decides, you ain't got a chance, sonny. It's quite funny in regards to how they fit the Kirby franchise into the game. There's plenty of recognizable faces, and the gimmicks in order to get Kirby to the top are inventive, I would say. Primitive, but well put together. Like this bit where there's 2 Kirbys on each side, one of them cycles items like a tomato, warp star, squid. The key to success is the squid. I've never said that phrase before in my life, and I hope to never say it again, You should never rely on a squid, ever. I did once, never again. You know, they're supposed to be like intelligent creatures and all that. I asked one to help me with my dissertation. I just did what he said. Squirted ink all over my professor's face. 3 years university course down the drain. Didn't even get my fee back. But here, if you make Kirby spit him out in the middle, he can grab you and launch you to the top tier of the board. But be careful of the Kirby on the other side, because if you hit that one, he will suck in the item in the middle. Sometimes you'll need him to do that though, especially if you get a Gordo, which I don't think you can get rid of by hitting it, so you need to rely on that other Kirby. It's a nice mix, good balance, something fun. Another example is when there's a cloud floating above Kirby and you need to hit it enough times to make it rain, at which point Kirby will cutely pull out a parasol and is then more than happy to send you upwards. As with most Kirby games, there are sub-games in here, one of which serves as almost a precursor to another upcoming spin-off title, a Breakout style game. And there's another one where Kirby wants to play penalty shootout, but this time cheesing it big time with 2 balls. Poor squid in the middle. I bet he was also picked last for the PE team at school. You can use these bonus games to get extra lives, and I think that's almost necessary to get to the end of the game. I was not good at these bonus games, so I didn't get any extra lives, which means, you know, I failed quite often to get to Dedede. And they're fun distractions too, if, you know, a little repetitive since they appeared just a bit too much for my liking. I just wanted to get on with, you know, getting to the top of the board and fighting the bosses. So, Kirby's Pinball Land. It's really not a bad one for those who like flicking balls, but I don't think it's going to be the go-to Kirby game if you got half an hour to spare and some Game Boy batteries to burn through. In fact, even though the game itself is fine, I do think it's the worst Kirby game on the system, which sounds overly dramatic, but I do need those comments to fuel the algorithm. It's a competently made pinball game for a system that wasn't really designed for it. They made it whimsical and creative, injecting the Kirby property to somewhere it shouldn't belong, but somehow does. If I collected for the Game Boy, I'd definitely have this in my collection. As I said, it is the worst Kirby game on the Game Boy, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's time to move back to the home console. This time, we're going up to 16-bit to the Super Nintendo. But what we got, the first one, perhaps not the game that people wanted, but maybe is what they really needed, or some other cliche bullshit like that. Kirby's Dream Course. Look, if anyone from Nintendo is going to take a shot at golfing, and Mario's too busy playing tennis, it's going to be Kirby. Samus may have played pinball, but she's not middle class enough to own any golf clubs. Rather than going full swing on the links, Kirby is more attuned to mini-golf. Novelty windmills with holes as tight as my dad's wallet, that sort of thing. But of course, Dream Course needs to add a little bit of Kirby flavor into it. You can see it's a very distinct game, utilizing the faux 3D effect from an isometric perspective, something I don't find particularly appealing. Full disclosure, I've tried to play this game quite a few times in my life, but I often got put off by it. I hate golf as it is. Putting is always needlessly frustrating, and the margins between success and failure are too thin. Nothing says you're a talentless loser who sucks at everything in life and your kids hate you more than having a triple bogey. Yeah, never really been a fan of precision golf, especially from this perspective. What I'm trying to say is, of all the games in this video, this is the one I was really worried about the most, because it is a well-liked game. I just wasn't sure I'd have the patience for it. But before we get into some gameplay, let's talk about the story, because that's always my favorite part about spin-offs, just seeing what the manual writers had to squirm out as an excuse for the weird gameplay. And I say manual writers because the only story present in the Western release is in the manual. It says that after the peace of the Nightmare Incident, King Dedede seemingly stole all the stars from the night sky, and Kirby is off to get them back. Interestingly, the Japanese version of this game includes an intro cutscene dedicated to showing this. Kirby's in his house day and night until one evening he grabs his telescope and spots Dedede right in the act of stealing the stars. Why this was taken out in the Western release, I don't know. I only assume it's either A, they thought no one would possibly care about the story, or B, they preferred to try and teach the player how to play what is an unimaginably scientifically precise game. More likely a bit of both. Yeah, the Western release just demos some of the game, which is very useful. Not useful enough for me though. It pains me to review this, not because I hate the game, I just hate myself, and I can't bear the embarrassment of presenting some kind of worthwhile analysis. I'm already 2 minutes into this little review section and I can't delay it any longer. Let's get into it. Have you played a golf game before? Well, it's half like one of those. It's actually more like pool or snooker, if I'm being honest, just full of trick shots. The idea is that on each level, you must wipe out every enemy within it, at which point the final enemy, whichever it may be, will transform into a hole for Kirby to go in. The fewer hits you do this in, the better your score. Each world has 8 stages, and the culmination of all the shots together will give you a gold, silver, or bronze medal. Which means if you truly balls up one of the stages, which if you're me is super easy to do, it can ruin the whole world for you. And I'm not talking about like this world, like the Earth. Kirby's Dream Course doesn't ruin the Earth, I mean the world structure in video games. That I don't like. I'd have preferred it to be on a stage-by-stage basis. And if you do truly mess up, you can't replay a stage again. You either take the L or quit and play the whole world and try again. The course isn't your standard perfectly cut green, they almost resemble like skate parks with ramps and hazards, and hitting Kirby in the right direction will often necessitate that you take advantage of momentum, like firing him onto an incline so that maybe he can curve around a corner, or using his chip shot, which can make him fly into the sky, perfect for getting to higher ground or tackling floating enemies. You have to think of this as almost like a puzzle game where you have to work out how the designers wanted you to play the stage, which is fair enough, but to stop it being boring, they added skill into the mixture as well. Because even when you know exactly what to do, what the best course of action is, pulling it off is a whole other thing. Making sure you get the exact right direction and power means that just being ever so slightly off will change you from getting a hole in one to buggering up your plan completely. Like the demo that plays on the title screen, it shows you exactly how to do it perfectly. But when I try, it's like, yeah, alright sunshine, go fetch your dad. Let a real man do it. There are plenty of gimmicks involved here, many of which take the tropes from Kirby, such as, of course, copy abilities. There are only 10 of them, and they are all used in very specific circumstances, like the high jump or the stone ability, which helps you stop dead and also slide down ramps. Due to their specific nature, they do feel more gimmicky than ever, needing to be used in very precise places. There's very little room to experiment. They mostly all work as how you'd expect them to, and are easy enough to handle. Except the damn parasol. My god, is that needlessly difficult to use. It's not in relation to the direction you want to go in on the screen, but the direction Kirby is facing, meaning that you'll almost certainly balls it up at least the first 5 times you try using it. Then there are environmental quirks which are less Kirby inspired, more like generic things like having a conveyor belt or greens that will make Kirby curve, or rotating panels, switches, warp pads, which let's face it should have been warp stars. Then there's air vents that make Kirby float up a bit, there's bouncy pads. Each stage often adds something new or combines multiple elements together, and it's rather nice trying to figure out the strategy you want to take to overcome the difficulties. There's a decent amount of content here. The main campaign has 64 holes, which is more than most golf games, and even then, after completing it and taking down Mecha Dedede, you'll unlock a more difficult version of all the courses. This is normal for a Kirby game, but here especially, it adds a whole extra layer of depth. They may be visually similar, but the strategy for each one will now be completely different, so it doubles the length of the game. And then there's 2 player modes, which has its own separate campaign, which again has a more difficult version to unlock. So all of this makes for a mildly packed and challenging game, even if it may not look it on the surface. Speaking of the multiplayer, the 2-player game is the first Kirby game to introduce Kirby. Kirby is the yellow whatever Kirby is. There are only 4 courses, each with 8 holes, meaning it's half the length of the single-player campaign, but they are unique levels. They aren't rehashes or anything. It's a competitive game mode where you try to get a better score than the other player. It's hard for me to get a real grasp of its potential since I'm playing, with my daughter, and she naturally crushed me, so I need to play with someone who's as rubbish as myself to see how good of a multiplayer game it actually is. But even if you're a lonely git, you can just play it by yourself. If you've got 2 controllers, just swap the pads and you can see what the new courses have to offer. And as I mentioned, if you get at least a bronze on each stage of these courses, you unlock the extra game, which will change things up once more. It's a surprisingly generous game. Perhaps not one to play over and over again because, like I said, it's more puzzle-like, which means once you've found the key, it may be less interesting the second time around. But I highly doubt anyone on this earth would get all gold medals the first time of trying. So there's always that if you have the patience for it. One interesting tidbit I found about this game is that it was originally being developed as a non-Kirby game. Yeah, HAL were making a random gimmicky golf game and then decided, you know what, this Kirby fella is popular, he looks like a shaved testicle, let's stick him in it. That game was called Special T Shot, which is actually a nice play on words. And although it was replaced with Kirby, a form of that game was eventually released on the Satellaview. Apparently it's even harder and has even more weirder gimmicks. So yeah, if you like Kirby's Dream Course, you may want to track down a ROM of the Special T Shot. I would, but you know I have 3 billion Kirby games to record. Okay, I think I've said enough. This really is a quirky game that is recommended, as long as you're not me. I don't think I would have been too happy buying this brand new for whatever the price was back then, but you know, when it's available on the Virtual Console, and Nintendo Switch's online games, definitely give it a shot. I mean, it doesn't have anime girls with flamethrowers, which is really the only kind of golf game that I could be focused on, but I can't deny it's a really well-made gimmicky time. Alright, we've had 2 spin-off games, it must be time to delve back into the mainline games, right? No, because Puyo Puyo are calling, they want their damn game back! It's 2023. You've all heard that Puyo Puyo is like almost the same as Panel de Pon, a Japanese series of puzzle games that Japanese publishers think Westerners are too boorish to buy unless it has a different IP smeared all over it. In the West, Puyo Puyo is now more familiar to people thanks to Sega being like super adventurous by releasing it as it is, although you know, with a side dash of Tetris just to make sure people buy it. But back in the day, this puzzle game was used to disguise Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine and the next Kirby game we're looking at, Kirby's Avalanche, also known in Europe as Kirby's Ghost Trap. Interestingly, this is the only Kirby game ever made that did not release in Japan, because they couldn't be fooled by a quick marketing switcheroo. It's Puyo Puyo with Kirby. Alright, can we move on? I suck at Puyo Puyo. Is anybody actually out there like who's good at Puyo Puyo? Or are you like me where as soon as you start playing you get sweat on? Because in reality, a newborn puppy would have more nuanced planning and execution than myself. It's like Tetris, but you have to use your brain. Thankfully, whoever was the manual writer for this Western release of Kirby Avalanche knew that kids who bought this on the premise of Kirby would be probably crying about what the hell is it all about. So they explain it in the most patronizing way possible. What does it all mean? I ask that myself on a daily basis, Mr. Manual Writer, thanks for saying it aloud. This manual really wants you to know how to play it properly, because if you don't, it will brutalize you. For those unaware of what Puyo Puyo involves, it's a competitive action puzzle game where there are 2 players, or 1 player and a CPU, and you go head to head. In your area, you'll get 2 adjoined blobs falling from the sky. They come in various colors, blue, red, purple, green, yellow, a bit too many colors for my liking. You connect 4 of the same colors together and they will disappear and cause the blobs above them to fall down. Getting 4 together is easy enough, but it's not enough, because this is all about combos if you want to win. Why? Well, if you make some blobs disappear, your opponent will get trash thrown at them. In the North American version, they're known as boulders, which is pushing it, whereas Europe, they just said it like it is, ghosts. This will hinder your opponent from making connections and also fill up their board, and if it reaches the top, well, it's game over. Likewise, they can do the same to you. If the 3rd column from the left touches the top, it's game over. So, if you want to win, you're going to need to bring all-out apocalypse onto your opponent by causing chain reactions, which is easier said than done, because there is a lot to keep track of. Setting up combos takes a lot of practice, and a lot of it will be coming subconsciously. but only after spending hours and hours with this type of game. Sometimes you can get lucky, sometimes you can feel proud of yourself when things fall into place. Sometimes you will start weeping as the enemy takes no mercy. Thankfully, there are a few practice rounds that will ease you in, but the real stages, I tell ya, if there was ever a Kirby game where Wispy Woods can really get revenge on you after all these years so you can be the whipping tree, it's this one. He does not hold back. It's only the second bloody round on normal mode. This dude is eager to treat you like the total beach tree you are. There are 16 opponents that you'll battle against on your journey to become the best Avalanche player in Dreamland. Yeah, because canonically, Avalanche is a game that every person or thing in Dreamland plays. It's a hobby bigger than fishing, bigger than Morris dancing, and even bigger than dogging. Because let's take a look at the story setup. It's beautiful. Welcome to Dreamland, a small and peaceful country situated on a faraway little star. In Dreamland, the local pastime is a puzzle game called Avalanche. Kirby decided that since every Dreamlander plays the game, it would be a great idea to have a countrywide competition to determine who is the best player of all. After months of organizing, the first annual Dreamland's Avalanche competition was finally announced. To be held at the Dream Fountain, this would be the biggest event in the history of Dreamland. What? Even bigger than King Dedede starving the entire population? Even bigger than a dimensional jumping nightmare trying to take over? Even bigger than a golf tournament? I don't believe it. Anyways, back to the premise. All the Dreamlanders have been practicing and all plan to attend and compete. Like Kirby, they have been dreaming sweet dreams of becoming the Avalanche champion and claiming the highly sought after Dream Fountain Cup. The rules for the competition are quite simple. Everyone will travel by foot to the Dream Fountain. If, while on their journey, two Dreamlanders happen to meet, they must challenge each other to an Avalanche match. Only the winner of the match may continue onwards towards the Dream Fountain. In this way, the number of competitors will be whittled down to a manageable size before the final action at the Dream Fountain. Wow, the advertisers are going to be pissed. Can you help guide Kirby through the competition so he arrives successfully at the Dream Fountain? Can he rise above the grizzled veterans and achieve his dream of becoming the reigning champion? His fate is in your hands. Wow. Whoever wrote that deserves a pay rise, along with the person who wrote the dialogue for this game, and if they ended up being the same person, well, they need to be like president of Nintendo of Europe by now. I'm pretty sure they had a few beers watching wrestling before they sat down to write this, because Kirby is smack talking like he's never done before. It's hilarious! Can you smell what the Kirbs is cooking? While it's not all A-grade material, I honestly love playing the game just to see what needlessly aggressive thing Kirby would say next. Either he's taken some drugs to improve his chances of winning, or this is actually some sort of doppelganger Kirby. This ain't the Kirby we all know and love, and that's why it's so great. Don't get me wrong, if you want a Puyo Puyo puzzle game in your life, this is not a bad one to go with. I mean, it's hardly filled with options. There's a main story mode, but there's also two-player competitive gameplay if you can convince one of your friends to play Puyo Puyo with you instead of, Mario Kart. That's always a tough subject to bring up. Kevin, we've been friends a while now. We've played Mario Kart together, Street Fighter 2. I really want to take our relationship to the next level. I want you to play Puyo Puyo with me. That's the moment a friendship will either blossom or you get a thump to the head, and next morning there are rumors swirling around the school playground. Player 2 can't even choose which enemy they are. It's random. Come on. I know it doesn't make much difference, but couldn't it have hurt just to have the option there? Aside from that, it's hard to complain too much. You only need someone who's the same level as you, otherwise, Puyo Puyo can be one-sided and quite boring. Either equally as rubbish as you, or equally as good as you. If you don't fancy the story mode or two-player mode, the final available mode is called Practice Mode, but in reality it's more like an arcade mode. There's no competitor, you play until you fail and try to get a high score. You can set the difficulty and stuff, and it's by far and away the most relaxing mode of the game, so I guess it does live up to its practice name, but for me, you can only really learn by having massive amounts of pressure on you as you got Wispy Woods taking a dump all over your screen. That's learning on the battlefield, not poncying about having a nice picnic by yourself. But aside from that minor gripe, it is a fun one to play. If you like games like Tetris or Panel de Pon, the Mario and Yoshi games, Yoshi's Cookie, there's like a billion of them, Avalanche is a really good one too. It's on Nintendo Switch Online, so you can go and sample it and see why Kirby is an absolute dick. Recommended for that alone. With all his smack talking finished and being the champion of Avalanche, it's time for Kirby to get down to some real business. The next main line entry, Kirby's Dream Land 2. Interestingly, Mr. Sakurai was busy working on a different kind of sequel, so this title was handed over to Shinichi Shimomura, who worked on a few previous games as a designer. Now he was the director. And aside from the odd intervention by Kirby's creator, he'd be the man in charge for a good while. Big boots to fill. But remember, this is still a young franchise, where in 1995, Kirby's only been around 3 years at this point. Going into this, I had my expectations a bit ambivalent, because one, it's a true follow-up to Kirby's Adventure, which is a classic, especially on the system. That got me excited. They'd got the ball rolling, they'd found Kirby's Raison d'Artre, but there was also a little bit of trepidation because now we're back on the Game Boy, which may be almost on par with the NES, but games had to be designed very differently. With such a tiny screen and relying on AAA batteries, you can't design it in the same way as you would on a TV console. Even games today have only just started doing the one-to-one conversions, first with the Vita and then more so on the Switch. So there was always going to be a downgrade, and I'll say right off the bat, it's definitely a downgrade, like 100%. But it should also be said, it's a great game in its own right, and one of the best platformers on the Game Boy. Released in 1995, it follows the same vibe and flow of the previous platformers, but now they've strived to evolve the series with a new twist to the formula. And in terms of scope, I didn't need to be worried. This game has 38 levels, which is not too far shy of Adventure, which had like 40 something. This is a big Game Boy game, and it puts the original game to shame. It's a full, fat adventure for Kirby and will take hours rather than minutes. And that's just completed normally. Never mind if you want the best ending or do like 100%, good luck with that. So the mechanics are mostly the same. You walk, jump, fly, mostly from left to right. Each level has a star door that you want to get to, and there's a myriad of enemies in your way. And it still retains the copy abilities. However, one of the biggest disappointments is that there are only 7 base copy abilities, which is a massive step down compared to the previous mainline release, Kirby's Adventure on the NES, which had 24. I ain't doing the math, but that's like 3.5 times less, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. You've got fire, stone, ice, needle, cutter, spark, and the ever useless parasol. And if you say your favorite ability is the parasol, well, my friend, you need to try harder to be hip. You're more like an ankle at this point. So yeah, 7, that's it. That is a big shame. But Dreamland 2 almost makes up for it with one of the more endearing features in the series: animal friends. If you take a goosey at the introduction, you'll see the death stares of Kirby's 3 animal friends: Rick the hamster, Coo the bird, and Kine the fish. Or I should say they are like those animals, because when this game was dumped on the Switch Online, Nintendo were very quick to change one small part of the description they initially put out. They originally said they were the animals as stated, but then very quickly, like a few days later, changed it to being like those animals. Either there's something nefarious going on, or they just don't want kids thinking it's fine to stick your entire body inside a fish. They each serve a purpose. Rick is good at walking. Wow, don't show off. So icy areas won't bother him so much. Kine can swim through strong currents, and Coo, well, he can fly, which Kirby can also do. But okay, this guy is less essential. Actually, he can go through stronger winds where Kirby can't. But not only are they cute, they provide an extra layer to the copy abilities in this game, because each of the animals get their own twist on the copy ability. While similar in many aspects, there's often one of the animals who's exceptional with an ability. Like Coo is amazing with Cutter, because he fires off a spread shot which decimates everything in his path. Who needs Contra? Kine is awesome with the Spark ability, because he can light up dark areas, reveal clues, and also fire torpedo-like light bulbs. And Rick, Well, he's a hamster with a flamethrower, which is my greatest video game wish since I reviewed Tales of Jungarian Hamster for Switch Watch. Why did nobody tell me about Kirby's Dream Land 2? I feel so disappointed in you. So while there may be only 7 copy abilities, there are 4 versions of each of them. 3 for each of the animal friends and 1 for normal Kirby, which brings it up to 28. That sounds much better, right? But you have to take into account, while visually different and being very fun to experiment with, in reality, many of them are quite similar to each other, mild differences at best. Very few add something worthwhile or totally revolutionary. So in that regard, it is still a little bit of a disappointment, but don't worry. I believe this concept is going to be extrapolated in a later game, so for the time and for the console, it is quite ambitious. I'll give credit there. And having the right animal friend with the right ability is the key to getting the good ending in this game. Because, well, okay, just back up a little bit. Quick mention to the story. The manual keeps it nice and brief and does not hide anything. The manual says, Kirby lives in the Rainbow Islands of Dreamland. The rainbows that connect the islands have been stolen by the evil Dark Matter. I hope Dark Matter isn't related to Dark Fact in Ys. I mean, he likes stealing things. This is not the Kirby lore you was expecting. Dark Matter has taken control of King Dedede and wants to turn Dreamland into a dark world. With the help of 3 friends, Kirby sets out on his latest quest to save Dreamland. Alright, so we're not being misguided here like we were in Adventure. We know that King Dedede isn't really the bad guy. We know that some dude called Dark Matter is behind it all. That's good, because you'll be then aware that if you fight King Dedede without doing certain things, you won't actually fight Dark Matter. You'll get a bad ending of sorts. Even the manual tells you this. If you want to fight Dark Matter, Kirby must find a rainbow drop hidden on each island. 7 islands, 7 hidden rainbow drops. You need to collect these. Then, after you win against King Dedede, then the true boss fight will appear. And let me tell you, Dreamland 2 is an unexpectedly difficult game. Not brutal or anything, but it's certainly not a kid's game if you want to get the best ending. Because these rainbow drops, at least 2 of them, are massively obscure. I mean, the last one is just crazy. And the second to last one, you need to perfectly plan your way to get it. Even by bringing in animal friends from a different level, making sure you have the right ability at the right time, switching between the 3 of them in one level. And often, you only have one small chance to get the ability you need. And if you miss it, well, you have to try the whole thing again. And this is a game kind of full of dick moves. Like, it teases you with rewards, but if you don't preempt something, your reward is useless. Like, oh look, here's an animal friend. Oh, wait, you didn't destroy this block before you jumped on him? Well, now you can't get out. Say goodbye to your friend. I'm almost impressed. And the difficulty is much higher than what's come before. Enemies are flung at you, and the mid-bosses, they don't hold back. Some of the most difficult in the series. You only have small margins to get your attacks in. This Gordo-looking fella, and Blocky, the blocky thing, these dudes kick my ass. And I swear some of the copy abilities are more dangerous than useful. The fire one, for example, it blasts you into the enemy, but you always land right where the enemy is, and so as soon as the invincibility frames bugger off, you're taking damage. And also, the final boss, after Dedede, if you did manage to work out how to get all the rainbow drops, I'm guessing you looked in Nintendo Power, then you'll fight Dark Matter himself, or itself. This is a 2-part fight, and as Kirby likes to do from time to time, it's almost like a shooter where Kirby can freely go around the screen, equipped with the rainbow sword. You can slash at him with the sword, but the damage is minimal. It's better just to rebound his orb attacks. And this first guy isn't so bad, especially after you get used to his attack patterns, which are random but easily adapted to on the fly. Whereas things get surprisingly difficult when it comes to the true form of Dark Matter. He absolutely decimates you. He's all over the place. He rarely shoots any orbs for you to fire back at him, and if you don't defeat him fast enough, Kirby will randomly take damage as the battle returns closer to the surface. That is harsh. So you can't even take your time with it. Part of me almost gave up with this, but, you know, I decided to use the experience I learned from playing East 1 and 2, just charge in and hope he dies before I do. Yeah, you give to him as much as you can, and wow, that is the hardest boss I've ever fought in a Kirby game up to this point. Who said these games are for kids? This certainly isn't. I mean, it's not the worst offender, but even some of the level designs will make you scratch your head about how misleading the baby game tag is. Collapsing surfaces, outrunning the screen, hazards coming from literally nowhere. Oftentimes you only have a second or two margin for error before you're swallowed whole by the screen. I don't think it's always fair. As I said, dick moves are plenty, but I really enjoyed the challenge, and for me, this is one of the quintessential Game Boy games. It's easily one of the best on the system, and it blows the original Game Boy game out of the water, there's no question. And in some regards, I almost like it as much as Adventure. Adventure has a really quick pace about it, like you're really on an adventure. This is slower paced, but also provides a much needed test to the player. And the content is there too. It's just as long as Kirby's Adventure if you want to see the good ending, and especially if you want to 100% it. Which again is another dick move because there's a bunch of RNG to see one small Easter egg in the game that will count towards the last 1% to get to 100%. So you're going to have to replay levels a few times to get the rainbow drops, the Easter eggs, and the alternative boss mode where instead of fighting the bosses you have to collect stars that they drop. I don't know if it's all worth it, especially for someone like me casually going through the series, but if you had this back in the day, like in 1995, it's a pretty decent amount of bang for your buck, all things considered. Way more than the original. I would have felt like I'd wasted money on the original. But all in all, Kirby's Dream Land 2, one of the best games on the Game Boy, and one you should wholeheartedly own if you collect for the system. And it's also available on Nintendo Switch Online service, which I recommend you give it a playthrough. It's a great way to spend a Sunday, which, that's probably the general description for the Kirby series. Kirby, the Sundays gamer. Just as night follows day, a mainline Kirby game is followed by a few spin-offs. If Kirby can have a go at pinball, then he should be fine enough to take on Breakout. Breakout was an early arcade title that had a paddle deflect a ball, which then could be used to destroy blocks. Each block destroyed, you get points. It's a concept as old as the medium itself. It's basically squash for people with too much dignity to call themselves middle class. And also you can't destroy the wall tilings in the leisure center, they don't appreciate that. Stick to video games for your destruction, get off. Kirby has his own little adventure here with 11 levels, each divided into 5 stages or formations of blocks. Each level has an ending boss as well. And for a game based on such simple mechanics, Kirby's Block Ball pulls out all the stops to make it an interesting and varied experience. At least for the Game Boy. This released in late 1995 in Japan and the following year in the West. Here your paddle is quite tiny, but you can move at a brisk speed at the bottom of the screen, and you need to protect Kirby from the spikes below. He'll lose a life if he touches them. Sometimes you'll even have paddles on the side or above. They don't always have spikes on them, but they're useful to help navigate Kirby to where you want him to be. Which I think leads to my main criticism with the game. Yeah, getting in early. The physics. Kirby bouncing around off blocks and stuff, that's fine. But for me, I really don't feel like I have much of an effect on directing Kirby. Like changing his direction, maybe a little, but most of the time it feels like you could touch him anywhere, at any speed, and it'd always ping off in the same predetermined way. Now that may not be a fact, but because it even remotely feels like that, I think it is a negative aspect. But thankfully, due to the small scale and quick nature of each screen, it doesn't actually break the game. You can play fine enough even like this. It just makes me wish it was slightly more in my hands. There are various types of blocks to destroy. Some take one hit, some take two. Some can only be destroyed if you use Kirby's Power Shot. This happens if you press A when Kirby hits your paddle. He puffs himself out and can knock down even the strongest of blocks. Interestingly, if Kirby also hits a spike in this manner, he won't take damage. That's pretty cool. Points are a big part of this game. Even though it's not really an arcade setup since you have like a campaign to get through, you will definitely want to crack the high score for each level since you need that if you want to complete the game properly. That's quite tough. On my first run through the game, I only managed to surpass the high score just slightly over half of the time. Margins are very slim. You'll need to collect all the bonus fruit you see, taking on all the enemies, and making sure you make the most of the bonus chance, which are horrendously unfair. This happens if you hit a star switch, which turns all the remaining blocks into something that looks like goo, and they can be plowed through unhindered. If you destroy them like this, you get way more points. And if you clear them all out like this, you get even more points. And you get 30 seconds to do this, which is a lie. I don't know who programmed this timer, but I'm pretty sure they live on Mercury, because this ain't 30 seconds on Earth. It's more like 10. And it seems like every time this initiates, you end up getting stuck at the bottom somewhere and not able to make the most of it. It's painful. Or maybe I'm just super unlucky. Yeah, probably that. As you may have seen, Block Ball does have some copy abilities up its shirtless sleeve. Not many, but they picked a couple that could really change up the game. The stone ability was a no-brainer. It's also my favorite, as you just guide him to the top, unleash the beast, and watch the cries of 1,000 non-sentient blocks. Big points! As I've stated, there are boss battles as well, and it incorporates well-known Kirby enemies into it. Rarely do they get ultra inventive, most of them boil down to hitting them while they either grab Kirby and lob him off towards danger, and or they fire stuff off at paddles to make them smaller, and if they miss the paddles, they'll definitely hit the star block below them. And these star blocks cover the spikes all around the arena. And one nice little touch to the game is, in the previous screen, you collect these star blocks before you head to the boss. If you get all of them, you'll have full coverage around, but if you miss some of them, there will be gaps in your defense. I like that. Although I would say the bosses are the easiest part of the game, which is weird to say, but since you have paddles on all four sides, the arena, quite small, it's not difficult to get in hit after hit. They'll fall pretty quickly, all things considered. Now, it wouldn't be a Kirby game if there wasn't some kind of sub-game in here, and I'm pleased to say Block Ball has 4, which is more than most Kirby games, and they all use the block ball mechanics in a nice way. My favorite out of these is the air hockey stage. Who doesn't love air hockey? With 11 levels, most of which with 5 stages, it really is comparable to other Kirby games released in this time. This is a good 2-hour or so game. Yeah, it's a lot of the same thing over and over again, but for me, it's a really nice pick up and play title. Now, I played this before. It's one of the virtual console titles I picked up on my 3DS, and rather ashamedly, it's one of the very few I actually played. Yeah, I had a problem of buying all these retro games from Nintendo and then never playing them. But this one was surprisingly addictive. Simple concept, layered with a few gimmicks to keep it interesting, blending in the Kirby franchise very well without it being overwhelming. It is a surprisingly good game, and while I've not played every single breakout style game in existence, this is my favorite one. Usually I get bored or stop before I know I'm gonna get bored, but this had my attention throughout, although it still retains one of the weaker points of the genre. If you've ever played a breakout style game before, you know what that flaw is. What is the single greatest flaw of a breakout game? The end. When there's one pissing block left and it takes absolutely forever to hit it. Might as well be bashing your head against the wall. A mind-numbing wall. But Block Ball isn't so bad because the screen is so small and you can blast Kirby as fast as you want. Plus there are often more paddles around to help with that too. I mean, it is still a problem, but a minor one, I would say. So this game is both a mild challenge if playing casually and a real challenge if you want to complete it properly, to get the best ending. You'll have to play a few levels over and over again to make sure you nab the high score. That does take a bit of effort, and a healthy slice of luck, of course. You'll know if you've managed it because firstly you can see the score, obviously, but you also get a nice little fanfare celebration. Sadly, they all seem to be animated the same. And on the map, you'll also get a nice little flag planted on the spot. Now, for some reason, the cartridge for this is hovering at around like $30, which I find crazy because I remember it being like $5 a few years ago. That's kind of a shame because they made 1 million of these, and now the 3DS eShop is down, it's not particularly accessible. I'm hoping it comes to Nintendo Switch Online Game Boy so, people can give it a sample in a nice, easy way. Seriously, I know there are those people on the internet who get instantaneously irate if the next retro game added isn't Earthbound every week. It's got to be Earthbound every week, otherwise it's rubbish. If it's not an all-time classic, they love to tell you how they're doing such a great job of not paying for the service. Well done you. But if this comes to the Game Boy lineup, don't turn your nose up it. It's definitely worth spending an afternoon playing. Let's move on to another spin-off, and it's perhaps the second most obscure game in this entire video. Maybe even like most Kirby fans probably don't even know it exists. This is Kirby's Toy Box. I'm just praying it's nothing to do with David Parker Ray, otherwise Kirby is getting darker much quicker than I expected. Have you ever heard of the Satellaview? Or if you've been talking to me the past 15 years, a Stellaview? It's because I'm from the north of England, and if you're not within like 2 meters of a can of Stella Lager, well, that's the first sign you've entered into a parallel dimension. My brain automatically filled in the word to say Stella, not Satella. Satellaview, because it was a device that beamed down games from a satellite or something like that. It was an early online service, but as it's Nintendo, it had to be quite quirky. You could only play certain games at certain times of the day. I think you could download some as well. It's very weird, peculiar, and people these days would flip their Netflix subscription if they were told when and what they were allowed to watch at certain times. Classic example of toxic Nintendosity. There were a few big names to hit the service, and it seems like a half-arsed endeavor, but Kirby did make an appearance on it, also quite half-arsed. Broadcasting live into Japanese living rooms in early 1996, Kirby's Toy Box was actually 8 games in one. Wow. But do not worry, dear viewer patience, because they're actually very small minigames. I think the whole Satellaview service is poorly documented in English-speaking world, but for one I gather, these 8 games were on a rotation, and you could play one of them depending on what time you logged in. Sadly, there's no strip mahjong version for those stumbling in from the nightclub at 4 AM. Wasted potential! Let's go through them one by one. We'll start with a couple of game genres we've already seen Kirby in. Firstly, pinball. Yeah, there's another pinball game, but this time on the Super Nintendo. Therefore, it must be better, right? No, because it's literally like 10% of the content of the Game Boy one. Instead of 3 tables, each with 3 segments, this is just a single screen pinball experience. Like, they couldn't be asked to add tiers? Not even like one upper tier? Oh well. It plays alright, to be fair. You'll just become rather bored quickly. And the actual physics seem worse than the Game Boy game, if you can believe that. The idea is to gather points and defeat the enemies that are on the table. A mixture of normal enemies, mid-bosses, and even true bosses like King Dedede. You only have 3 balls, and I haven't figured out if there's like a score goal to gain more balls, I don't know. But as something simple to play, it's alright, I suppose. I don't know what the cost of the Satellaview service was, but if it was pricey, I can't imagine I'd have been thrilled to be, presented with this as one of the games. Despite it being on the aging Game Boy, the original version is much better. Another type of game we've already sampled is the breakout style. We literally just played Kirby's Block Ball. Why do we need to play it again? And why is it much shorter? Seems to be a running theme. Is it that hard and time consuming to arrange a few block formations? To be fair to this one, it's rather different in many ways. For a start, Kirby is flung into the air via 2 ricks with a trampoline. That is adorable. Plus, you're not destroying blocks, you're hitting stars, which, considering Kirby is constantly annoyed at other creatures for messing about with these celestial bodies, seems to be alright when he pisses about with them. There aren't any special mechanics in play, no copy abilities, no extra paddles, no sub-games. You can't even blast Kirby even stronger. It's just 6 rounds of different star formations, you move left to right, and nothing else. But you know what, aside from the lack of content, I actually quite like it, and the physics are a huge step up from Block Ball. You actually feel like you have some kind of control over Kirby's trajectory. If Kirby touches the bottom and not on the trampoline, you will lose a life, but you can often have a second margin chance if the ricks arrive quick enough. That's a nice little touch. But there's not much else to say about it. It still has the issue of the end game, where you're slamming your head against the wall, and it's even worse here since, the stars are so tiny. Cannonball is a multiplayer experience, if you want it to be anyways. This is actually not a bad little competitive experience. I kind of enjoyed my time with it. I'm not sure what it's got to do with Kirby, unless this robotic rat thing is supposed to be Rick. I don't know. The premise is simple. 2 players are on either side of the battlefield, and they must launch bombs at the opposing player in order to destroy them. You do this by both angling the head and also moving your robot back and forth, which will help your trajectory and also avoid the missiles flying at you. But you have to be slightly careful with the clouds, which are well known for stopping bombs dead in their tracks. Must be those like thick, heavy clouds my nan always used to talk about as though she's some sort of shaman. If a bomb touches a cloud, it will fall directly downwards, so you can use it to your advantage if a cloud is above your foe. But it can also backfire, because if your shot doesn't clear the clouds above you, it can come straight back down and leave you with more than egg on your face. Each round the topography will be altered. Maybe there'll be like a giant mountain between the two of you, maybe one of you will end up being slightly higher than the other. I don't know how many variations there are for sure, but I count like 4 or 5, not a huge amount. And obviously this can be played as a 2-player game or 1 player versus the CPU, and it's fine. I wouldn't be shocked if this turns up as a minigame in a proper Kirby game in the future. It's not something I could play for extended periods, but as a little bonus game with perhaps some like goals to aim for, rewards and stuff, could be alright. Next up, we have Baseball, which is easily the worst game in this group, and also the worst Kirby game of all time. And I'm not saying that as someone who's allergic to North American sports, I'm saying that as someone who's been critiquing games for the better part of a decade, and also finds North American sports tedious. Joking aside, it's pretty rubbish. The concept is fine. I'd play a Kirby baseball game, who wouldn't? It's just awfully, awfully executed. I apologize if there's any wrong terminologies here, but you get 3 strikes and it's game over. Okay, fine. It's a small minigame, whatever. Now the CPU throws a ball at you and you have to hit it with a bat. Obviously, it's baseball. I'm sorry for explaining this, but what I want to say is the bat has the laziest swing I've ever seen. So much so, it's not even about your reaction time at all. You have to swing it before the ball is thrown and hope for the best, meaning there's no way to be sure what kind of ball is being thrown. Is it an underarm pansy throw, or is it a look how strong I am lob? You don't know, because if you don't swing in advance, there's absolutely no chance you'll hit one of those look how big my bicep is. It's entirely flawed from the start and entirely based on chance rather than any kind of skill. If you do manage to hit one of the balls, it'll likely fly off behind you or into the ha 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 game over trap, but on the 1% likelihood you get it somewhere else, it'll tell you how many bases Kirby can run to. The idea is to get as many Kirbys round as possible before the game is over, or before you decide you're bored of life and run into oncoming traffic. I'm not sure which one will come first. All I'll say is, this is the biggest disappointment in this entire video. One, because it's the worst Kirby game ever made, and also because it had the potential to be something really good. Kirby Baseball, come on! It's ended up being unplayable almost. But hey, the visuals are alright, yeah? Next up, the simplest of the lot of them, well maybe. You have 3 balls, and you want to shove them up an Efreet's anus. These Dreamlanders have weird hobbies. You have to get your ball in one of the holes, each of which is worth different points. The final hole is the cheapest, since it's so easy to get to, while the second to last one yields the most points, I think, thanks to its difficulty. This is a game with subtle nuance in the power that you have to use. There's no gauge, and anything over a second of holding down the button will make sure it rockets into the least desirable end hole. You have to judge it just right. You can get the hang of it pretty quickly, but it's almost an exercise in pointlessness, since each ball will also get a completely random multiplier, usually 1, 2, or 3 times, but there's absolutely zero skill in getting those, or the 30 times multiplier. Yeah, get one of them, it's like you're laughing. It's totally luck-based. It's not the worst game in this package, but it lacks any sort of depth to keep playing over and over again, because, you know, the score is just random. And the same could be said with Pachinko. Don't worry, Konami has nothing to do with this. This is also an exercise in almost pointlessness. You have a short time and an infinite amount of balls to fire up into the arena. You don't fire them yourself, it's automatic. The only thing you control is the valve that increases or decreases the power. And then, well, hopefully you get a bucket load of points. But you can just forget everything and just gun for the Kirby, because if you hit him once, he'll initiate a bonus mode or whatever, and you can get the most points from them. So much so, you just keep it on whatever the amount of energy guarantees, it will always land there. And it's, well, you know, it's not the worst, it's just kind of pointless again. Just, you know, once you've got the high score, you know, what's the point? You just, I don't know. Most interestingly is another pachinko-like game where there is a Mr. Frosty with 9 holes. The goal is to land your balls in those holes. It's kind of like those slot machines where if you connect the lines either vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, you get a bunch of bonus points as well. This is one of the few games in this package where I actually think there's some kind of skill involved. Still a lot of luck as well, but I found myself oddly captivated by this one. It's simple, understandable, and picked up rather easily by anyone to have a decent go at. It's like a proper fairground game. But obviously with the nature, there is a points cap, so you can quickly just get the total score possible and then you don't need to play it ever again. And finally, the game that was the last one to be preserved online, Ball Rally. This is a rather impressive one. It feels like a proper minigame and something that could be expanded upon. Basically, you have 50 balls and they fall intermittently down an obstacle course. There are gaps in the course that you can activate a platform to fill, but doing so will take a platform away from elsewhere. So it's a juggling act to make sure all the balls get over safely. Getting them all across, I'm pretty sure, would be impossible, but the more you get over to the exit consecutively, the higher the bonus multiplier. You want to get this as high as possible when things start slow, because you'll never see another multiplier later on when they start chucking them all at you and it's just chaos. They even throw King Dedede in here once in a while for comic effect. I actually like this mode, although it does kind of annoy me because I hate these balancing acts, these sort of things. It makes me want to rip my teeth out, but I kind of enjoy it. The best thing about this one though is the dead Kirby. Yeah, if the rolling Kirby falls into a spike, they die. They become an angelic ghost floating up. That's totally adorable. And there we have it. 8 games in one, Kirby's Toy Box. Most of them are probably not worth your time, I would say. They represent the second least necessary Kirby experience. I'll get to the first one in about an hour or so. But as a piece of history, something that not many have played or even know about, I hope you enjoyed this little piece on them. I wouldn't mind seeing some of them come back in a future sub-game, as long as they're, you know, mechanically improved to something acceptable. But, you know, I won't be rooting for Nintendo to add these to their Super Nintendo Online service, if you know what I mean. You don't need to go out of your way to play them. Now it's time to get back into a mainline Kirby game on the Super Nintendo, and it's perhaps the most revered one of all of them, Kirby Super Star, or as it was known in Europe, Kirby's Fun Pack. As though it's one of them little crappy gift bags you get at like preschool birthday parties. What do you get inside? There's a lollipop and a sticker. Fun Pack. You kill yourself as a 6-year-old. This is one of the most well-loved games in the series, and it's the last original mainline game in the series that had creator Masahiro Sakurai as director. Actually, it's only the 3rd game in the series he's directed. Most of what I've talked about in this video is done by other people. I mean, he'd do other stuff in the Kirby series after this, but not a brand new mainline entry. So far, Kirby's had a few standard platformers. He's had some peculiar spin-offs. Kirby Superstar is a mix of both. Even the package boasts a 8 game in one label, which it doesn't matter which franchise or made by which company, does not instill me with confidence we're going to be getting a cohesive game experience. But before I start judging, let me introduce to you what Kirby Superstar has to offer. Although I did just notice that this is the first game in the series that doesn't actually belong to Kirby. We've had Kirby's Dream Land, like it's actually his. Kirby's Dream Course, absolute baller, owning a golf course. Kirby's Toy Box, the saucy bugger. Well, here it's just Kirby Superstar. The star does not belong to him. He does not yet own a celestial body. Perhaps not the baller I thought he was. Now it says 8 games, but technically it's 9. Let's get into them. Starting with the beginner mode, the one that's advised to start with, Spring Breeze. I'm not entirely sure of the purpose of this mode. Maybe it's supposed to be the tutorial, but it's a 10-minute rendition of the original Kirby game. It's the same premise as before. Dedede has become a terrorist and you need to go and retrieve the food for the population of Popstar. Off to fight him you go. Kirby then returns all the food by carpet bombing with carrots. If only they did that during the Blitz. This is a truncated version of an already stunted game. If you thought Kirby's Dream Land was short, try this. It's fine, and it gets you comfortable with the new mechanics, which are quite a step up from what's come before. I mean, this is truly 16-bit Kirby. For a start, there are a lot of copy abilities, and each and every one of them has more than one attack. For example, the Ninja, which is an awesome new ability by the way, he can throw a knife if you press B, you can do a dash attack while running and pressing B. If you press down while in the air and attack, you'll do a special kick. Some abilities have more uses than others, but considering there are 24 abilities, that is a lot of effort. And this is not a long game, no matter how many different modes there are. So let's get into those. Secondly, you may play Dynablade, which instead of being 10 minutes long, is 20 minutes. Apparently, the crops of Dreamland are suffering, and a huge bird called Dynablade seems to be responsible. So, Kirby goes on a rampage to take it down, which he does. It turns out that Dynablade was just wanting some food for her chicks, and so Kirby comes up with a bright idea to make Wispy Woods do all the hard work. And then Dynablade sort of becomes Kirby's ally at this point, because completing this mode is when Revenge of Meta Knight unlocks. And this is where Dynablade helps you out a little bit. And without a doubt, this is my favorite game in this package. This takes your normal Kirby experience and makes it into an arcade game of sorts with an all-action narrative that even Bruce Willis would be proud of. Meta Knight wants to take over Dreamland for himself. Why he suddenly turned from anti-hero into a full-blooded antagonist, I'm not sure. I mean, you have to remember, in Adventure, he was trying to stop Kirby from awakening Nightmare. Not because he was working for Dedede or Nightmare, he was just trying to do the right thing in a roundabout way, just like Dedede himself. I guess he was an antagonist in Avalanche, but that's only smack talking. He wasn't literally trying to smack you. He's with his motley crew on his lovely ship, the Halberd, which I only knew from Smash Bros up to this point. Now this is a great mode. You are up against the clock for one. There are 7 levels of sorts, and they are fast-paced with a timer going down. Kirby has to infiltrate the Halberd and take it out piece by piece. He tries twice to get on the ship, unsuccessfully at first, which is nice for level variety, but then enters into the different sections of the ship. As I said, it has a very arcadey feeling to it, meaning it's fast-paced, which adds its own kind of challenge. It climaxes excellently to a quick scrap with Meta Knight, and then a high-speed escape off the ship. It's pretty epic overall. Such a thrilling ride. Now, one of the big additions to the franchise here is multiplayer. At least proper multiplayer in the platform mainline games. Because when Kirby has a copy ability, he can press the A button, which will make an enemy of that ability pop out and become an ally of sorts. If there is a second controller plugged in, then that second controller can, control the ally. Very cool, and something that will be used in future games. While I didn't play with a second player here because it's a bit too hardcore for my daughter right now, I did find myself using the helper quite a lot. They were great during the boss battles where I cowered it away while they did all the hard work. Good stuff. I love this mode. It brings something different to the table in terms of the franchise, and it blends really well with Kirby's newfound nimbleness, because he is really fast this time around. Next up is the Great Cave Offensive. I don't know why this cave is suddenly so politically incorrect, but yeah, I like this almost as much as Revenge of Meta Knight, because this is also something different for the franchise, and I wouldn't mind a whole game or, a smaller downloadable title that focused on something similar, because it's Kirby on a treasure hunt. You have one huge level that has forks in the road that can go to different areas, and you need to uncover chests which contain loot of various levels of worth. Sometimes they're in plain view, sometimes they're hidden. There are 60 treasures in total, but you don't need all of them, before you finish the mode. That's only if you want to, really 100% the game. And this is a fairly long mode to get through, considering it's just one huge level. But there is plenty of exploration. It's certainly a much slower experience than anything else in this package, which I appreciate. It's also really fun seeing all the treasures, which are based off, pop culture references, or even other Nintendo properties. Like you can find Samus's Screw Attack, and even the Triforce. Even just seeing the value on these things is humorous. Like, how much does Nintendo think these are worth? Because you can actually calculate the real world value from the nickel found as one of the treasures. That's kind of cool. Now, I think it can be a little bit confusing navigating the different areas. I found myself rather reluctant to choose different paths in the road for fear of missing something, but this kind of alleviates after playing through once. It's a great little game, and certainly worth playing through and wondering why on earth they haven't done anything similar since. Sakurai loved this so much he made an entire stage for it in Smash Bros, although everyone hates that because it's too big. Then finally, the last main mode, or at least what I would consider a main mode, is Milky Way Wishes, which I think is a mode I like more in theory than execution. Because if I said to you, Kirbyvania, you would say, shut up and take my money, because it's kind of like that. There are a handful of levels, but Kirby's usual copy power won't work. You can swallow as many Sir Kibbles as you want, you ain't getting the cutter. Instead, you need to find these power-ups in the levels, and then they can be added to your inventory permanently afterwards. Like, you can go in the menu and initiate any of them anytime you want. Collecting them will allow you to access different areas and different levels. It's a brilliant idea, and it is really good, it's fun, but I think it could have been so much more. It feels almost half-realized. I think if this was the main mode, like a fully fleshed out campaign, it could have been amazing. As it stands, it's just alright, and I don't like it as much as Revenge of Meta Knight or the politically incorrect cave, but maybe you'll disagree with that. I don't know. I don't know what the public opinion on this mode is. Now, outside of these normal-ish side-scrolling Kirby experiences, there's a gourmet race, which for some reason is treated as one of the main modes. This is where Kirby must outrace King Dedede across 3 short courses, filled with food which you can also collect. It's really easy and done in like 5 minutes. I'm not sure why this isn't treated as a sub-game like the last ones are. Firstly, Samurai Kirby, which is a repackaging of Quick Draw, the minigame from Adventure. Instead of grizzly cowboys, Kirby's rocking a samurai do. You just press A as fast as you can when you're given the signal. Classic. It's really quite difficult. Then there's Megaton Punch, another classic that will be brought back in the future. This is where you try to time your attacks in order to create the biggest crack on Popstar. Apparently, almost destroying the entire planet is a popular sport. I am utterly convinced this universe is just a populace of masochists. They bring it on themselves. But less of the victim blaming. The final thing included as an unlockable mode is Arena Mode, the first appearance of this in the series. It's a successor of sorts to the boss endurance that we've seen in other games. It's presented in a bit of a better way, with a cigarette break in the lobby between fights. And that's it. There are so many things to play that it definitely feels a bit unfocused, and although I truly love only like 2 of the modes here, I still think it's a classic game and it laid down more groundwork for the rest of the series in many ways. The whole package is a bit chaotic, and not only in terms of the amount of modes, but just the general vibe. Everything's taken cocaine just before powering up the Super Nintendo. Level design a bit weird, enemies are pretty full on, and I think this Poppy Bros Jr. blowing himself up kinda encapsulates the game as a whole. It certainly makes the game unpredictable, exciting, and mildly challenging. It's a good antidote to the chill vibe that's often following the little puffball. And I do have to give a shout out to the music. I don't plan on dwelling on the music for each individual game because obviously it's going to be good and I'll just be repeating myself over and over again, but Superstar in particular is amazing. It's so hyperactive, just like the game itself. It's properly full on and must have blown plenty of minds when it first released. And there's a reason why of all the Kirby soundtracks, this is the one that's been covered the most. It ain't just nostalgia, it's just bloody awesome. Overall, Superstar is a great game, and I can see why it's widely considered to be the people's favourite of the series. For me, despite all the segments, I do prefer other games, which I'll get to very soon. I don't think they gel together in a cohesive experience, kind of a bit scattergun for me. Great Cave Offensive and Revenge of Meta Knight are excellent experiences. Milky Way Wishes, great concept, I just wish it was fully fleshed out. I'd love to see that. And I appreciate the huge series-changing additions they did with this, having abilities that are button sensitive, you know, the attack's brilliant, having multiplayer co-op, game changer in my opinion, and it makes Kirby a great left field choice for cooperative experiences. So yeah, Superstar did a huge amount for the series, a series which is not adverse to having some games ported or remade, and because Superstar was always considered one of the best, it did see an enhanced remake on the Nintendo DS of all things. I'm not going to dive too deep into that, but I'll talk about it more a bit later on in this video, exactly 12 games from now. The year is 1997, and it's time for Kirby to have one last hurrah on the borderline ancient Game Boy. To round off his monochromatic adventures, what else but another spin-off, this time of the action puzzle variety. He's had a go at Puyo Puyo already, well now he's trying his hand at something a bit more unique. At least I think it is. I don't believe this is a straight up copy of anything in particular, it's just your generic falling block puzzle game with its own little twist. Okay, perhaps generic is a bit harsh because it's definitely a fun time. The basic premise is that star blocks fall in pairs from above, and more often than not there's also an animal friend amongst them, either Rick, Ku, or Kine. Man, these guys are everywhere now. I'm a little worried they're more like overly attached pets rather than your mates. It seems riding on them or inside them has got them all clingy all of a sudden. Each stage has a set number of star blocks you need to clear, and to clear them you need to sandwich them between two of the same friends in a straight line or column. So if two Ricks are either side of like 4 star blocks, whatever, they will disappear. Hopefully the blocks above them will then fall down and somehow line up conveniently between 2 more friends, and you can set up combos. Which, as with all games like this, that's the key to feeling like a Bobby Big Bollocks. And this game loves to swell your balls because in the way it's set up, each round in the varying difficulties starts with a different formation already in play. And for some bizarre reason, occasionally it will tell you exactly where you should put the piece to clear the entire board in one go. Why? I genuinely don't get that. I mean, maybe to give you a head start on lower difficulties, I could get that, but literally handing you a hole-in-one, what's the point of playing the game? Maybe the developers were super proud of their layouts that could be cleared in an easily and sneaky way, and they really couldn't help themselves in sharing it with you? I don't know, but it's more puzzle-like than an action puzzle game in that regard. I'm just glad by the time you get to the higher difficulties, it gives that up. And it's also when the game becomes a lot more interesting, because it's all sped up as well. It gets massively tense at times, because not only are you combating a height increase from your own block laying, but the main antagonist, Dedede, is making life tough for you by occasionally slamming his fist on the ground, which makes blocks pop up from beneath you, so you're being absolutely spit roasted here. And what is the deal with Dedede? Sometimes he's your friend, sometimes he's your enemy. There's some real, bro tension between the two. Kinda makes me uncomfortable sometimes. Every time you clear a difficulty, you get a cute CG screen of different artwork with Kirby, which may not be worth trudging through for the early levels for, but you'll need to if you want to unlock the highest difficulty, which, considering the super hard mode already gave me more sweats than the Vindaloo last night, I don't fancy getting my ass kicked. I'll give credit where credit is due. When I first started playing it, I found it a bit bland, but it won me over at the end. It's got bags of tension, barely scraping by with the skin of your teeth. I never thought a dinky cute game like this could make my heart pound so uncomfortably. Thankfully, I'm due a cardiogram in a month or so, so any damage done by this game will be detected and my lawyers will be in touch with Nintendo. Of all the Kirby games I've played up to this point, this is the one with the most heart attack potential, so if you're an overweight middle-aged dude, you might want to stay clear. Ladies, you're all good, you don't have heart attacks, I don't know why. I Google searched it and it says that they do, but I don't believe them. It's probably just heartburn, you know how they overreact. Same with blokes, to be fair. I'm pretty sure 50% of all heart attacks are just men trying to skive off work for a couple of days and get a sympathy "well done for surviving" BJ from the missus. Might as well add another one to the calendar. That's 3 this year. There are more modes about. Apparently there's a versus mode, but sadly, without a link cable or a physical game or, an actual Game Boy or actual friends. It's not something I could try out. I would be interested in seeing how it would play though, since it's not like Puyo Puyo where you rain death upon your foe. Or is it? I don't know. I don't know how they managed to make this into a competitive experience, but I would like to see. There's also Time Attack and Challenge Mode, which I think amount to stay alive as long as you can. Admittedly, it's all more of the same, just different scoring methods or grading system. So I didn't find the need to play it for extended periods for this review, but if I purchased this myself for general entertainment in 1997, I'd have been mildly happy. But before you head off to eBay or sail the 7 seas of the internet, you might want to hold tight because perhaps there's a better way to play this game than in its Game Boy form. I'll tell you about that in 10 minutes from now. And that's Kirby on the Game Boy done. Kind of the end of an era, because I don't know about you, when I think of the Game Boy, I think of 3 things: Pokemon, Tetris, and Kirby. If you don't have Kirby on the Game Boy, it's not really a Game Boy. And thankfully, despite an upcoming new piece of hardware, Kirby wasn't about to go full force on home consoles. This little fella still had an affinity with portable devices all the way up to the present day. But yeah, we've still got a lot to get through. But I just wanted to point out that it's the end of the Game Boy, kind of a significant thing for him. And with that, it's time to return to Dreamland. No, not the game Return to Dreamland, that's way later in this video. I mean, we're actually going back to Dreamland with Dreamland 3. Dreamland 1 and 2 were Game Boy titles, big ones at that, at least in terms of the development team behind it, while Dreamland 3 stepped it up. Instead of being on the aging Game Boy, Nintendo decided to put it on the aging Super Nintendo, which, if I'm being honest, was aging much worse. This was released in very late 1997 in North America. It arrived just as the doors were closing on the system. I heard Yamauchi himself was stood on the pier, lobbing the cartridges onto the final cargo ship leaving Japan. Some of his wayward throws are still in the ocean to this day. In fact, in Kyushu, the 5th most popular catch for local fishermen is Kirby's Dreamland 3. It's even a delicacy in some seaside restaurants. That joke's gone on long enough. What I'm trying to say is, in fact, I'm almost convinced is, this was rushed out as so not to miss the deadline of Nintendo ending cartridge production for North America. It released in North America first, and it came out in Japan in 1998, 4 months later. They weren't in a rush. I like to think of it as when Indiana Jones grabs his hat just before it's crushed. That's Kirby's Dreamland 3 for the Super Nintendo. It wasn't even released in Europe. They were too busy trying to get people to buy the Nintendo 64. Why not release it on there? Maybe they were embarrassed, it was still 2D. As we all know, 2D is for babies, right? Anyways, Dreamland 3 did not have any involvement from Sakurai, but once again, Shinichi Shimamura came in to direct this one, just as he directed Dreamland 2, and did a spiffing job of it, I may say so. But let me tell you what, all those complaints about Dreamland 2, 3 pretty much fixed everything, and it is a wonderful little game. Let's take a look at the premise. While the game intro does a decent job of showing rather than telling, I don't think this video is long enough, so let me read the manual to you. Kirby, our hero, makes his home in Dreamland, which is located on Popstar. Someone's showing off their English literature course. Popstar is a small, peaceful planet. Have they actually been there before? Shit's going down there all the time. If it's not some interdimensional beings taking over or Avalanche smack talking, Kirby's carpet bombing everyone with carrots. If this was the holiday brochure, I'd be suing the travel company. Alright, Popstar is a small, peaceful planet at the edge of a vast universe. A vast universe, implying there are in fact multiple universes. I didn't think a Kirby manual would get this deep. Let's speed things up. One day, Kirby and Gooey went fishing. I suppose educationally comatose beings do need a day trip once in a while. This is probably Kirby's community service for the last time he carpet bombed Dreamland. They notice a black, cloudy object in the sky. Coo pops up and says, "Popstar's in big trouble." How the frig does he know? Is this where the phrase "a little birdie tells me" comes from? I don't know. Seems a bit suspect. Dedede and his minions are being controlled by the cloud. I see Dedede's done nothing to shrug off the suggestion is a bit of a menace. He could call them helpers, workers, allies, friends, but no, he calls them minions, which, as my English literature course told me, it's all in the lexicon connotation, my friend. Kirby and his bunch of friends need to destroy the Dark Clouds and save Popstar. Right, so we know Dedede ain't the true bad guy. Once again, he's just easily manipulated, weak of mind. If you've played Dreamland 2, or watched this video, you may remember Dark Fact's second cousin once removed, Dark Matter. I think it's safe to say he's got something to do with it. Why? Because it looks like it. Coming back in from the fast-paced, hyperactive, no time to think Superstar, Dreamland 3 is a nice welcome return to a slower pace. It's like your granddad when he takes the Volvo out once a week on a Sunday to pop down to the garden centre. And I love it. There are 35 long levels, each with a distinctive theme to it. Woodland, desert, water and so on. And it's the most thematically on-point normal Kirby game up to this point. It feels like levels were put together well, not just randomly. This retains plenty of things from Superstar, the highlight being that he doesn't need to hold up to fly. You can mash the jump button. Sadly, there's no guard mechanic, but Dreamland 3 doesn't throw crap at you left, right and center. You don't need to be a ninja to avoid damage every 3 seconds. It's got the perfect amount of challenge. It doesn't treat you like a simpleton, but that mild peril warning on the box art, that's earned its due. There is mild peril ahead. As it's part of the Dreamland series, they decided to bring back the animal friends, and they are bigger and better than ever. Because while they still retain good old Rick, Coo and Kine, they've added 3 more. And while I wouldn't say they fill a gap in what the trifecta originally added, they do some cool stuff. Nago is a boss cat who rolls Kirby around. I absolutely love that. He can triple jump. Choo Choo is a little jellyfish of sorts that can hover a little bit, but she can also cling to ceilings. And finally, there's Pitch, who I think is the most forgettable, so much so that I had to look up his name. He's carried like Mario carries a baby Yoshi. He doesn't really do that much, although the manual assures me that he makes abilities even better, which is subjective. And you know what that means? It means that each of these 6 friends has their own variation of the copy abilities. But just to douse the fire a little bit, the ability selection is low once again. It's the same as Dreamland 2, but with 1 added, and it's a new one to the series, Clean. And it's one of my favorites. So you've got 8, which times that by 6 animal friends, that's 48, plus Kirby on his Todd, adding 8 more, that is a hell of a lot of variation. And yeah, alright, as before, they're not all massively different, but the pure amount of them and the random left field transformations make it an absolute treat just to experiment with each of them. And the animation, oh, it's lovely. I said this exact same thing about Dreamland 2, but this is so much more. It truly lives up to being a proper sequel. Just the amount of effort put into it, it's amazing. All these unique animations and sprites in such beautiful art style. This wasn't farted out overnight. I know people turn their nose up at this compared to Superstar, one of which for having so few abilities in comparison, and also not having different moves for each one. But I'd say this has just as much variation, just done in a different way, presented differently. You'll have to utilize these friends and abilities if you want to get the true ending, as per usual. Just going from stage to stage until the end boss won't be enough. I mean, you'll still have a fun time, but you'll be missing out on half the challenge. Every single level in this game has a collectible heart star, which are rewarded for a variety of things. At the end of the stage, you'll know whether you've achieved it or not. It can be things from having the correct animal friend with you at the end, like maybe you bump into Pitch's mother at the end, and if you have Pitch with you at that time, you'll get a heart star. They aren't as needlessly obscure as the ones in Dreamland 2, because you actually get a visual of who will be waiting for you at the end of the level. It's like, okay, this looks like someone Pitch would be with, I'll try and make sure I have him with me at the end. Sometimes you need to solve a puzzle in the middle of a level to make someone happy, like this narcissistic cross thing who believes this set of blocks should be in their image. Sometimes you'll have mini games that you have to win at. There's a lot of variety, and it's just nice to experience. They're not needlessly easy, and you probably won't need to buy Nintendo Power to figure these ones out. You can just use your goddamn brain. And it feels good. Getting the proper ending won't feel like a pain in the arse. It will feel like a pleasure. Although I guess some people do have pleasure with pains in the arse, but I'm not qualified to talk about that, especially in a Kirby video. Moving on! Completing all the levels, grabbing all the heart stars, you'll eventually rock up to Dedede. Okay, probably because it's, I played like 11 Kirby games in a row. I'm a little bit burned out on Dedede being the false final boss. Can we change it up a little bit? He's quite tough, but obviously, he's just a foil for Dark Matter if you got the heart stars, who is once again very similar to his final form in Dreamland 2. You're thinking this is kind of boring as he kicks your ass, but when you overcome him, oh, things get even more weird. This weird thing is called Zero, which looks like it's Dark Matter's daddy-o. And this is the first instance of blood in a Kirby game. This shoots off tears of blood. This is gory as hell for a Kirby game. This is where Kirby turned from a kid's game into cosmic horror. As usual, it's quite difficult. You have to beat him with the hilariously named Love Stick, forged in the fires of Mount Doom with all the hearts you've collected on your journey. That's a bit of a risk. Last time I got my Love Stick out and started beating people with it, I got prison time. Where's the consistency? With both phases over, Kirby dispels the dark clouds and frees Popstar once more, hovering over the land, waving his love stick around in his latest criminal victory lap. At least he's not carpet bombing this time around. This for me is a fabulous game and probably my favourite Kirby game up to this point. I'd even put it in my top 5 Super Nintendo games that aren't JRPGs, caveat that a little bit. Yes, I can wholly imagine some rather heartless, boorish people back in the day wrote this one off immediately, even if they actually played it, because for the era, late 1997, this is behind the times. It's a seemingly safe, harmless platformer for babies. Look, they made it with crayons. Where's my gorgeous warping 3D textures on the PS1? Only good games have those. But taking time out of the equation and making Einstein angry in the process is 2013. As far as platformers go, it's a wonderful little experience. It took those little nuggets of promise from Dreamland 2 and expanded them. It ironed out its flaws and made it a super charming game. Adding only one ability to Dreamland 2's 7 isn't great, but 3 more animal friends amplifies it immensely. It's a treat to experiment with them all, seeing what they do. The music is sublime and perfectly accentuates the visuals, which are some of the best on the Super Nintendo. I mean, it's just incredible to look at. The fact that the Super Nintendo could pull something off like this, I mean, yeah, Yoshi's Island did something similar, but it's not quite the same. This is next level stuff with hand-drawn visuals that genuinely look like hand-drawn animation. I really don't know why people look down on this one so much, because it has just about everything for a classic platformer. It has the content, it has replayability, music, visuals, physics, inventiveness. It's a happy game for happy people, or people who want to be happy. Well, except your animal friends who have some serious anxiety attachment to you. If you choose one over the other, they either go apeshit or get massively depressed. This is harsh, man. Makes you feel guilty about choosing any of them. This is a toxic relationship if I've ever seen one. A step beyond overly attached girlfriend syndrome. The only major downside to Dreamland 3 is GUI. I mean, could they have perhaps thought of, a different ally? Being GUI sucks because he is a moron, a rejected Dragon Quest monster. I'd have preferred Goo Girl from Dreamland 2 than this idiot. Because yeah, as I mentioned, this is also a co-op game, if you want it to be, and it's done better than Superstar because GUI is essentially a Kirby. Rather than a sacrificed ability, he can grab the enemies himself with his overzealous tongue and copy them to be himself. I do wonder if he's is he the same species as Kirby? Or if I want to kindle some fan theories, I think his dad was a Kirby and his mama was a Dark Matter type. Combine them together and you get this moron. So if there is a second controller plugged in, they can control GUI. They're not the moron, I mean GUI is the moron, not the second player. I mean maybe they are, it depends. If there's no second controller, he can be summoned by pressing the A button and the CPU will control him. He is shall we say, a bit too proactive for my liking. He tends to bugger up all my plans, copying or fighting enemies before I can even get the chance. So you'll have seen, for the majority of this playthrough, I played without him. Superstar's CPU seemed a bit better. They tend to react rather than being on the front foot, which I appreciate more. I want backup, not a wrecking ball. But you know, if you got a friend, it's fine. Kirby and friends go together extremely well. I know I'm probably the only person in existence who prefers Dreamland 3 to Superstar. I accept that, but I just think as a package this is more focused and rounded. I'll accept Superstar is the more popular game, but it's hyperactive compared to this chill, focused little game. But hey, they're both brilliant in what they do, and I order you to play both of them, and it's easy because they're both on Nintendo Switch Online. Just go play them, okay? And so to round off this 16-bit era, we have to talk about something slightly anticlimactic, because Dreamland 3 should have been the best send-off for the Super Nintendo, but someone had to go and ruin it. Super Star Stacker. Yes, Kirby Star Stacker for the Game Boy got an updated version for the Super Nintendo in 1998. Oh, I should say the Super Famicom, because it only released in Japan. Even Western Nintendo weren't mental enough to publish this. They'd already stopped cartridge production by this point. And I know I've started off talking like it's a travesty. It's not. It's a great game. It's a great puzzle game, and by far away the best way to play Star Stacker. But Dreamland 3 should have been the perfect send-off. What a way to call time on the Super Nintendo. I mean, it's kind of like those TV shows that end on a high, but they can't resist like bringing it back for one more season, and it's fine, but it just feels like they're coasting. This is kind of like that. But ignore my weird sentimental nonsense, because let me talk about it. It's Star Stacker, but even better. What I said about Star Stacker for the Game Boy pretty much rings true here. It's almost the exact same game, but with obviously a lot more visual production put into it. I mean, just look how gorgeous these colors are. Pristine pastels, like crayon drawing by someone who's not a child, by which I mean they've actually got some talent. Although if your kid brought this home from preschool, you wouldn't stick it on the fridge, you'd wallpaper your entire house with it. As this only came out in Japan, the text is only in Japanese, which I will admit, some of the menus felt a bit weird. Like, I really have no idea what this thing is. All these slots, but I can't move. I don't know what's going on. Just keep slamming A and you'll get to some gameplay. There are a few modes. There's survival mode, where you play to grab as many stars as you can before you fail. The longer it goes on, the faster the game moves. Then there's one similar to the normal campaign for the Game Boy game, where Dedede has a set amount of health each round and you have to knock him out. This again is more puzzle-like, where levels are often set up with solutions in mind. There's a proper versus mode for 2 players, where you can be any of the adversaries in this game. And there's also a time attack mode to see how many stars you can get in a set amount of time. But the main reason to play this version of Star Stacker is the story mode. Here we get an introduction that Dedede is being a bit of a knob, and one day he fires his cannon at a star, breaking it into pieces that scatter over Popstar. Kirby needs to then go help it by collecting the pieces via having Star Stacker battles with a handful of Kirby enemies. Waddle Dee, Knuckle Joe, and the absolute dude that is Chef Kawasaki. For me, it's not immediately clear how the competition works, but just play as well and as fast as you can, and the opposition will see their area raise with more and more stars beneath them. The first ones are fairly easy, but that chef, he is an absolute monster. I found him more difficult than Meta Knight and Dedede. Now, story mode is pretty short, but it is worth it for the humorous cutscenes. Seeing Waddle Dee with a bonk on his head, Poppy Bros Jr. absolutely sparko, Knuckle Joe being wheeled off, I approve of this violence. It's a lot of fun, and it's a shame there wasn't more of them. Like with many Kirby games, there is an end boss, but then a real end boss. Dedede is just a facade as per usual, and I'm pretty sure if you manage to get a star on each stage, you will unlock the final boss. But I've literally no idea how I'm supposed to activate a star for each stage, so yeah, I didn't get that. The action is super fast paced, and it's almost disappointing that you may be done with the story in like 10 minutes. If you're on your A game and get lucky, it could have done with being twice as long, and I can't think of any reason why it wouldn't be. Come on. These CG pictures are nice, but they can't have been that time consuming to create. But I did really enjoy it, and I highly recommend this one over the Game Boy version, even if there is a small language barrier. It's worth it just to see Kirby get boozed up in a post-fight karaoke bar. He's gonna be feeling the hangover in the morning, and the regrets. Hopefully the waitress doesn't press charges against our little hero. The interesting fact about this version of Star Stacker is that initially it released on a Nintendo Power cartridge. Nothing to do with the American magazine of the same name, but a rewritable Super Famicom cartridge that you could take to a kiosk and save a game to. More than one, in fact. You could buy older games or some newer games that they didn't fancy manufacturing thousands of cartridges for, for an older system. It was a good way to save money and space. Kirby Star Stacker did this in 1998. Only then, a year later, in 1999, it had a general retail release on its own dedicated cartridge. 1999! The Dreamcast was out when Kirby Star Stacker released for the Super Famicom. Star Stacker on retail shelves next to Shenmue. What? That's crazy to think about. It's like if, these days, there was a brand new Wii exclusive that released. It just wouldn't happen. And I think I have to give credit for that. These days, companies would drop their older consoles like a stone. But Nintendo was still powering on with smaller games for their ancient hardware, for younger kids who couldn't afford newer systems. Now they're all spoiled gits with their iPads and stuff. And speaking of newer systems, this is Kirby finishing up the 16-bit era. A very important time for many Nintendo franchises, so from 1992 until 1998 or 99, he had 12 games, if you count the Toy Box series as one package. A productive 6 years or so from the folks at HAL, and as we move into the 3D era, something which Kirby has been very reluctant to do, I'd like to remind you that if you're not subscribed already and you enjoyed this video thus far, you must be probably like 2 hours into it, then please do me a favor and subscribe, okay, make a man's day. And if you like me more than Dedede likes being possessed, then why not join my Patreon as well? Did you know that the Patreon supporters have seen this part of the video weeks in advance? Yeah, I made this in 3 parts, which they've been getting regularly. That could have been you! Plus, they were ad-free. They also got behind-the-scenes video updates, access to a secret Discord for smaller updates, and even an exclusive bonus video for every retrospective I make. Kirby's bonus video is HAL Laboratories. Yes, I take a look at a bunch of early HAL games that aren't very popular. No Smash Bros, okay? No Earthbound. Just some of their really obscure early titles from the same creators as Kirby. That is available to watch right now. There's also a preview at the end of this video. Welcome to the Nintendo 64. The Nintendo 64 released in Japan in 1996, but it would be a good while before Kirby saw any action on the system. As we've seen, Nintendo were rather happy to be letting Kirby spread his stubby little arms on older systems. In fact, his first appearance on the console would be in Sakurai's side project, Super Smash Bros. And with Sakurai obviously quite busy, it was up to Shimomura once again to take the reins for Kirby's 64 offering, which wouldn't release until the year 2000. 2001 in Europe? Yeah, the PS2 was already out at that time. Kirby sure likes arriving late to the party. Well, it's a good job he's a party animal, because despite feeling dated even for the time, he somehow pulls it out the bag. This is still a 2D platformer because you're always walking on a linear path, but the camera work and 3D models with depth really gives it a feeling of being grander than it actually is. 2.5D is the fancy term people use, but they're too fancy for me. Of all the Kirby games up to this point, this is the slowest one of the lot of them, believe it or not. Kirby is not in a rush to break the Nintendo 64's processing power by running any faster than absolutely necessary, but I do love his walk. That is the strut of someone with no frigs to give. Look at it! He probably wears tight trousers with his nutsack vacuum packed for everyone to see, and he's fine with it. He's on a mission. What mission, I hear you ask? Well, there's a proper cutscene to open the game, that's pretty cool, but there is an eeriness about it, and by that I mean the sound designer got locked in the stationery cupboard, and no one noticed until it was too late. And even after they found his corpse, they didn't bother replacing him. There's music, but no sound effects, and it is weird, and I don't like it. This isn't a silent era film, guys. There's no lady off to the side playing some jaunty piano music. The premise is simple. Dark Matter is up to his old tricks again. This time, instead of invading Popstar, he's now taking on a different planet. This time, it's Ripple Star, which is left of Rockstar and 3 light years past Freestyle Jazz Star. The fairies there have a special crystal that is shattered by our black blobby mass, which causes bad things to happen. One of the fairies is blasted towards Kirby, and being the top lad he is, he wants to help her retrieve the crystal shards and piece it together, hence the subtitle of this game, Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards. It's not going to be only you and the fairy though, because as you progress through the first handful of levels, you'll get a nice bunch of allies to assist you in your quest. First you'll bump into a Waddle Dee. He found a shard but then got possessed by it. Dark matter doing what he does best. Once you defeat him in a mini boss battle, he'll be determined to help you on your quest. I think this is the first instance of a friendly Waddle Dee. Then you'll come across the king himself, Dedede. He also found a shard, and once again, doing what he does best, he gets possessed also. Knocking him out will see him come to his senses, and although reluctant to be your ally, he does eventually tag along. And a new face, Adeline. She's an artist similar to a boss in Dreamland 3, but apparently a different person. She has a magic brush that whatever it paints will come to reality, kinda like the roller painter guy in previous Kirby games. Always makes for a fun boss fight, and you finish her off by bumping into her, which is kinda hilarious. These 3 friends help you throughout the levels. Dedede is absolutely hilarious, and this game truly cements him as being my favourite character in the entire series. I kinda wish he was like an unlockable character to play through the game a second time. I know that's gonna come up later in this video, but Kirby 64 Dedede is almost peak Dedede because of his nonchalance. Occasionally in some levels, Kirby will find his way blocked by walls or pillars, and because he's somehow stuck on a 2D plane and can't be bothered to walk around, Dedede bosses his way in, picks Kirby up, and takes control of the situation. He can't inhale abilities or the like, but he carries his trusty hammer to knock the walls down. They're brief, and I don't think they add too much to the variety of the game, but it's just his attitude that makes it great. His total disdain for everything and everyone is wonderful. Especially at the end of the level, he just throws Kirby through the exit. That's how one should treat those of lower stock. I approve. Waddle Dee pops in to assist with opening exits or providing some sort of vehicle to go on an auto-scrolling section, which I really like. He's there to save the day once in a while, and Adeline is the least active. Somehow she's already deep inside the levels, casually with her easel, and will either paint some health bonuses or give you clues about solving a puzzle. Yeah, she can't be asked to tell you the actual solution like a proper bro would, but you know how obtuse a certain gender can be. This comes together to make one of the most subtly charming and heartwarming entries in the series. Something which I never thought could be possible given how ropey the visuals are and the glacial pacing. It doesn't shove it in your face, it's just there. 4 friends working together. And you believe it's not only you on this mission, you think that there's another adventure perspective with the others and they're doing something equally as brave as you. It feels like a real team effort, which I don't even get in the proper multiplayer games. It's weird that, but I do feel it's one of these game's strongest aspects. But the main gimmick of this release is the different take on mixing. Yeah, the Dreamland games had animals mixing with base abilities, but this has the newfangled idea of melding 2 abilities together to create something else. It's frankly genius, and is only held back by 2 things. 1, the lack of base abilities. Yeah, Shimomura getting up to his old tricks of less is more. And 2, some of them are weird as hell. But that is also part of the charm, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. The principle is thus: inhale one ability giving enemy, you can then press a button to hold that ability above your head like a star. If you lob it at another ability giving enemy, then they will smash together to create a superpower. Every single ability in this game can be combined with another, even themselves, so you can have double the fire, which will make you into a phoenix-like fireball. Fire and stone will turn you into a volcano. It's an experimental dream, even more so than the animal friends. My personal favourite is double freezing because you just turn into a giant snowball and annihilate everything in your path. Some are kind of stupid, like this sort of bear trap thing. And what does electric plus ice give you? A fridge. Of course it's a fridge. Throw food at enemies. But just when you think you've tried every combo, you'll find another one that you hadn't seen before, and you end up turning into a light bulb. As I've said, some are more useful than others, some end up being rather detrimental. I mean, blowing yourself up with TNT isn't a good idea in general. The game is rather easy and rather short despite being super slow, but it feels like a fine adventure. Despite Kirby going 2.5D quite a lot these days, I think this is actually the best use of it, because the camera is not fixed, it's going all over the place. Looking at different angles, swinging around, going high, low, from behind, from the front, all of my bedroom moves in one game. It's quite cinematic and adventurous, not like my bedroom moves. You feel like you're on a mission. The camera's great here, even if it creates a few moments of bad depth perception, but that's a minor point. I also think this is the first time we've seen Kirby be able to lose his breath when flying. Yeah, he can't fly indefinitely here, which is for the best, otherwise it would be the easiest game ever. I don't know what the excuse is for Kirby not being able to fly indefinitely, but I'll just say he's eaten too much. He's a bit of a chunker in this one. Now this game is all about the crystal shards, and each level has 3 of them hidden within, and some of them can be really tough to find, or they're safe behind walls that can only be destroyed by certain combinations of abilities. But you need to grab them all if you want to see the true ending. If you just beat the seemingly final boss, Miracle Matter, which is really fun by the way, he takes different forms and uses all the base abilities in the game, like Bomb, Cutter, Needle. Sadly, he's pretty easy, but I appreciate the effort. It was really fun. Anyways, if you beat him without getting all the shards, then when you return to Ripple Star, you get a reveal that the fairy has secretly been possessed too. Ho 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 ho. But when you do get all of the shards, which will take a good while, I am sure, then you'll get to fight 02, who is Dark Matter's uncle or something. And it's here you are not entirely sure what's going on. It almost becomes an on-rail shooter at this point. I think Fox McCloud is laughing at this though, mainly because there's not much feedback going on for the player. You're firing off stuff into the dude's eyeball, he's kind of flashing, but there's no damage being done to him, like his health ain't budging. And I say him because, let's face it, those are the bleary eyes of a hungover middle-aged man. I know, I've seen a mirror. It also takes pissing forever for anything to happen. Rotating around, dodging the attacks that spurt from the eyeball, you'll be a few minutes before you do anything of note. If you damage his eye enough, he'll then get a plaster on his head, which then you have to attack. Do that enough, then his rear end will spurt the most painful looking hemorrhoid this side of Popstar. This is what does the real damage. Hemorrhoid flicking will do damage to any interdimensional being. I can guarantee it, or your money back. So it's a 3-step process until you get to hurt him properly, which is kinda good. It makes the fight quite long and technical as you whiz around to different parts of his body. There just needed to be more feedback to the player. When you finally take out 02, you get the true ending of the game, which is pretty much the end of Star Wars, the original one with the medal ceremony. That's pretty fun. Which one's Chewbacca? Once you've done that and you think you've done everything, well, there are a couple of mini games which can take advantage of 4 players on the N64, and there are also collectible cards from enemies which don't really do anything, like they don't have any fun descriptions on them or anything like that, which is wasted potential, and you don't even get much of an idea that you're collecting them. You get them from the end of level goal game, which I love by the way, but they don't even announce which one you've got, or if you've got them already. You have to actively exit the game to find this stuff out and look at it, which is weird, so that does feel a little bit undercooked. Now, as I said in the intro, Kirby 64 is a good game, but I can see why many people would have overlooked it, just as they overlooked Dreamland 3. It's just a little bit too late for what it is. And at a glance, it doesn't offer anything aside from the power combination gimmick. Games like Klonoa had already been there, done that with the 2.5D action. The visuals here aren't anything special for the time, and it's a slow game. Things are not looking in its favour. Standing in its own bubble though, on its own merit, where you can now boot it up on Nintendo Switch Online if you're not one of those people constantly nagging about how bad value it is an enjoyable experience, one that I wish lasted a bit longer. It kind of feels it's over before it's truly spread its wings, but due to the slow nature, even my daughter could enjoy it. She did really enjoy this one. However, I don't think the puzzle aspects are anywhere near as accomplished as Dreamland 3 because it feels a bit more random and not particularly convenient for the player. You almost always need to know in advance which power combos are needed because by the time you get to that place, it's too late, as the combinations may not be available in the area you're currently in. In that regard, it does feel like a cheap way to promote level replaying. Dreamland 3 is more clever and inventive, allowing the player to overcome the puzzles by thinking about it within a level, rather than just by pure luck of having the right combo at the right time. Not always, but more so than here. The highlight is, of course, the power combinations. As useless or as dumb as some of them can be, it really is great just to experiment with all of them. And Shimomura, he was good at that. He was always a champion of mixing moves and being creative, rather than being more about sheer number of abilities. And that's an aspect of Kirby I think is lacking in later games. The combinations between 64 and the animal friends in Dreamland 2 and 3 are some of my favourite Kirby experiences. Sure, some of them aren't great to use, and some of them make any challenge obsolete. There's not much balance here, but that's what makes it so humorous. Are you going to get something good, or are you going to get a dud? There's only one way to find out, and that is to experiment. The only thing that's truly missing here are the animal friends, like Rick the hamster, Kinda Fish. I need them in my Kirby games. I'm becoming almost as clingy as them. Overall, look, if you have a Switch, you have the online part, give it a try. Get in the mood for something chill and whimsical, and I think you will enjoy Kirby 64 quite a lot. It's definitely better looking at it 20 years later than probably at launch. And this would be Kirby's only game on the Nintendo 64. I'm pretty sure they tried and experimented with a lot of ideas, but nothing seemed to stick, and it would be a good while before a mainline game would appear on any home console again. You'd have to wait until the Wii for that. Yeah, there would be spin-offs, but you wouldn't be seeing a proper full-blown Kirby game on your TV for a good while, so now it's time to get portable. It wouldn't be long until Kirby went back to his comfort zone of a portable system. Not on Game Boy, but on its successor, the Game Boy Color. Which, I don't know about you guys, but as a kid, the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, I just kind of melded them together as one console. I thought the Game Boy Color was just a Game Boy with color, like Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Light, Game Boy Color. But no, is that just me? But no, many people consider them separate systems. Anyways, Tilt and Tumble is one of the most experimental Kirby games, which is a bold statement considering most of his spin-offs are quite experimental. And as far as experiments go, this is the atomic bomb of the Kirby world. Now I have to point out that I have seemingly changed my hair and the camera position in about 1 minute, and there's a very good reason for that, because when I originally reviewed this game, it was on an emulator with gyro controls, but it wanted me to jump out of a window. It frustrated me so much. If you want to see the original segment of this video, you can see it right at the end of this big one. My experience was not great, but it was the best I could do under the circumstances, and I lamented the fact Nintendo hadn't added Tilt and Tumble to Switch's online as of yet. But just as I was polishing up the third part of this video for my patrons, Nintendo did eventually dump it on that system. So I had to redo this entire review. Yeah, I had to play this twice. I mean, some of it's still the same. I copy and pasted a little bit here and there, but you go check it out at the end, okay? I don't want to waste it completely. It was mildly funny. So what is it about? Well, it's a puzzle platformer that plays a bit like Monkey Ball. Kirby is once again scrunched up into a ball and has to navigate to the end of levels. But thanks to a unique little gimmick, the cartridge came with an accelerometer welded into it like some sort of Frankenstein's monster, and this allowed the player to move the Game Boy around, which would move Kirby around. You had to hold the damn thing flat as a table. A fun motion gimmick, something the Wii would do a lot better later down the line, but this was new territory. Can you imagine like moving a Game Boy around and still managing to see what the hell was going on? Those systems, you needed the exact perfect angle of light just to see what the hell. I don't know. God knows how players coped with this thing in the real life situation. But just imagine you were playing in perfectly lit conditions and glare just didn't exist in this universe, and it's probably all good. The premise is pretty simple. As you go through levels, there's an increasing amount of gimmicks getting in your way, and this is a game that certainly requires precision. Levels are mostly compact and full of enemies, many of which you can shake the console, which makes Kirby jump, and also turns the enemies into stars that can be collected. You don't even need to touch them. Just try not throw yourself off the stage while you're doing that though. Even with the Switch's motion controls, it's super easy to do, and I rarely wanted to risk it. Jumping is an important part though. You're never too far away from falling into a hole, which can then blast you a bit higher. These are mostly to collect stars once again, but other times you'll need them to blast you over obstacles in the way or just to another platform entirely. You can even jump between them if you feel brave enough. Thankfully on the Switch it is far more bearable compared to playing on an emulator, and especially on the Game Boy Advance SP, which I thought would be fine, but spoiler alert, it was not fine. There is quite a lot of content here. There are loads of levels and variety, like the part where you're in a desert, flying over water, going across narrow bridges to avoid going in water. Oh yeah, apparently Kirby has lost the ability to swim, or even survive in water. You only get a few seconds to get back on land before he drowns, which has just awakened a theory in my head. This is some deep Kirby lore I'm throwing at you right now. I think Kirby is absolutely loaded. Drunk. He's had one too many Newcastle Browns, and he's doing his best Jordan's dad impression by rolling home from the pub. As we all know, what's the primary cause of drunk people's death? Drowning. You can't move for drunk corpses on Brighton Beach. Kirby's hammered 100%, and you can't tell me otherwise. Hopefully he manages to roll into the safety of his bed without dropping his kebab. Boss battles are in every level of the game. Sadly, there has never been a Kirby game with more reused boss fights than this one, because although they do change it up a little bit, you'll fight one of the bosses 5 times. Yes, the Observer managed to become a series staple by being in one game. You fight Krakow twice. I just guess they struggled to adapt the normal Kirby bosses into this particular style of gameplay. But I don't know why they couldn't just have like Wispy Woods, for example. Just have drunken Kirby slam into him. Seems like a missed opportunity to be inventive. Because Tilt and Tumble does have inventiveness in its level design, like opening doors by tilting the system one way, or moving clouds on a track, moving the system around. It's kind of fun, and almost a precursor to something we'd see in Triple Deluxe. It does retain that sense of annoyingness from time to time. It can feel overly sensitive, especially if you need to readjust your hands to make things more comfortable. You can reset the gyro controls by pressing select, but still, when you just want to move your cripplingly arthritic hands ever so slightly, and now you're speeding off a cliff, it does highlight the game's flaws. This isn't one for those who can't bear threading needles, where you need to be precise and patient. It reminds me of that, or small fiddly things like painting Warhammer figures, or something equally manly, plucking your eyebrows. This is a game that watchmakers would orgasm over, while Neanderthalic twitchy mofos like myself will probably feel nauseous while playing. So, it's certainly not for everyone, and to be honest, it's not for me. I can see why it's a good game, fun and inventive, using its gimmicks to the absolute limit and giving a very unique way to play. But I'm one of those people whose fine motor skills are the equivalent of a beat-up Morris Minor in Liverpool, which means there's no wheels on it. I prefer to use a paint roller to detail my Gundam models. But one thing I don't think anyone can contest with is that the jumping is unnecessarily unreliable. Even playing on the Switch with its far more refined gyro sensors, either the jump wouldn't work half the time, or it would just send me flying too far. I'm not sure why a simple tap of the A button couldn't have sufficed. I get they want to drive home the motion control gimmick, but I think the game, it would have been better if I could have just used the button for that. But that aside, I think you should definitely give it a shot. I can see why people love this game. It won't be for everyone, but you should try it for yourself to find out. As I said, when I was originally making this huge video, I played it on an emulator, and I hated it because it just wasn't right. However, Nintendo have now made it more accessible by sticking it on Nintendo Switch Online, so now you have no excuse not to give it a shot. As I said, if you want to watch the original version of this review, stick around to the end. My patrons have already seen it. I published part 2 to them like weeks ago. There's some similar parts to what I said here, because I reused a little bit, but there's also a lot that's different, and maybe mildly amusing. So yeah, I could have just deleted that and let it stay on Patreon, but you know, I don't want to waste the effort and pain I went through to play it the first time I tried. Plus, you might win something. We're sticking with portable consoles for the time being, and we're bumping up to Nintendo's newfangled Game Boy Advance. A nice little console that I didn't play a whole lot as a kid in comparison to the original Game Boy, mainly because I couldn't see shit when I was playing it. Those screens were a nightmare. Speaking of nightmare, Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland was his first outing on the system, and it's a remake of Kirby's Adventure, the NES game. We looked at it about 2 hours ago, so your memory is probably still a bit fresh, right? We follow the same storyline as the Star Rod has been taken by Dedede, who, unknowingly to us, is trying to protect Dreamland from Nightmare. Comparing the original to this remake, you can see the massively different visuals. It's definitely an upgrade in many ways, and you know, when you got a remake, a nice visual upgrade on a better console, it's nice, right? But I did read that this one was a little rushed out of the door because they wanted something to tie into the upcoming anime, Kirby Right Back At Ya, which is a name I love. I don't know why, it just works. Like, you know Kirby's gonna come and pimp slap you if you mess with Dreamland one more time. He's coming right back at ya. Yeah, they weren't working on a Kirby game, they needed to work on a Kirby game. So hey, let's remake Adventure, that was a good one, right? With both Sakurai and Shimomura working together, i.e. Sakurai telling Shimomura what to do, it was a cooperative, directive effort to pump this out as fast as possible. And this is the first full-blown remake of one of his adventures. Unless you somehow count the truncated version of Dreamland 1 in Superstar, but don't be daft. This is a proper remake. It retains most of the same gameplay, most of the same level design, and different takes on the music. It's Kirby's Adventure, it's just had a boob job. Not a perfect one, you know the kind, it's appealing but also slightly distracting. But not detracting, because I love Kirby's Adventure, and this was a noteworthy way to play the game in 2002 when the NES was a forgotten relic and there was no way to spend £4.50 on a so-called virtual console. It was fair game, and they did add a fair bit, not only in terms of presentation. For a start, there is a 4-player mode which boggles my mind. Sadly, I can't review that aspect, but 4 Kirbys playing together in such a fast-paced game seems quite ridiculous, but it's not something I can complain about. Did anyone actually play this co-op? And I would like to know how much it cost you in both monetary value and sanity from the logistical nightmare. How many friends did you accidentally garrot with it? They also changed up some of the sub-games. Gone is the crane grabber, gone is the egg catcher, and switcherooed is the quick draw. Yeah, that's been changed to the Samurai Kirby, which plays pretty much the same. The other two have been replaced by Bomb Rally and Air Grind. The latter of which may be a precursor to Kirby's Air Ride, which I'll be taking a look at very soon. It plays way differently, but same kind of idea, and I actually kind of like it a lot. Something that may have disappointed some fans is that the gameplay is almost exactly the same copy abilities, which still only have one move. I'd have thought with Sakurai on board with this one, he'd have insisted each ability have like 20 moves or something like in Superstar, but it was not to be. It's extremely faithful in terms of gameplay, and maybe a tad easier. I mean, the original wasn't exactly tough, but this does feel a bit more like a walk in the park-ish. Or maybe I've just played 20 Kirby games in a row, so I'm used to stuff by now. The main difference is the visuals. Obviously, Kirby is no longer tiny, that wouldn't fly in a Game Boy Advance, so he's swolled up a bit. It's quite different from what we've had before. I think I like it more than his Superstar appearance, to be honest, but not as much as Dreamland 3. It's sort of middle of the pack look. The saturation is cranked up on everything, just so you could see what the hell was going on the OG GBA screen. But despite his improved appearance, along with nice hats for the copy abilities, I think the original looks better. Which I never thought I'd say. It's just more colourful, and I'm pretty sure it's the backgrounds that send me over the edge, because just look how static they are, how low resolution. Now, I'm not saying Adventure had amazing backgrounds, but I do think it has lost some small amounts of charm. And what the hell happened to the rotating towers? They just couldn't be arsed here. Don't get me wrong, in its own bubble it looks fine. For an early GBA game it's not bad at all, but I do think a healthy touch of magic has been lost in the transition. The target audience, however, probably didn't give a monkeys about it. They probably had no idea this was even a remake. Thankfully, it does have a bit more content over the original because there is a mode in here called Meta Nightmare, which is brilliant. This is the first instance of a time trial mode for Kirby, and you play through the entire game in one go as Meta Knight. You finally get to control Meta Knight. He's faster than Kirby, he can't inhale enemies, but he does have a good few sword attacks. This mode is filler free as you go through the campaign level by level, no cutscenes, no faff, bish, bash, bosh, through the entire game with a timer ticking. It's both a bit easier than the normal mode and more difficult, because Meta Knight only has 3 health bars and extra lives are far more difficult to come by because there are no end of stage bonuses or any points for a score. The only extra lives are in the levels themselves. Plus, there is no save feature. You have to go through this in one go. So as badass as our now friendly knight is, You can't go rampaging around unless you know exactly what you're doing. I love this mode. It feels so good to play as Meta Knight with his wide range of attacks. It transforms the whole experience into something entirely because of how differently you have to approach it, and it's worth playing this version over the original adventure for this mode alone. Unfortunately, to play this mode, it is a bit of a hassle because you have to complete the game twice before you can unlock it, which is a bit disappointing if you'd already played Kirby's Adventure previously, like some idiot here. You have to 100% the first playthrough and then complete the extra mode. Maybe by the time you actually unlock this bad boy, you may already be Kirby'd out. It's not something you want to rush to unlock, otherwise I think you won't enjoy it. Take time to unlock it. Play something else in between 100%ing the normal mode and then completing the extra game, and then play something else before delving into Meta Nightmare. It's a shame it wasn't unlocked quicker. I think if Extra Mode and Meta Nightmare Mode were swapped around, that would have been more palatable, but, you know, it is what it is. All in all, this is still a great game, just like the original adventure, but now it's got more content and a different visual style, which I don't like as much, but that's not a major issue. Due to Meta Nightmare, it's still the best way to go about playing this game nowadays, even though the original still has more charm about it. Why not play both and decide for yourself? It's a shame it didn't come out as a completely definitive version of Adventure, so there wouldn't be any debate from me, but you know, there is. Well, at least in my head. I genuinely have no idea where people stand on this versus the original. But if they have half a brain, or half a day to unlock Meta Nightmare, maybe it's clearer than I thought. Still, it's a humble start for Kirby on the much more powerful GBA. I mean, look at the visual difference between Tilt and Tumble and this. It's night and day. And Kirby wouldn't be done on the system. He'd have one more proper go in a few years' time, this time an original game. But there's a couple of games in between we need to talk about first. But I should give a mention to Shinichi Shimomura, the de facto director of the Kirby series when Sakurai was just pissing about doing whatever he wanted. The director of Dreamland 2, 3, 64, and this game, co-directed with Sakurai. Alongside being a designer in other Kirby games like Superstar and Adventure, this guy was a huge part of the franchise alongside Sakurai, maybe just as important, you know? Well, this would be his final game in the Kirby series, at which point Shimomura just sort of disappeared. Like, I'm not even joking. After this game, there is zero mention of him ever again. Zero trace of anything he did afterwards, like even outside of the gaming industry, which is weird because the dude is a legend in my book. The fact that this dude vanished without a trace, not even a mention from his colleagues, is very mysterious. Like, he's not even mentioned by anyone anywhere. Maybe he was sick of the high intensity work ethic of game designing, maybe his wife is loaded, he doesn't need to work anymore, or maybe he felt he'd made his mark on the industry and instead wanted to focus on his dear hobby of pottery painting, who knows. But the era of Shimomura is over. And I put it to anyone out there watching right now, if you somehow bump into Sakurai in the future, ask him where he hid the body. Are you ready for the most obscure Kirby game ever released? I hope so, because it's going to be one hell of a ride. Not Kirby's Air Ride, that's after this one. I'm talking about Kirby Slide. But before I do that, I should probably tell you about the eReader. This was an accessory for the Game Boy Advance and perhaps one of the biggest faffs in gaming history. Instead of sticking games on an expensive cartridge, Nintendo introduced the eReader to offer a cheaper distribution model. You know, which they've done before. I already talked about the Nintendo Power cartridge. Attaching this bulky ass accessory to your GBA, you could purchase cheap cards that could be swiped in it like a credit card, and would either load a game or bonus content for other games. It was an early form of DLC in some regards. Mario Bros 3 on the GBA, probably the most famous example of that, but they did things with Pokemon as well. Now, this was never released in Europe because we're less inclined to get all drooling about gimmicky crap, but Kirby got his very own e-reader game, Kirby Slide. And it's worth, at least like 1 minute of your time. Because if there's ever a genre everyone loves, it's the sliding puzzle genre. It never annoys the crap out of anybody. Endless amounts of frustration in 1 minute of gameplay. You slide the squares around and hope to make a picture of Kirby. You've all played these kind of games before, and you've all had the urge to curb stomp it within minutes. Yeah? This is it. This is the entire game. This is Kirby Slide. Sliding bits of Kirby around like it's some sort of Frankenstein experiment that needs to be stitched together. If you imagine yourself as a medical surgeon, it actually feels much better. But once you've done this first puzzle, congratulations, you've completed the entire game. That's it. One puzzle. One. Now, I know this wasn't a paid product. It's more like the video game version of a McDonald's Happy Meal toy. It's cheap, mass-produced, and probably has some suspect chemicals in it. Sadly, there are no achievements or trophies, otherwise this would be the best game ever for a certain subsect of gamer. Now, I hate sliding puzzle games. I'm pretty sure everyone does. I hate them more than shovelware family games. I hate them more than dress-up games. I even hate them more than deck-building roguelike games, if you can believe that. But you know what? Kirby Slide isn't the worst Kirby game ever made because it actually functions as it's supposed to. Psychological torture, it works. Kirby's Baseball, however, that fails at what it's trying to do. So that still holds the crown of worst Kirby game. And I'll refrain from spitting at Tilt and Tumble too much, even though I really want to. Plus, Baseball was paid for, right? This wasn't, unless you bought Nintendo Power magazine specifically for it, and then threw the magazine away afterwards. I mean, in that case, it's you who's the idiot. Unsurprisingly, this game is long forgotten about and barely remembered by even the most hardcore of Kirby fans, and outside of a handful of marketing web browsers games, which I'm not even covering because they're all dead and not proper actual games, Kirby Slide is the most obscure Kirby game of all time. And unsurprisingly, it's not worth the effort of getting it to work on an emulator. I've done it for you, I've suffered for you, you don't need to do it. Now, my original plan of action for this video was to give every game the justice it deserves. At least, 5 minutes. At least 5 minutes. I can talk about any game for 5 minutes. If you just give me a blank Word document, I'm a wizard. I write for a living. But Kirby Slide has stumped me. So I hope you enjoyed this 2 minutes. Something which I say to the ladies all the time. Don't want to boast. With Shimamura snugly under the floorboards, Sakurai was free to do whatever the hell he wanted with Kirby, and to go out with a blast, his final Kirby game before leaving HAL, he made Kirby Air Ride. Which of all the bigger Kirby games, i.e. not the Satellaview minigames or the eReader giveaways, was actually the first Kirby game to not get a completely positive reception. You can see the remnants of that on Metacritic with a mouth-gaping 61 score. That's bad for Kirby. And, Sakurai made a bad game? Really? Well, forget Metacritic, forget gaming journalists, just listen to me, alright? Because this is the first time I've played Kirby's Air Ride, and you know what? It's a decent game. Alright, it's not F-Zero, it's not Mario Kart, it's more like Hello Kitty kart races, but good. This is a fascinating game, and I feel like a fool for thinking Sakurai would make a normal game. I'm an idiot, it's Sakurai, he's always got to do something funky with his games, and Kirby Air Ride is much funkiness. He can't just make it like a kart racer, can he? No, he has to make one that drives itself, and uses only one button, and that button makes you slow down. This is a racing game where the only button you press is the brake button. I mean, obviously you can turn, but aside from steering, you just press A to slow yourself down, which is very important. It's very important in Sakurai's racing game to slow yourself down. It's like he's taking one last piss, knowing he's going off to greener pastures to be a millionaire. But the genius of it is that it actually works. So yeah, if I'm playing crap in the footage, especially early on, it's because I'm trying to wrap my head around this Sakurai turning the racing genre upside down. You play as Kirby, and you have a variety of craft you can unlock and ride on. I'll get to those in a second, but first the mechanics. In the first mode, the Air Ride mode, you and 3 other Kirbys compete to be the winner. Your craft automatically goes forward. We've established that already. Still feels wrong, but you get used to it. This was mobile gaming before that was even a thing. You have 2 or 3 laps in order to get first place against the other Kirbys. That's kind of normal, right? The braking comes into place where you obviously need to turn a sharp corner. Slowing down and hitting the brake will then power up your boost. The longer you hold it down, the bigger the boost you get from it. Taking corners well is by far and away the most important thing in this game, and unlike most other racing games, you're happy when you see a sharp turn coming up. because it means you might actually be able to make up some ground on competitors. It is really fun, but does feel a bit tame compared to other kart races, especially on the same console, so I can see why some people didn't rate it as highly. You know, there's less carnage, there's less strategy, and at the risk of poking the anger of some hardcore fans, it does feel less skillful. The items used in the races feel like an afterthought, and it's like almost out of your hands. It's quite hard to get used to, and the myriad of different craft won't help at first. Definitely stick with the beige beauty of the first craft while you get used to it before moving on to something else. Because I'll give credit where credit is due, the craft I've unlocked so far, man, they are so different from one another. This ain't no Mario Kart where they're all just kinda the same with subtle differences. These actually play very differently. Like there's one that can't turn at all while driving. The only way you can turn is when you're braking. It's stupid, daft, but really fun because it's super fast when you're heading in the right direction. There's one that can't even boost at all, which again, it's dumb, but it can work. And unlocking these craft was enough of an incentive to keep me playing the same handful of tracks over and over again, because even though it is a bag of fun, it does suffer from a case of Shimamura-itis, i.e. just like he was reluctant to give too many copy abilities, this game is reluctant to give you too many tracks to race on. And even worse is the lack of any kind of Grand Prix or tournament mode. It's a ballsy move to have a racing game without any tournament modes or Grand Prix, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. I went from thinking this man's insane to thinking this man's insane but also kind of a genius. How could there be a racing game without a Grand Prix? It doesn't make sense. But, you know, Sakurai, of course, he had to add his own Sakurai twist on it. There are achievement-like goals on a grid, and it's very Smash Bros-esque. But, I mean, now I should say Sakurai-esque. Kind of feels like his signature move. Whether it be doing normal stuff like win a race a few times, or not normal stuff like successfully spin attack your competitors a certain amount of times in one race, or get a good time in the time trial mode while rubbing your belly and tapping your head. Yeah, there's lots of things going on. There are tons of goals to try and attain, and it's always just fun trying. The fact that you don't know what most of them are until you see them pop up is always a thrill and exciting, and many of them unlock new craft for you to try out. And there's a whole board for each of the 3 main modes, not only Air Ride. There's 120 for Air Ride, and 120 for the next one, the second mode. This is one that's perhaps the least talked about. At least it's the one that I hadn't even heard of before playing this myself. It's called Top Ride because it's racing from a top-down perspective. It's Kirby Air Ride if it was Micro Machines or RC Pro-Am. The 4 Kirbys zip around on these tiny stages and try to be number 1. Each level has a myriad of obstacles or hazards like a giant antlion popping up from the sand or shortcuts feeding in and out on the sci-fi ones, lots of stuff going on. At first I thought it was a bit boring because each race is super quick. Then I entered the rules section and decided, you know what, I'm gonna make the races really long. And that made it so much better because when the race lasts 10 minutes rather than 10 seconds, you see the sheer amount of power-ups and weapons available and truly get to witness the chaos that can ensue when Krakow comes chasing you around while a dude behind you is wielding a saw blade and you yourself have become a giant for a short period of time. There are so many power-ups in this mode. It's kind of surprising. And I loved bumping this up to 99 laps. Oh yeah, just me against the CPU for 99 laps. It was fantastic. I used to do this sort of stuff on Smash Melee, also from Sakurai. You know, 99 stock, only on Pokemon Stadium, Pokeballs only. My weekend was sorted. Who cares if I didn't have any friends? The third game mode is the one that's the true star. It's called City Trial. This is the one I had a lot of excitement in trying out for the first time, and it did not disappoint. Even playing by myself, I had a ton of fun playing against the computer. So what is this all about? Well, it's a 2-part mode. The first half, and the most time consuming, is the collecting mode. You and your competitors are dumped around a city with a few fantastical elements around it like a volcano, and it's your job to drive around and pick up stat boosting items. Whether to boost your weight, flying capability, pure speed or turning ability, you need to gather these before the time is over. Why? Because the bigger your stats, the better chance you have of getting first place in the competition part, which happens when the time is over. But first, more about this. It's great, just roaming around the city, looking at different elements, nods to the Kirby franchise like Wispy Woods. You can also attack your opponents to make them lose their bonuses, so there's a tactical aspect here. You can play fair or you can be a dick, there's room for everyone. Kirby can even walk around in 3D for the first time ever. Yeah, you can abandon your craft and run around. This is mostly used for switching to a different craft that, catches your eye, but I can imagine it may also be useful in reaching places that might be tricky for a fast-moving vehicle. I don't know. I mean, you can almost forget the competition part at the end. I thoroughly enjoyed just playing this part, trying to find the secrets, hidden passages, and seeing all the random events that can occur. This would be amazing if played with real friends. It makes me wish this could get a re-release on the eShop with online play. That would be epic. And also, would be nice if they could fix the glaring issue that stood out to me. Yeah, it does have one kind of big flaw. The biggest issue City Trial has is that it tends to be rather anticlimactic, since when the gathering stage is done, you are put into one random competition. Sometimes it's a drag race, sometimes it's target practice, you don't know what you're gonna get. And because they're quick, and there's only one of them, it's rare this part will last even a minute. Yeah, it makes even me look like a stud. And if you balls up just a little bit, it's over, man. You just wasted 10 minutes gathering all those power-ups. It would have been better if there were like 2 or at least 3 events in a row, just to make all the effort worth it and balance it out. Now I know the randomness is supposed to be the fun of it, but if you ended up only finding loads of weight power-ups, but the event is a drag race, good luck. I think that is the only problem, and I did look in the options to see if you could change how many events there were, but I couldn't find that. So if this ever gets re-released or remade, I hope they can add multiple events as an option at least, because for me that would be utterly perfect as a game mode. And Sakurai knows this because he basically remade this mode in Smash Bros 3DS. You don't run around a city but a large 2D environment. It didn't work quite as well there, and it did suffer the same anticlimactic ending, but there is something here. There is something very, very special here that I want to see more of, and I wish it could be perfected. Putting these 3 modes together, each of which have 120 goals to achieve, that's quite a lot of content if this sort of gameplay loop works for you. I can see why this may not work these days with how modern gamers play, but I lived for this exact type of thing in Smash Bros. And honestly, now that Sakurai is done with Smash Bros, at least I hope, I want to see what he's got up his sleeve for something different and bring this type of gameplay into it maybe. It's clear he's still a fan of this type of game, as I said with Smash Bros 3DS. And all in all, Kirby's Air Ride should be considered an all-time classic when it comes to multiplayer options. What I'm thinking is that reviewers back in the day were befuddled at the idea there were no long-term play goals with no cups to grab, no tournaments, without seeing the potential that was really there. They sort of missed the woods for the trees. Each game has its own merits. Obviously City Trial is the star of the show. The normal Air Ride decent, and Top Ride is quietly brilliant if you're a weird loner like myself. It does have its issues that I think could be tweaked a little to make more robust, but I know for a goddamn fact I'd have loved this if I played it back in the day. This and Smash together on my Gamecube, I'd have been happy. Sure, had no friends, but I didn't need friends when I had 3 CPUs and 99 lives, or in Air Ride's case, 99 laps. Of course it would be even better with friends, but how many, seriously, would be willing to marathon that with you? Only computer friends are that hardcore. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just stuck in nostalgia mode for this game that I didn't actually own. Now, I'm not going to state this game is going to be for everyone, but it tickles something good inside me. It's definitely a good sign if you can still have a banging time by yourself. And that would be Sakurai's last Kirby game. Yeah, he was so sick to death of just making Kirby sequels, he went off to make more sequels for Smash Brothers. It's clear the dude holds Kirby very dear to him, and his creation is often at the center of Smash Bros with more representation than any other series, so thanks Sakurai. But from here on out, he's out of the picture. I mean, he did get a special mention in the next game, but this is the last one he had anything major to do with. So Shimomura is gone, Sakurai's gone. What's next? Returning to the Game Boy Advance, Kirby would spend the next 4 releases on portable consoles. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is a really interesting addition to Kirby's portfolio as it takes a mostly non-linear approach to its flow. It's called the Amazing Mirror because it's a maze. Get it? A maze, a maze. Yeah, the English translation wasn't quite on the nose as other translations, which mostly translate to Labyrinth of Mirrors, which sounds pretty awesome. That's a better English name. But first, let's quickly mention the story. High above the skies of Dreamland, there is a mirror just hanging about. Apparently, it can take people to the mirror world. Good job it ain't Manchester, otherwise it'd have been nicked and sold as scrap metal in about 5 minutes. The mirror world is in danger. Some malevolent force is causing chaos within. The stoic Meta Knight does what he does best and charges in to slap some sense into the bad guy. But later we see Kirby going for a stroll and a shadowy Meta Knight drops down and does a drive-by slashing, causing Kirby to split into 4. Bit of an inconvenience. Just think of the food bills, now with 3 extra mouths to feed. There's a food crisis, ladies and gentlemen. So rude. But hey, if things go south in life, at least they can start the weirdest OnlyFans account. Who wouldn't pay to see 4 Kirbys? Innocence ruined. Anyways, our chromatically aberrated heroes aren't gonna stand for this. Food prices are way too high these days, they've gotta sort it out. They fly into the mirror world to see what's going on. So yeah, as you're dumped into the first level, surprise, it's a 4-player game. A 4-player cooperative platformer on the Game Boy Advance. It's ambitious. Not in actual development terms, just ambitious in the fact that they thought 4 friends could actually sort this out in terms of cost and logistics. If only they had like a home console with 4 controllers ready to be played multiplayer. Yeah, this should have been on the Gamecube. Let me just say that straight out. Obviously, in 2023, getting the most out of what this game could be is nigh on impossible. So I'm playing it single player, which is kind of like running a relay race by yourself. It's lonely, but can also be rewarding. If playing single player, you'll notice that Kirby you control walks off by himself while the others can barely be asked to keep up. But you don't need to worry about them. They'll be like the people you pass on the street every day on your way to work. You'll awkwardly say hi for the most part and that's it. They're not going to be hugely important, even though this tutorial erroneously pretends that you're going to have to work as a team. See, Kirby has his usual attacks, but on the shoulder button you have some new tricks. The right shoulder button will call the other Kirbys to your side. If you're actually playing this multiplayer, it means the other players will get a phone call from you and you can choose whether to assist them or not. The tutorial makes it feel like you're gonna need them all the time. You use them to come in and press a button to help you open a door. This seems important, right? No, because almost at 0 points does this actually happen in the main game. I think the developers intended this to be the case originally, but then they realized Kirby AI didn't stand for artificial intelligence, it stood for absent intelligence. They're dumb, useless, and even when there are times where they could be useful, you're better off just doing it yourself. Stand on the switch. Stand on the switch, you idiots! If you want to do something in life, do it yourself. They are literally not needed, forget about them. It's a massive shame because there is definitely a missed opportunity for some great cooperative puzzle solutions, but not today. The other neat thing about why it could be cool to play this with 4 people is that the game is almost entirely non-linear, as I said in the introduction. From the hub area and the first level, Rainbow Route, that can branch off into 8 other levels with entrances all over this giant maze world. It's absolutely huge, and at first, incredibly confusing, especially the map system. It's a bit weird. You have this hub place with all the mirrors, and you think they'd each lead to a different world. No, they all lead to the first world, just different parts of it. If you want to get to other worlds, you still need to walk to them. It's really peculiar, and it took me a while to find my feet at what the hell was going on. I was wondering, where is the progress here? It starts to make sense a bit more once you start finding map pieces, but still I think this could have been signposted a little bit better. Or you know, let the mirrors in the hub world actually go to different worlds. It can be a hassle, and it also means you'll often be exploring the same rooms over and over again, since most of them have 2 or 3 door exits that you need to go in. But I can imagine having 3 mates with you and everyone pissing off in different directions, finding different places and showing everyone what's going on their screen, like look what I found. That sounds pretty awesome in concept. It's definitely not quite as magical playing by yourself, especially for the first hour or so when you're just completely bewildered, even about the actual point, like what am I doing? Why am I here? You don't know. Well, each level, as huge as they are, do eventually have a boss that you need to defeat to grab a mirror shard. It takes a while to click, but when it does, Amazing Mirror becomes a really great game and one of the more interesting titles out there. And I'm glad I was forced to stick with it for this video because I have tried to play this game before, like a decade ago, when it was part of the 3DS Ambassador program. Oh yes, I was one of those. I tried to play it, but I just didn't get it. But after finally getting to grips with it, man, it is really enjoyable. It's long too, and quite difficult, at least to get some of the exits in the rooms. It's not without its flaws though. As I said, the AI is dumb and a waste of potential. Also, getting the right ability for the right situation can be quite a hassle. Having to trek back or find a room with the ability that you need, it was quite unnecessary. I don't know why they couldn't have done the Milky Way wishes approach like in Superstar, where you unlock them permanently. Or use an idea that will be coming a bit later, let Kirby have an inventory to carry, like 2 or 3 abilities at a time, just to save on the hassle. And also, why couldn't this been on the Gamecube? Have 4 segments, 1 for each player, easy peasy. But no, look at this goddamn mess. This was the era of Nintendo where they thought, how can we make this as difficult as possible to play multiplayer? How many accessories can we sell to them? Four Swords Adventure was like this as well. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, another one. Come on, Nintendo. But, I genuinely like this game quite a lot. It has quite an epic final boss battle. That dude does not give up. But this is the part of the game where the other Kirbys can help out. The boss battles. You call them up when you get to a boss and they really do help out quite a lot. Not only can they bring strong power-ups, most of them will come to heal you by vomiting down your throat. Love that. They're very useful and made the final boss doable for me. And I like the game for introducing quite a lot of new enemies. Like, rehashing enemies is part of the charm of the series, but perhaps it was getting a little bit stale at this point. But I think being in the mirror world allowed them to go nuts on newer enemies, and I appreciated what was here. It really did feel like I was in a different world from Kirby's own, and some of them went on to become popular staple enemies in the series. If this game ever comes to Nintendo Switch Online, and if it's possible to have multiplayer online, then I truly believe this will be an essential experience. I'll be keeping my fingers crossed that they do that and have the capability, since it will end up being the best and most convenient way to play one of the most interesting games in the series. It is really good. It just takes time to click. The Nintendo DS, what a revelation that was. You don't just have one screen, now you got 2. At first it seemed quite gimmicky where every game had to take advantage of the touchscreen, but as time went on they realized it was fine to let games just be games. But we're getting ahead of ourselves there, because early on they needed their franchises to take advantage of it. Samus was a first-person shooter. Pokemon, you had to swipe them to race. They needed to find some sort of gimmick for their characters, and who's the best character to fit into any gaming situation? Of course, Kirby. Only a few months after the release of the console, Kirby was rocking up in Canvas Curse, or known in Europe as Power Paintbrush. This time, Kirby would not be controlled directly by the player, at least not much. This time, Kirby is a ball, and you have to guide him through the levels by using the stylus and drawing lines that he can travel upon like bridges. He's sort of magnetically attached to this, so you can make him go vertically if you want to. The only direct control you have over Kirby is if you tap him, he will do a little boost, which is the way to take out enemies. If you don't do that, Kirby will take damage. Or you can actually tap the enemies, which will stun them, and then Kirby can touch them normally, and it's all good. You have options. This is a game where you cannot relax, because Kirby is always on the move. He's like a shark. He can't stop. Always heading into peril, whether it be towards an enemy, towards a bottomless pit, or towards environmental hazards like electrified walls. This guy is a walking disaster. He's a rolling disaster. He does not stop, and you are the guy who has to spin the plates, rub your belly, and keep your wife happy all at the same time. It's quite an ordeal, not least because you only have a certain amount of paint to work with at a time. Aside from getting to the end of each stage, there's also medals to collect, which are, I've got to be honest, quite the challenge. This is a tough game. Quite stressful as well. It starts off really nicely though, like the first level, nice, big, sprawling, there's lots of height and chances to explore, different paths to take, stuff. It shows a lot of promise. But later on, levels get quite tense and tight. There is lots of good stuff in here though. I like the use of copy abilities. There's quite a lot of them for what is a spin-off game. Usually they keep them to a handful, but here there's 11. And also, look at it. Sure, if you're watching on a massive TV, it's gonna look like a stretched mess, but on a small DS screen, this would look amazing. Look at the backgrounds, look at the style. This is some weird stuff we've never seen in a Kirby game before. Did Van Gogh get a background artist credit here? What's going on? It's brilliantly designed and is almost a precursor to one of the new Super Mario Bros. Wii U levels. It's adventurous. It's just a pity they reuse the same ones over and over again, but I'll let it pass. I'm pretty sure they didn't have a lot of time to make this game. But despite that, there is a lot of content here. There are only 22 levels for the main story, but outside of that, there's Rainbow Run, which has 2 modes in itself. These are the levels truncated, but one of them has you trying to go through the level as fast as possible, and the other by using as little paint as possible, which is a stroke of genius really, and turns the game on its head. There are also 3 different boss battles, which are also the sub-games in this release. There's Paint Roller in Paint Panic, where you chase after him and then trace the drawing that he does. It's Join the Dots, and it's great, although playing this on the Wii U Virtual Console, it didn't seem wholly accurate. Not sure if that was the case for the proper DS. There's a Kart Run, which is almost like Gourmet Race from Superstar, but it's on rails and you have to gather food to boost your speed. And then Krakow takes us back to the block ball gameplay, but here you draw the bumper beneath Kirby. It's quite hard to control, but whatever. And the medals unlock nice things like new characters. You can play as Dedede and Meta Knight. It takes a while though, and you'll definitely have to play the levels many times if you want to unlock everything. It's not an easy game and it will last a while. Surprising to me, Kirby Canvas Curse is one of the highest rated Kirby games of all time, which I personally don't agree with. I mean, it's fine, it's a decent game. I'm not going to say it's a bad game at all, because it's not, it's fine. I'm just not sure it deserves the massive plaudits that it got. I think for the time, it was a revelation. It was a really unique way to make the most of what was a unique system. In 2005, this sort of thing wasn't even imagined. There were no iPhones yet, it was gimmicky, but it was integrated very well without seeming like it was forced. This type of gameplay could only be found on this console, so in that regard, for the time and the technology, it was a massive breath of fresh air. Right now, for me, for someone who's played lots of touchscreen gaming and is well over the novel nature of the DS by now, it's hard for me to agree with the really high scores. I find Canvas Curse just slightly more annoying than enjoyable. It has its moments, but I came out of it more like I'd just come out of a war zone. I'm still having flashbacks to this day. I think I'd have enjoyed it more if it had more open style areas like the first level. There needed to be less water, much less water, Jesus Christ. Kirby always floats back up to the top, which means you have to use the paint to keep him down, and it's just a colossal pain. Stay down, you little shit. It would have been fine for a 1 level gimmick, but goddamn they love it in this game, and I hate it. It's not a bad game. It's not a bad game or anything, it's not, okay? It's just not close to being my favorite game in the franchise. It wasn't a particular joy to play, it's like a trial, which, is fine. Some games thrive on being a challenge or keeping you on the edge, but I just didn't enjoy it as much as I hoped. But as far as DS games go, it's probably worth having in your collection just because it's one of those games that's probably never gonna turn up again now that Nintendo seem to have abandoned touchscreen controls at least too much. I know there's the Switch, but they don't really use it that much. It's a great sign of the era that it came in. A bit gimmicky, but fitting, not forced, which is, unusual for the time. Now, this didn't sell quite as well as other Kirby games around it, probably because of the low user base for the system at the time of release, but that didn't detract Nintendo from making a sequel many years later on the Wii U, which, I will get to a bit later, and I actually like that one a lot more, but we'll see it in about an hour, okay? We've got more DS games to get through. I don't want to say something definitive here because I haven't surveyed every single Kirby fan in the world, but I would go as far as to say that Kirby Squeak Squad might be the most underappreciated Kirby game of the lot of them. Squeak Squad, otherwise known as Mouse Attack in Europe, is not a Kirby game many people talk about. Maybe it's the name, it doesn't sound very Kirby-ish, it definitely sounds more like a spin-off, but no, this is a proper mainline lore-filled Kirby game. And I think it's quite an underrated game. I mean, I can get why people dismiss it, because as far as Kirby games go, they rarely come as standard as this. After the touch-filled Canvas Curse, the racing of Air Ride, the non-linear escapades of Amazing Mirror, your bog-standard Kirby just didn't really stand out much. But frankly, it's a relief. It's a relief to have a normal Kirby game, a normal one that's not a remake of previous games. It's also one of the most polished examples of it too, refined to within an inch of its life, which may make it less exciting or fascinating, but I bloody loved playing this, I did. Firstly, the premise. Kirby's out and about, trying to eat some cake, but then the cake suddenly disappears. As one would expect, he thinks it's Dedede, so he goes out to get justice and hopefully get his cake back. That's literally the premise of this game. It's not the most serious of premise, but don't worry, we'll end up saving the universe and stuff like that. It turns out it wasn't Dedede, in fact it was a band of intergalactic thieves known as the Squeak Squad. A few mice that are experts in thievery, and you have to chase after them. The first thing you'll notice about this game is how super fast and smooth the gameplay is. It's snappy, you're zooming all around, all over the place, you feel properly in control. It's absolutely solid, almost perfect. I don't think Kirby has ever felt this good before. The physics feel nice and it is a blast to play. It's a very traditional game that's really gimmick-free, which may be a relief to many out there, people who are just looking to sit back and play a proper platformer with nice level design. The only main addition, something of note, is the inventory system. Yeah, I was begging for one in Amazing Mirror, well here it is. And it's less necessary than Amazing Mirror, but you know, I'll take it. If you look at the smaller touchscreen, that's Kirby's gut. Proof that Kirby has an infinite void inside of him. If you inhale things that are in bubbles, whether it be food or copy abilities, they will stay in your belly. Sadly, he can only store 5 things in at once, which does limit its practicality, especially with some things that you're almost required to put in it, but if you tap them, then they will be used. But that's not all, because there's also a criminally underutilized combining mechanic here too. Firstly, the food can be mixed together to create superfood, a bit like Resident Evil where you combine 2 herbs to create a better one, and also save space in your inventory, that's nice. Secondly, and most impressively, and also most sadly, because of how few there are, you can combine abilities, similar to what we saw in Kirby 64. Sadly, despite there being a whopping 25 copy abilities in this game, there are only 5 combinations that actually work. And most of them involve the sword and the bomb. So yeah, it's nice but a bit undercooked. It feels like it was only added as an excuse to use the touchscreen a bit more to drag items together. It's certainly a far cry from the impressiveness of 64. But I wouldn't say it's a detraction, as it's not the main selling point for the game, and I wasn't even aware of it until super late in the campaign, so I didn't miss it at all. The new abilities are pretty cool. There's an animal ability to turn Kirby into Were Kirby. There's Bubble, which turns things into a bubble so you can store them in your belly. Stone is thrown out for the first time in the series and is instead swapped for the Metal ability, which is kind of the same, but Kirby is always metal and he can walk. It's pretty funny. He can even fly like a lead balloon. These are the 3 main new ones, but it's a bit telling that they are all still exclusive to this game. Whether it's because they didn't like them or this game didn't do too well for them, I don't know, but that's something that makes this game still quite unique. But your gut isn't used only for bubbles. You may have noticed there are treasure chests in there too. This is because most of the levels have 3 treasure chests as collectibles to pick up, for a total of 120 in the whole game. That's quite a lot. Many of them contain important items like keys for bonus levels or upgrades for some copy abilities, or there's music or spray paint to change Kirby's color. There's a lot of things to collect here. Mostly chests are easy to get a hold of. Sometimes there are dick moves where if you hit the wrong thing you may get completely blocked off, or you may need a certain ability that's nowhere in sight, but not too often. And the big chest, there is an issue here because of the Squeak Squad. who will appear when you enter a room with a big blue chest in it. Or you pick one up. One of the 3 main goons will turn up and try and snatch it away from you and take it back to their base, which also pops up. If they manage to get back to their base and you don't enter the door in time, then it will be boarded over and you've lost your chance. You will have to replay the level again. This will happen rarely, as just as the game as a whole, it's quite beginner friendly, it's not difficult to track them down, and fighting them is easy since they get stun locked by almost everything. It's almost like a joke. The whole Squeak Squad thing itself doesn't actually fit right with me, especially within the Kirby universe. They seem so out of place compared to what came before. They are led by Daroche, who's the seeming bad guy of the game, and his underlings are Doc, Spinny, and Storo, all of whom seem like a failed attempt at a Saturday morning cartoon. It kind of feels like they've been shoved in here for that kind of tie-in. And the fact that you repeatedly toast all 3 of them over and over again, they don't leave much of an impression. They do reappear from time to time in small cameos in other games, and the leader, Daroche, who's cosplaying Freya from Final Fantasy IX, would be slightly more prominent, but not too much. But yeah, the whole Squeak Squad thing, the vibe, it just didn't sit well with me. I don't really have a whole lot to say about this game, and that probably shows just how standard it is. But I will say, I thoroughly enjoyed it, despite my reservations about the actual Squeak Squad themselves. I enjoyed it way more than I expected. That's despite a few flaws presented, which I'll add a couple of more in, which I think are the kickers for more hardcore Kirby fans. Firstly, it is very easy. Even compared to most games in the series, this is a cakewalk. Maybe because you're walking for some cake, I don't know. That's not always a bad thing. Maybe that's why I got so much enjoyment out of this one. It's just cool to blast around like a badass. That went really well with the smooth, responsive controls. Then there's also the fact it is quite short, especially for this era of Kirby. The 8 and 16-bit eras were known for their shortness, but at this point, the games tended to get a bit longer, but you'll finish this in an afternoon. 100% completing it, a whole other story, getting all the chests will take time, and there's an extra mode, which is time to get all the treasure, and you can't save, so there's that. There's a boss rush mode, and of course, sub-games, which really didn't gel too much with me on this one. There's Speedy Tea Time, it's yet another version of like Samurai Kirby, and you need to touch the right part, it's just whatever. Smash Ride just didn't play particularly well, at least not compared to the remake it gets, which I'll talk about much later on. And Treasure Shot, I could just take or leave it. They just didn't leave any kind of impression on me, unlike many other games in the series. They all felt like they were shoved in to appease the need for more touchscreen capabilities. All I'll say is, it may not be the biggest or the best, but please don't overlook Squeak Squad. It's a really nice game that ticks a lot of boxes. He may not be cool, he may not have style, but, you know, everything he lacks, well, he makes up in denial. That's a song. Don't really mean that. Kirby's always cool. And that's not even the real lyrics. I'm losing my mind. What I'm saying is, it doesn't stand out much in the crowd of Kirby games. It doesn't have the one gimmick, that one showpiece that people still talk about to this very day. But it's definitely worth a playthrough. And I'd say this is the most underrated Kirby game. But I can understand the disappointment for those who bought it at launch for $30 and finished it in 3 hours. You know, kids and their money are easily burned. I mean, seriously, kids are way more flammable than you think. After Squeak Squad, we would get our 4th handheld Kirby game in a row. Would the Pinball ever return to a home console? And this time, another remake, Kirby Superstar Ultra. Or if you're an utterly embarrassing person called Jordan, for the past 15 years calling it Kirby Superstar Saga. That's a Mario and Luigi game. Now, if you remember, a few hours ago, I had an extended look at Kirby Superstar. I thought it was great, and I can see why it's considered to be the pinnacle of the franchise, even though I found Dreamland 3 a nicer experience, but, you know, that's me going against the grain there, I know. But perhaps this remake on the Nintendo DS is what people adore. Maybe it's not the original that makes it so loved, maybe it's the Ultra version, because it's called Ultra, so of course it must be ultra good, right? Why is it so ultra? Well, it includes new music, new visuals, and even more modes than before. Wait a minute. More modes is supposed to be a good thing? That's like the opposite of what I wanted. I want them to expand what was there already. I don't need any more modes. That was like the biggest weakness of the original, that it was so disconnected. There's too many modes. But now there's even more! They literally dug their heels in and went even deeper. It's a ballsy move. Or perhaps ignorant? I personally would have hoped that the modes that were there would be expanded upon into full games in their own right. But no, it's just more smaller stuff. Did it pay off? Let's take a look. Firstly, I should mention that with Shimamura painting pottery in his retirement shack and Sakurai becoming a millionaire doing his own thing, Kirby needed a new leader. A new series director who was gonna take the reins and steer the ship. And Superstar Ultra would be the first time we would see Shinya Kumazaki as director. He'd done a few things before working under Sakurai and Shimamura, but now he was the boss man from Superstar Ultra until the present day. This is dictator levels of longevity. So this includes all the base modes we looked at in the first third of this video: Spring Breeze, Dynablade, Revenge of Meta Knight, Milky Way Wishes, the Politically Incorrect Cave, and Gourmet Race plus the sub-games. Let's go quickly over these in terms of looks and feel. The graphics have been redone, and I think I like Kirby himself more here. I didn't mention that in the first part, but I wasn't much of a fan of the way Kirby looked in the original Superstar. He looks more normal in this Ultra version. I was also a bit worried that the backgrounds were going to lose some of their charm from the chunky pre-rendered stuff that we'd seen, but no, it looks absolutely marvelous in every way. It still carries that whimsical and almost tangible feeling to the whole thing. It's a gorgeous game, and even when I blew it up to play on a big giant TV, it held up pretty well. The controls feel just as good and responsive. It's just as fast paced as the original, and the modes play just the same. But you want to know what's different, because so far, my wonder has not been kindled. I wrote that phrase 3 weeks ago, and I don't know what I mean by it. Definitely losing my mind. What did they add? My god, they've added so much, mostly to the end game of the whole thing. If you played Kirby Superstar on the Super Nintendo, you'll have to play it all again before you can see any of the new content, which is harsh. Don't know why everything couldn't have been there from the start. It's a bit of a pain, especially for me, having to play through it twice just for this retrospective. But I guess Hal probably weren't expecting me to make this video. Otherwise, I'm sure they'd have accommodated me, but whatever. What do we have? Well, we have Revenge of the King. Sadly, Elvis isn't coming back from the dead to bitch slap modern music. No, it's Dedede. And what we have here is another version of Spring Breeze, which, if you remember, was a stunted remake of the original Kirby's Dream Land. It was 10 minutes long, and it's kind of pointless. However, the revenge part comes in because this is more based on the extra mode, which means it's harder. Personally, when I saw this, I thought we were finally taking control of Dedede and blasting through the game, but no, we're still having to wait for that. But it's actually much bigger than the original Spring Breeze. This is like a full remake almost, with loads of added bits. It's not truncated anymore. It still has essence of Kirby's Dream Land, but now everything is twisted and looks completely different. Different enemies and such, and it is wonderful. Has my wonder been kindled yet? What a pretentious dick 3 weeks ago Jordan was. Meta Nightmare Ultra is easily the best part of this package and makes it worth the purchase for this package alone, because now you can play the entire game, all the main modes, as Meta Knight. This is one mode where from beginning to end you play Spring Breeze, Dynablade, the Great Cave Offensive, Revenge of Meta Knight, and Milky Way Wishes all together as Meta Knight in one go. It's kind of like Meta Nightmare mode in Nightmare in Dreamland on the GBA, but this is a huge connected mode that plays very differently thanks to Meta Knight's abilities. A lot of the extraneous things are taken out, such as treasures in the Great Cave Offensive, which, does neuter that particular mode somewhat. It certainly lost its raison d'etre, but it's a small sacrifice for what I would consider a mode that's better than all the other modes in Kirby Superstar. It's like you're getting a whole other game, double the length. It lacks Kirby's copy abilities, but Meta Knight is equipped to deal with everything in his path. He has very capable attack moves and combos, but also has special moves that use MP. No, not magic points, meta points. See what they did there? He only has 4, and they're used via the touchscreen, which is a bit awkward on an emulator, but I survived. They do the job in making him feel like an absolute tank. He can summon a helper, increase his speed, heal, and do a Mach Tornado, which will do tons of damage, very useful on some of the more annoying bosses. It's just a great mode as Meta Knight tries to become the greatest warrior in the galaxy. And as a fun bonus, it's timed as well, so after you've played it once, you can treat it as like a time attack mode. How fast can you finish all the modes together? Just like all the other modes, it has its own CGI cutscenes, which add a nice twist to the normal cutscenes that you'd normally see. They've just added so much stuff here. That Meta Knight one though, that's almost a revelation in my opinion. It's funny how the addition of a Meta Knight mode into a remake somehow makes it instantly surpass the original. And what I don't understand is, why is the original game toted out over and over again, but this completely better version has never been re-released, even on the Wii U, where there was a DS Virtual Console. This is the only Kirby DS game that didn't appear on there, but the Super Nintendo version did. What's the point? They could have charged 3 times as much for this and, people would have got a much better version. I bought the other 3 DS Kirby games on the Wii U. I would have bought this one, but no, I had to go and play on an emulator. The original is borderline pointless over this one. It's got almost everything going for it. Really, I think Meta Nightmare Ultra almost acts like the cohesive experience that I was looking for. One grand connected adventure. It's just nailed it, and I only wish this was more readily available for people to play by legal means. Come on Nintendo, just stick this on the Switch, take out the pointless touchscreen stuff, and you're winning. Call it Kirby's Fun Pack Ultra HD, you've sold 1 million, easy. Revenge of Dedede makes the original Dreamland obsolete. If you ever want to play Kirby's Dreamland, just play Revenge of Dedede in Superstar Ultra. And the arena modes. Well, there's 2 more in this one. There's True Arena, which is even harder with more bosses, but then there's another revelation here in Helper to Hero, which lets you use 20 of the helpers to take on the arena. Like, you actually control them, and each of them have their own records that you can set. It's fantastic. And although you only need to complete it with 1 helper to get like 100% save file, you'll find it challenging and enjoyable enough to try and complete it with as many of them as possible. Other small additions include 3 new sub-games that try to make use of the DS's touch capacity. There's a game of match the cards as quick as possible, a shootout which is pretty fun, but I found it quite difficult on an emulator rather than having a stylus. And then the other game is called Snack Tracks, which is a conveyor belt of food going into Kirby's mouth, but you need to tap the worms and the bombs, sending them over to a rival's belt. Pretty fun, but again, I'd have probably got more out of it if I didn't need to use an emulator. Why didn't Nintendo put this on the Wii U? I'd have had a much more pleasing time. And if you're going to play Kirby Superstar, this is definitely the way you want to go, unless you're playing multiplayer, because Ultra's multiplayer options is limited to download play and only being able to use 1 screen. Imagine that, having to look over your mate's shoulder at a tiny DS screen. That's just creepy. Not sure I would want my mate's Cheeto nasal breath on my neck as I'm playing the most pointless mode in the game. Yeah, you can only play Spring Breeze, that's it. I don't even know why they bothered to include it at all. So yeah, if you want to play with friends, stick to the original. But apart from that, track down a copy of Ultra, although just like any retro item these days, is probably way overpriced for some stupid reason. They printed millions of them, they sold millions of copies, like 3 million. The only thing that I think is out of place is the ropey looking CGI cutscenes, which are almost painful to look at. I mean, at least they tried, but the DS and the world, they just weren't ready yet. That is a small point though. Ultra is a fantastic game thanks to all the additions, which I initially thought would be overkill, addressing the wrong thing, reading the room in the wrong way, but no, I was wrong. It turns out that dumping even more stuff on it was the way to win me around. I'd make the analogy that it's kind of like sprinkles on ice cream, but I goddamn hate sprinkles. It's more like grated cheese over even more cheese. That's perfection. This was a great release for the DS and sold like 3 million copies, which for the time was way above average for the series, which, as I said, is used to selling like 1 million units per game, at least before the Switch came out and devoured everyone's wallets. And genuinely now I can see why people love this so much. The original Superstar, I could see the argument, but I still prefer Dreamland 3, but Superstar Ultra really does take it to the next level. It's easily the best Kirby game up to this point, and it's going to be hard to beat. It somehow won me over by sheer content alone, which I didn't think would be possible. And with 4 handheld games in a row, Kirby was really missing out on the home console scene. I mean, yeah, we had the Kirby's Air Ride, but that as spin-offs go, that's as spin-offery as they get. The last proper Kirby game on a home console was Kirby 64, so it took like a whole decade without a proper Kirby game on home systems. And it would have taken till the Wii in 2010 in Japan before we get actually something that was kind of like a proper Kirby game. Still wasn't a proper one, but close enough. Kirby's Epic Yarn. Well, this came out of nowhere. Well, it came from Good Feel, a company who up to this point were known more for creating educational shovelware games. They got their big break from Nintendo by making a Wario game on the Wii, pretty good one at that, and it seems to have put them in the good book, so they were put in charge of making Kirby's return to home consoles. Kirby's been in some weird situations, but this is the first time he's been crocheted in a video game. Just like the name implies, he's now made of yarn. How and why? Well, the dastardly yin yarn made a metamato, which to Kirby just looked like a Maxim tomato. Inhaling it, well, he turns into yarn, and then he's transported to Patchland via a magic sock, as you do. It turns out that Patchland has been tormented by yin yarn, and the whole world has been de-stitched, whatever the term is. Prince Fluff, who was supposed to be the original hero of this game until Nintendo said, hang on a minute, Kirby's gonna hijack this one, and feeling guilty about it, Kirby wants to help Prince Fluff. Because of course you do, Kirby's a good boy. Now, since Kirby has been turned into yarn, he's lost most of his most famous abilities. He's empty space now, which means he can't inhale anything. Which, yes, that means he can't copy abilities in this game. He also can't fly because he can't puff himself out. This is the immediate sign that this wasn't really intended for Kirby at first, but not to worry because it's still really fun regardless. So what we have is a game where Kirby can't really do much aside from jump. And whip. Yeah, he uses the thread that he's made of to whip things, which is the primary mechanic for getting through these levels. Because not only is it a weapon to attack Waddle Dees with, but also to grab hold of stuff in the environment, whether it be buttons to be pulled to bring a platform closer to you, or swing on them like your Donkey Kong, this whip is your best friend. Although it's a bit concerning it's made from your own body. Imagine like ripping off a limb and then smacking people with it. Pretty badass actually. As you can see, this game is glorious to look at. Obviously it was originally on a Wii, made for standard definition, but playing it on Dolphin and boosting the resolution up, it looks as good as anything made today. Now you may notice some like screen tearing issues in some of the earlier levels, and I apologize for that. It took me a while to realize that the VSync option was off. My Elgato capture device did not play nicely until I clicked that button. Anyways, everything seen in this game is made of fabric or things used in textile production. From netting, sequins, string, all real life material you've seen if you've ever dated a middle class girl in high school that needed a hobby outside of Sunday school. It's wonderfully inventive, and even though we've seen things inspired by this in newer games, this was 100% fresh for the time. This game is the most adorable game of all time, I'm pretty sure about that. I love the sun glare, look at that, look, it's genius. It works so well and fits fantastically well with the gameplay, even though it is quite simple at its heart. There are a lot of levels and they're quite long. Aside from just getting to the end of the level, the main thing you'll be wanting to do is collect beads. The more beads you get, the better the medal you get at the end. There are also 3 collectibles in each level, usually 2 pieces of furniture, which I'll get to in a second, and a CD for the music player, which the music is also amazing. This is not a difficult game by any means. In fact, it's legendarily easy. At least that's what people say. Why? Well, you can't die. You don't have a health bar. You can't even fall to your death despite a myriad of cliffs to disappear into. You just get pulled out. It's like you've been coddled through the game. Which I get why that made a lot of people look down on this game. But that's despite this one being one of the highest rated Kirby games of all time. Which, you know, it's very easy to look down on Kirby's Epic Yarn, but don't worry, I am not going to poop on it because have you ever tried to get feces out of wool? It's an absolute nightmare. It's a great party though. In fact, I kind of agree with it being one of the best Kirby games ever, even if it doesn't always feel like a Kirby game. I went in expecting a game for babies, but came out with my socks charmed off me, and then given some new ones that Kirby knitted himself. And on top of that, I do find the gameplay compelling, because even though you can't technically die or even just lose, the challenge here is in the bead collecting. Getting to the end of the level is pretty easy, even for kids, but getting there with all your beads in tow is a whole other story. Not only just to collect enough, but to make sure you don't get hit and lose them. Not massively difficult, but enough to give you food for thought. Think how to play better and more carefully. That's the challenge, and it worked for me. 100%. Because even though I haven't had time to 100% the game for this video, I still kind of want to. I really love the game. The fact that you can't die doesn't bother me. Just don't think about it and you won't notice it. which is how everyone should go about in life, you know, walking around thinking whether or not you can die. That's not a good thing, okay? Just enjoy the lovely romp that this game provides. It's a big game full of wonderfully inventive moments. The worlds are realized to perfection, and I just love this game. Despite having simple mechanics, it's full of variety as well. It often changes up the gameplay in various ways, many of which could be considered sub-games in most Kirby games, like the part where you take control of a tank, a UFO, a digger, and even snowboarding. Some of them add some gimmicky controls that the Wii remote would have been effortless with, but using a normal controller it was a bit of a pain in the arse. The motion controls on the tank gave me a bit of trouble until I got used to them, but the train one, where you have to draw the train tracks like in Canvas Curse, well, that can burn in hell. There are loads of levels and plenty of bonus levels as well. Each world has at least 2 bonus levels to take part in after you've defeated the main boss, and these also contain the usual collectibles. Speaking of which, what's the point of these collectibles? Well, there is a whole other side to this game. It's not quite so fleshed out, but my daughter thought it was charming. Basically, Kirby is given a rent-free apartment in Patchland, and he can use all the things he's collected to decorate his pad how he sees fit. Obviously, it's going to be pimped out to the max. This is where the pointer controls are used on the Wii, and the whole thing is a bit restrictive. It's not a big apartment, and you can't always put things where you want to, especially near the edges, but my daughter loved this. This is what my daughter made, and she was very, very protective of it. She wouldn't even let me touch the damn thing or move anything. This is perfection to her almost 5-year-old brain. What do you think? And I should say that this game can be played in 2-player co-op if you want it to be. However, even though she's played plenty of Kirby games before, she actually struggled with this one to play because many of the jumps require Kirby to be in car mode to run and jump, which you have to double tap the direction button, which she just couldn't do very well, so she couldn't make the jumps. And also whipping and swinging onto platforms, that's a new concept to her. Maybe next year she'll have no problem with it, but yeah, she couldn't do it right now. But it didn't matter to her because she was just happy to decorate her room. Personally, even though one may twist this aspect to be a base building mechanic, which will erect something other than a building in me, I still didn't quite see the appeal. One may say it felt stitched on. I don't know, I just felt like it could have had some other purpose, like, I don't know, housing all of Kirby's hose that he finds along the way, but no, this is a kid's game, sadly. Not a dirty mattress in sight. I really had like no emotion to this whatsoever. This is definitely for the kids. There's not only your apartment though, there are 5 other apartments paid for by you, and the greedy landlord making absolute bank from it, no profit sharing here. The new apartments start empty, but if you fill it with the required items, which is like too easy, then the residents will come, and they each offer a different minigame. One of them you play hide and seek with. You have to find 5 of them hidden in a level. One is an escort mission as you carry them to safely to the end. And there's another way you have to defeat a certain amount of enemies. And this adds quite a lot of extra gameplay to the game. They can be really challenging as well. This game offers quite a lot. And if you want to 100% it, well, you got plenty to be getting on with. Sadly, it's missing a few staples of the Kirby series like boss rush mode or an extra mode, but I can't complain too much because this is a damn fantastic game, and it's a shame it was released when the Wii was pretty much dead. It was over in terms of anyone who was going to buy this, so few people were playing their Wii in like 2010, 2011, despite the console being in like 100 million households. There were only a few holdouts of Zelda fans waiting for Skyward Sword and Xenoblade Chronicles, so despite critical acclaim, it only sold like 1 million units or so, which is a shame. But that doesn't mean Nintendo gave it up as a bad job. Instead of just releasing it way too late on the Wii, they also made a port of it, way too late on the 3DS. In fact, it was Nintendo's last 3DS game, and about 5 people bought it. But I'll get to that in about an hour's time. Between then though, Nintendo loved what Goodfield did with this game, and so hired them to do the exact same thing, but this time for Yoshi. And although it took a good few years, there was Yoshi's Woolly World on the Wii U, which, you know, the gameplay style actually suits it even more. When playing, I actually thought Kirby's Epic Yarn felt more like a Yoshi game with the flow, the collectibles, but whatever. And that is actually my favorite Yoshi game. I like it more than the original Yoshi's Island, and it's criminal is only on the Wii U. That got a sequel called Yoshi's Crafted World on the Switch, which is fine, I enjoyed it, but it's not close to being as good as Epic Yarn or Woolly World. Anyways, does Kirby's Epic Yarn deserve to be the highest rated Kirby game of all time, or at least one of them? Well, I think Superstar Ultra fans will be pissed off at that. and Forgotten Land, which, that's a bit later, may also be a bit cross, but you know what? This is 100% a game you should give a try. As long as you can forget about dying. Seriously, you can't always think about dying. It's not healthy. Give the game a try. Or maybe the 3DS version, which I'll get to later. I don't know. I'm recording this part before I've actually played the 3DS version, so I do wonder what future Jordan is going to think of that. I hope it has flamethrowers. I live for the smell of singed polyester. That's why I always go around burning TJ Maxx's. But before we can go onto the 3DS stuff, we've got another normal DS game to get through. Oh yeah, it may have been 2011 and the world was already aware of what the 3DS was, but that wasn't going to stop HAL from having one last hurrah on the aging dual screen system. Kirby Mass Attack may be a great game, but I do have to question his hatred for the church. Or maybe it's Sundays he doesn't like. I don't know. I'm not sure what Kirby's thinking here. Now this is definitely a spin-off game because it's very different from your normal Kirby game. Even though it's side-scrolling, you can see something rather weird about it. There are multiple Kirbys, way more than even Amazing Mirror. Yet Kirby has been split into 10 pieces by another interdimensional being. He was just taking a nap. That's a cheap shot. Because he's in 10 smaller chunks, each one is much weaker than your standard Kirby. There's no copy abilities happening in this game. Instead, the Kirbys need to work together to overcome their adversaries, mostly in the guise of piling on them and beating them to a pulp. Yeah, even Kirby can play dirty if he wants to. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because at the beginning of the game, they're all split up and you have to control a lone, weak Kirby. In order to get more Kirbys, you need to do what all growing boys should do and eat more fruit. Every 100 points worth of fruit you collect, a new Kirby will spawn, which is either 100 apples, 10 bananas, or a couple of melons. You got a couple of melons, of course somebody's going to be coming. The unique thing about this game, well, aside from everything, is that it's entirely touch controlled via the stylus on the lower screen, and the Kirbys are controlled kind of indirectly. I'd like to compare this game much more to a side-scrolling Pikmin game than a Kirby game, but at least it turned out better than the actual side-scrolling Pikmin game. Anyone remember that? You control the Kirbys, in a few ways. Firstly, if you point the stylus anywhere on the screen, they will be drawn to it like a moth to a flame. They say people either follow their heart, follow their brain, or if you're a drunk bloke in a nightclub, you follow something else. But Kirby, he's a good boy. He follows his heart. This star is supposed to be Kirby's heart, and the reason he survived such horrible magic, so he follows it. This is what you'll use just for going side to side. But when it comes to enemies, well, you can either tap on the enemy, at which point the Kirbys become murderous, or if the enemies are higher up than you, you have to fling them Pikmin style, literally flinging them with your stylus. Hopefully you don't fling them into spikes or dangerous places. Finally, sometimes the platforms can be too high for the Kirbys to jump up by themselves. Remember, they're too weak to do their flying tricks, so if you hold the stylus down on the main group, after a second, they will all be able to be dragged around for a short while like they're on a rail. All in all, the controls work surprisingly well, considering no normal buttons are used at all. This is fully touchscreen. Sometimes the camera can be a bit awkward, especially if the Kirbys are spread out. Sometimes it refuses to move on if Kirbys are left behind. This is the US Marines of the cameras. Ain't anyone been left behind. Which is mildly annoying in a panic and you're willing to sacrifice a few Kirbys for the greater good. Oh yeah, this game can be a bit of a moral quandary. Because even if you get more Kirbys, doesn't mean that they can't be taken away from you. Yeah, Kirbys can die. Literally, look, they float up like angels just as they did in that Satellaview game a few hours back. But of course they have to do it in a slightly cute way, because as they float up to the heavens, if you fling another Kirby up at them, they can catch them and bring them back down to Earth to live another day. Shame you couldn't flick your cousin up at you now when she took her last breath on the hospital ward. Aside from the emotional distress of letting a Kirby die, you want to avoid this purely for completionist sake, because many puzzles in the levels here require a certain amount of Kirbys to complete them, usually ones involving weight. But even the ones that can be accomplished by just one Kirby, the more Kirbys you have, the faster they do it. And even slightly harshly, on the level select screen, you'll see a bunch of numbers. This is not the level number, this is the amount of Kirbys required to play the level, which can be a bit of a headache if you just come from a massacre in one level. You'll be cock-blocked from doing the next one. You may have to repeat an older level to get the required amount. Thankfully, the game can realize you may end up being a bit grumpy at this point and will offer a repeated level with more melons than a Playboy mansion, just to make sure you have a lot of Kirbys by the end of it. I think this game is quietly brilliant. It's really slow paced and the levels are really long, like 10 minutes or something, which is really long for Kirby. They're full of great puzzles, ideas, and interesting obstacles to overcome. I wouldn't say it's a difficult game, at least not the storyline quest, but getting 100% is super tough. And I don't think I would ever have the patience to do it, because to get 100%, you need to get a gold star for each level. How do you do that? Well, let me break down the scoring system for you. If a Kirby dies properly, you don't get a rank at all. Yeah, you still complete the level, but you don't get your bronze or anything. If a Kirby dies, but you save him before he disappears, you get a bronze rank. If a Kirby gets hit once and turns blue, you get silver. If no Kirbys get hit at all, you get gold. So, you need to go for a perfect run on every level. Now, some are more manageable than others, but I can't even imagine trying it on some of them. Thankfully, you can just ignore this aspect. The only really annoying thing is that you can't ignore the medals, which are different from the ranks, okay? Each stage in this game has about 3 to 5 medals hidden within it. Collecting them allows you to unlock bonus material, but each stage has one special medal, which is a rainbow medal, and if you want to complete the game, you need to get this on every stage. And this isn't just to access the final level, it's to access the final world. The Roach literally tells you you can't finish this game without doing it. So I would advise doing your best as possible to get as many rainbow medals as possible first time of trying. And you don't know which ones are normal medals or rainbow medals until you actually collect them. To the game's credit, thankfully the rainbow ones tend to be one of the more obvious ones to get. They're rarely fiendishly hidden, and you'll probably get most of them the first time of asking, but you do need to be vigilant, otherwise you'll be having to replay many levels over and over again. And that means having to travel between worlds, which is ill-advised because it takes all the Kirbys away from you aside from one. It's a good way to rebalance the game from always having 10 Kirbys after the first 2 levels, because having just a few can open up some interesting gameplay ideas, but going back, if you're backtracking, well, that's just a pain. I'm not sure I like this approach. I mean, for a true ending, fine, but blocking any kind of ending, that's overly harsh. So yeah, it's not a perfect game by any means, and normal Kirby fans may not be enamored by it, but I think it's brilliant. Ingenious almost. On its own, it's a terrific game, and I'm not the kind of person who goes around saying the word terrific often. And not only is the main mode long, but it's got tons of replayability in its sub-games, which are easily some of the best the series has ever had, and maybe even worth a purchase for them alone. Okay, maybe a bit far, but goddamn, I would love a proper release of Strato Patrol EOS. It's Kirby as a shooter. Sure, we've seen it like a dozen times so far in small doses in some levels, but this is an actual proper shooter. With 10 Kirbys trailing around, it's bloody amazing. Easy, yeah, but it's a hell of a lot of fun as you decimate everything in your path and get billions in points scored. I would love for a real hardcore shmup fan to get on this game and analyze it properly. I'm rubbish at analyzing these sorts of games, but I tell you, it feels great to play, and I love it. Why is this not on the eShop? There are quite a few sub-games here, but I'll mention just 2 more of my favorites. Kirby Brawl Ball, it's Kirby Pinball, again, but even better. It's a bit shorter than the Game Boy game, but it's better in every way and very fun to play. Again, come on Nintendo, where was this as a proper game? Pinball works so well on a dual screen. Kirby Quest, it's Kirby if it was a turn-based RPG. Highly simplified and your only input is timing a power meter of sorts, but it's also great. Come on Nintendo, where is the proper Kirby RPG? Stick Kirby in like a Mario and Luigi type of game and you're literally printing money. Do it! Mario and Luigi games seem to have died along with Alpha Dream, so let's replace them with a Kirby one. It'd be great. There are a few more that are decent too, but these ones, they were some of my favorite in the entire series. That's a pretty amazing feat. And so you'll definitely want to get as many of them damn medals as you can, because that's how you unlock them. Overall, Kirby Mass Attack, fantastic. It's quite experimental, probably not going to be massively loved by those wanting a pure Kirby experience, because it's nothing like Kirby. It's just a great game in its own right, and one of the best DS games I've ever played. Shame about the cock blocking, but you know, as an unappealing gentleman, I've gotten used to that in life. Wait, what's that? A new Kirby game? That's a mainline game? On a home console? It's been a while. After being in development hell, Kumazaki-san pulled their crap together and managed to create a nice final hurrah for the Wii in Kirby's Return to Dreamland, also known in Europe as Kirby's Adventure Wii and in Japan as Kirby of the Stars Wii. I think I'm siding with America here, and not only because I like your dollars in my bank account, only partly so. Is it part of the Adventure series? Is it part of the Dreamland series? Does anyone actually care? It's Kirby, this time taking a huge notice of the success of the beige but bankable new Super Mario Bros. Wii, incorporating proper couch co-op, 4 persons multiplayer into the series for the first time, at least without the need for a logistical wiry nightmare. No garrottings will happen with this one, you just have 4 controllers and you're golden. So yeah, while it's perfectly playable in single player, you'll also have a lot of fun at playing with friends. The story involves Kirby, King Dedede, Meta Knight, and Waddle Dee. They're just chilling out one day, and just like 5 minutes after Dodgy Dave has finished plastering the spare bedroom, a crack will appear. And not from his unfitting trousers, a dimensional rift opens to show a flying ship crash land. All 4 of you being nice people or things at heart, they want to go help and find a ruffled looking Magolor in distress. His ship has been ripped to pieces and scattered all over Dreamland, and of course they want to help Magolor get back to his own dimension. The thing about this Kirby game is that it's very much a Kirby game. Of all the Kirby games I've played, this is very Kirby. There's not a whole lot that makes it unique, aside from the multiplayer aspect, but that's something we may be used to by now. It was a novelty back then, but now having, played Star Allies, Forgotten Land, it's hard to find it too interesting. But thankfully, it doesn't need to stand out with the gimmick because it's just so well designed with great levels. In fact, you know what? I think I prefer the European title, Adventure Wii, because it definitely has that spirit of the NES game, that fast-paced vibe and flow. It's very much like that, just now with 4 players and being twice as long. This time the collectibles are gears, which are actually called energy spheres, but I refuse. Look, they're gears, alright? Most stages have 3, but sometimes more are hidden around for 120 in total. Why is 120 so integral to this series? Sometimes to get them, you have to delve into an alternative dimension to face a difficult challenge, usually involving outrunning the death screen and then at the end coming face to face with a mini boss. But the biggest addition to this game, aside from the multiplayer aspect, are the super abilities. These are special forms of a few normal abilities, but take on way more power. These are often found in their own specially built sections of a level. Like I've been told many times in my life, it's not something you can whip out anytime you want. They add a huge sense of urgency and scale to proceedings, and add more interactivity with the environment, like the hammer needing to hammer things into the ground, or the flare beam that allows you to make mechanical things have power by directing an energy ball around. These are definitely more puzzle-like, even if it's often really obvious what you have to do, it's just fun regardless. And even though this was during the time when Nintendo got in a creative rut and thought every game could be solved by just having a giant version of the main character plowing through every stage, this doesn't feel like that, it doesn't feel tacked on. They actually added to the experience, and there's plenty of them. All round, it's just a well-made, solid game. It was returning to the roots of the series, which gamers probably missed at this point, especially on a home console. It was loved for its nostalgia pulling, which is hard to pull on me after I've literally spent the last 2 months of my life playing Kirby games, but just to give a little bit of context, I actually played the Nintendo Switch remaster of this game first. I played it with my daughter. In fact, I completed it with my daughter, and we absolutely loved it together. Great time. We liked it almost as much as Forgotten Land. So this Wii version couldn't be any less nostalgic for me. I mean, it's essentially the same game, and I won't talk about the remake for too long later on, but my point is, this had a greater impact at the time of release when this sort of thing didn't exist. it was a relief for many Kirby fans. Of course, there's talk of it being too easy, sure, and the multiplayer not being necessary, but that's fine for me. It was great to play with my daughter. And it's good to play with any little one because it's even more welcoming than Epic Yarn, believe it or not, because, well, Kirby can actually fly here, and you can totem pole your characters, so if your little buddy feels it's a little tough, she can jump on Daddy's head, and he can carry her through the level like the top dad you are. It's adorable. If you got kids, this is a really fun one to play. And she was really shocked by the story. I mean, it's not the first Kirby game to show betrayal, but the innocence of Magolor to actually turn on the gang who wanted to get the all-powerful crown all along and just use Kirby to help him, that shocked my daughter. Yeah, I'm not showing that here because I didn't fancy completing the game again when I just literally completed the deluxe version. But yeah, Magolor ain't as nice as he seems, and he's the final boss, believe it or not. Shock horror. But you still keep his ship, which is nice, and on it you can do a handful of challenge rooms to test your skills with various abilities, and boy, do they test you. This game is like Superstar in the fact that each ability has quite a few different capabilities, different attacks and such, and if you want to get the best score on these challenges, you need to use every last bit of skill you have with them. There are 7 in total in this version, which is a shame they didn't make one for every ability in the game, although maybe 23 normal abilities, maybe that would have been too much of an ask. And there's sub-games here too, and these are actually a bit of a disappointment. There are only 2, Ninja Dojo and Scope Shot. I mean, Ninja Dojo is ace, but there's not too much reason to play over and over again. Compared to what we just got in Mass Attack, it's quite a letdown. But thankfully, this is rectified in the remaster, which of course, I will talk more about later. The only other thing I should mention is the presentation. I love Dedede here. This is how I always think of Dedede. I don't know why they changed him in the remake, but whatever. This game looks pretty nice, even if it was made for standard definition. It hasn't aged quite as well as Epic Yarn, but few games will. And of course the remaster spruces it up nicely. But this is still fine. What's not fine, however, is the fact that the sound designer has been killed off again. The cutscene has music, but no sound effects. It's weird. Stop it. Stop murdering your sound team. They usually do a good job, okay? In Japan, you all know the most dangerous jobs are lumberjacks, the Yakuza, and the Kirby sound team. But hey, at least one of those gets to play strip mahjong every night. Those musicians are crazy. Overall, as I've stated, Return to Dreamland was exactly that, a return to a more nostalgic time, and it succeeded in that immensely. Adding in fun co-op for all the family, and a good super ability gimmick that didn't feel out of place. It wasn't revolutionary or evolutionary, it was just warm comfort food, and it did that really well. So while I may be struggling with things to talk about how it stands out from the rest, it's not supposed to. Kirby came home and was worth a playthrough for sure. Although you obviously want the remaster on the Switch and not the Wii one, although, it would look nice on your Wii collection shelf. I wouldn't say no to it, and it's still pretty cheap, at least in the UK. Who knows what you crazy Americans are asking for it. We can't end the Wii era on a high point, can we? No, just like we couldn't end the Super Nintendo era on a high point, there is another game to spoil Return to Dreamland's glory. But don't worry, I won't spend too long on it. It's actually a compilation, Kirby's Dream Collection. It's essentially just a small collection of retro Kirby games, 6 in total, which, if you've been doing the math on how many games we've done in this video, that's like 25% of the games we've covered so far. So yeah, it's not exactly an exhaustive collection, but it was an interesting one for the time because it featured games that had never been re-released up to this point. But let's take a look at what games it does include. We've got Kirby's Dream Land, Kirby's Adventure, Kirby's Dream Land 2, Kirby Superstar, Kirby's Dream Land 3, and Kirby 64. Now, 4 of these were already available on the Wii Virtual Console, and one more, Kirby's Dream Land, was available on the 3DS Virtual Console. So at launch, the only thing exclusive to this package was Kirby's Dream Land 2, which would eventually get a release on the 3DS. So it's not exactly an enticing prospect, especially if you were a Virtual Console hound like myself buying everything. But it is interesting to know that Game Boy games were working on an emulator on the Wii. which is fascinating that Nintendo didn't release any Game Boy Virtual Console games on anything aside from the 3DS. That's a missed opportunity. I mean, I get why, but I'm sure people wouldn't have minded being able to buy Game Boy games on a home console. I'd have bought a few. But before your eyes glaze over at me repeating the same thing about games I've already talked about, let me explain what's new. Because it also includes a little museum mode, which may have been nice for me if I'd have seen it, like before being 4 hours into this video. Never mind. You get little tidbits of info about Kirby and the games he's been in. It's quite good. They don't mention the Satellaview. That shows what they think of that. Even they know it was a waste of time. Although I forgot to mention before, in the first part, that the Satellaview games, they were made to promote the release of Kirby Superstar. And there's literally an advert before each minigame, so whatever, I'm getting tangented here. Let's keep going. All I'll say is, my video is slightly more in-depth, but if you need a too long didn't watch, well, then it's too late already because we're 4 hours into this. But it is worth a browse, I guess. The main attraction, however, at least to you guys watching this video, something important: new gameplay. Yeah, there's actual new game content in this package. They've taken the engine of Return to Dreamland and created new challenge rooms. Hell yes. I mean, I just talked about the challenge rooms where they test your skills on the knowledge of each of the attacks that the abilities have, and I even said how it would be nice to have more. Well, here are more. It's pretty much the same thing, but newer stuff. I mean, you still have one for sword and whip and such, but now you have one for spark and parasol. It's more like an expanded version. And also, after you do a bunch of them, there's something completely new in the fact that you can race Magalore, which is kind of like Gourmet Race in Superstar, I suppose. For these, you get graded up to a platinum score, and I tell you, this won't be easy. You really need to know everything about each ability to be as quick as possible to use them. Is it worth buying the package just for this? No, of course not. This was made to pad out the value and no doubt not waste disk space. Is there anything more painful than a 5GB disk only having like a few megabytes of ROMs on it? It was probably added on more for legal environmental obligations than anything else. Those green clipboard people get very angry if you're not filling up disks up to their fullest. They start burning down buildings in the name of environmental friendliness. I know, I studied environmental management at university. The first module I took, corporate arson. But it's nice to have on, so not only do you have 6 great Kirby games, you also have bonus material, and for the price that it was released at, it's alright. I mean, it's a shame it didn't release in Europe, but I think even then, they knew the Wii was a lost cause over there. The physical release of this came with a mini collector's edition that also had a separate soundtrack CD, which would have been great considering how awesome Kirby music is, despite them killing off their sound team all the time. Sadly, they didn't put it in the actual game with a music player. That would have been even better for me. And that's it for this era. We've been on the Nintendo 64, the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy Advance, the DS, the Gamecube, and the Wii. And, wow, what a busy decade for our little hero. But now it's time to go modern. At least in boomer terms, it's modern to me. The last decade or so of Kirby's life. And yeah, we're heading into HD, but not before we go 3D. But if you're all intrigued about Kirby and want some Kirby goodness, maybe you want a Kirby game or you want some lovely merchandise, check the links in the description. If you purchase something from there, you also support me at the same time, which very much does help. If you don't fancy Patreon, you want this stuff, that's a good way to go. Check the links below. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the modern era, which is over a decade old at the time of writing this, but let's roll with it. 3 years after the last proper Kirby game, we got Kirby's Triple Deluxe on the Nintendo 3DS. You get it? Triple D? Kirby's a boob hound. I mean, 3D, because the 3DS was known for the 3D effect, and Kirby wanted to get into some of that action. Now, I just have to make a point, almost an apology for the presentation here. I know I look a mess, but that's just my DNA, I can't help that. But also because of the way I'm showing the footage here. My initial plan was to use Citra to capture 3DS footage, but it turns out it wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. I mean, I thought it would be a headache because everything in my life is a headache, but just a mild one. But no, life is more hateful to me than I realized. So sorry for the guerrilla style filmmaking, but it's the best I could do, and I hope it doesn't ruin the atmosphere of this video. Although, considering you've watched this far already, you're probably not too fussy about the content that you watch, and I appreciate that. It was also physically painful to play the games bolted to the table, and also holding my farts for an extended period. The doctor already told me not to do that, so yeah, you'll notice my gameplay is a bit rubbish, and you may hear my belly rumble in the background. Now, Kirby would have a bit of a love affair with this console. 8 games released on the 3DS. Sure, a lot of them were smaller download titles, but this section is going to be 3DS heavy, which was a pain in my ass. But stick with it because in many regards, this is the place where Kirby has some of his best adventures yet. At least the 2 main games. The first being Triple Deluxe. Up to this point, Triple Deluxe was my favorite game on the system because, well, it was the only one I played before making this video. In many ways, it's a very standard Kirby experience. It's taken the normal formula and stuck with it. It feels like Return to Dreamland, and even though it's a good time, there's almost a safe feeling to it, but it works in its level design. This is a really nicely packed adventure with a lot going for it. So what's the story? Well, as per usual, Kirby's just enjoying his life when someone has to go and ruin it. One day, his house and King Dedede's castle are risen up from Popstar by giant vines. Heading to see what's up, you witness King Dedede getting kidnapped, so now he is a damsel in distress. You better go save his ass. Now, due to limited recording capacity, I can't show you everything, but it turns out that Dedede was mistaken for Kirby. They thought he was the true hero, and they needed to get him out of the picture in order to take over Popstar. Dedede actually has a major role in this game, despite him being passed out for like 95% of it. Anytime you're about to rock up to a boss, you'll see him get dragged away over and over again. But enough of the story, it's getting a bit tiresome and less interesting by this point in the series. The gameplay is where it's at, and this is just as good as I remember it 10 years on. What a fantastic game Triple Deluxe is! With the new-fangled 3D effect of the 3DS, it's no surprise that HAL wanted to take advantage of it, and it really does play a huge part in the game design. The promise we saw in the very first Kirby game on Game Boy, where in the first level he's flung into the background with a warp star. Well, instead of transitioning to a new screen, you just keep playing in the background. The levels are multi-layered. You can do this via a 3D warp star which are littered all over the place, and you'll be blasting back and forth or going further and further and further into the depths of the screen. It's a simple thing, but it really adds to the epicness of the adventure. And then there's the puzzle elements too. You often interact with the background from the foreground. Hitting a bomb block in the front can cause things in the background to happen, and it's just very satisfying playing this. It's so breezy, and it's one of the best Kirby games to play for an extended period of time and not get bored with it. Because it's a rather cinematic experience as well, especially thanks to the Hypernova ability. At various points in certain levels, you'll come across a big old rainbow fruit, which gives Kirby the Hypernova ability, which is just like a super suck basically, but that's less marketable. You can inhale entire trees, scores of enemies, blocks, and nice puzzle stuff. You'll be swinging more wrecking balls than Miley Cyrus. God damn, that is an old reference, and I apologize for that. I'm sure you'd already erased it from your brain. Well, now it's back. These are almost entirely superficial in the fact that you barely have to do anything aside from suck something up when you get to the next obstacle. But they end up making it really fun regardless, and this whole game is full of these small cinematic showpieces that's genuinely great. I also love the subtle but inventive use of the gyro controls on the system. Gimmicky? Yes, but just not annoying enough to get in the way. You use it to move boats on zip lines, move lit fuses to connecting wires, it's all good. I don't think many developers took gyro control seriously enough on the 3DS. It was brilliant on Ocarina of Time, here, and I can't think of many other games off the top of my head that used it to great effect. The level design is good. Not amazing like in Robobot, which I'll get to later, but it's just good, well done and designed, and it looks great on the system. The boss battles stood out as well, like the painting lady, always good for a scrap, and the ghost house levels they put in here, brilliant. Love them like I love Marzipan, which is more than my wife and child. Don't diss Marzipan with me in hearing distance, alright? They added a few new abilities, 4 in total, and I really liked 3 of them. The one I could take or leave is the Archer, which is a less awful version of the Cupid, and it's fine, nothing that tickled me too much. What I did like though, perhaps all 3 are kind of random, maybe even a bit overthought and gimmicky, but I love them. Beetle, because who doesn't want to be a Heracross? Belle, because, campanology is the third greatest middle class hobby behind jam making and judging those of a lower social class. And then there's Circus, which Kirby has done the impossible and made me like a clown. Usually when I see them, I want to instantly put them in a headlock. Not here. These two are kind of crazy in terms of their movesets, and that's why I like them. They're quite unpredictable and can pack a punch. Who doesn't want to lob bells like it's the apocalypse and you've realized Jesus is coming for your ass? I mean, overall, really impressed. Aside from just getting to the end goal of the levels, there's a couple of other things. There are 3 sunstones hidden in each level, and you need a handful in each world in order to unlock the boss battle. It is mild cock-blocking at best because I can't imagine anyone getting to the boss stage and not having enough. There are also smaller collectibles in the form of keyrings, a collector's edition's favourite tat. There are loads of retro throwbacks, as the vast majority of them are 3D renders of old school sprites, and I have to admit, it almost brought a tear to my eye. I like how they hang on the title screen, and you can use a gyro to move them about a bit. Completely useless, but just fun, I only have a couple of issues with this game, and I do think they hinder it somewhat and stops it being like in my all-time top Kirby games. Firstly, aside from the final push, the final battle which can get really tense, it's just overall quite easy, which is something that the series is known for, and I've mentioned multiple times, but I don't know what it is. I think it hinders this game in particular. Maybe it's because everything else is so top-notch, it's the thing that stands out the most. The only real issue, therefore, is more prominent. And it bleeds into the sunstones, which are almost painfully easy to obtain. I wasn't even attempting to go out of my way to grab them, since you don't really need them aside from getting like 100% completion, but I think I missed only 4 or 5 through the entire story. The lack of difficulty in this aspect makes replayability less rewarding. These are supposed to add extra challenge, but they rarely do. So instead of picking up one missed one in each level like you would in most Kirby games, you'll only have to replay a handful of levels at most. That did disappoint me quite a bit, because like I said, just a little tweak in difficulty or in their secretiveness, and you've got yourself an almost flawless game. But maybe the developers knew it would be too easy, because after completing the game and seeing the credits, you will unlock Dedede Tour, which is where Dedede finally gets his turn. His own little adventure. I've been waiting so long for this, literally 2 months of playing Kirby games for this. Yeah, he was in Return to Dreamland, but it's just not the same. This is just him against the world. This plays somewhat like Meta Nightmare, where you play through the whole game uninterrupted with some minor changes. There's no world map, you're just thrown from level to level. There are secret warp points to speed up the process, and between the worlds you can save for Dedede, which kind of makes sense, even when knowing what you're supposed to do, and even without the hypernova suckage sections, you'll be having to play for 3 or 4 hours straight. I mean, even the system can't last that long without charging, although you could just, close the lid on your 3DS and put it to sleep mode, but hey, they probably want it to still be accessible, because who doesn't want to take Dreamland to Pound Town with this massive hammer? Sounds wrong. As per usual, this is my favourite part of the game, made extra special thanks to it being Dedede this time rather than Meta Knight. It's well worth playing through after taking a short break, after completing the main game, for sure. Once you've finished that, or maybe in between the 2 big modes, Triple Deluxe contains 2 sub-games, Kirby Fighters and Dedede Drum Dash, and they're both pretty good, certainly focusing on quality not quantity here. Kirby Fighters is Kirby trying to get in on the Smash Bros action. There's a whole sub-game that's Smash Bros, just with Kirby copy abilities instead. This almost feels like it could be its own game, which I'll get to in a second. Here you have 8 Kirby abilities to choose from, and you try to be the winner. Unlike Smash, they actually have health bars, and there's a very nice selection of stages as well. Even some animal friends appear. Brings a tear to my eye again. Dedede Drum Dash is another Dedede story mode, and it's a genre that I love, a rhythm game in the form of a platformer. Timing your jumps, it's really tough and there are not many levels, but I'll talk more about this and Kirby Fighters in depth very soon, because they would get their own separate enhanced release on the 3DS eShop. Yeah, they were good enough to get their own game, which tells you the potential they had. Overall, Triple Deluxe is an amazing game. At first it looks and feels deceptively safe, but as you're sucked into it more and more and enjoy the fun level design, great presentation, nice use of 3DS features, and enjoy some of the best boss battles in the series, and smashing things to pieces as Dedede, this is definitely an essential game on the system and in the series. I think I even enjoyed it playing it more 10 years later, which is weird, although maybe my analytical brain wasn't switched on at that point. Or maybe I'd recently played Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, which is one of my favorite games ever, and didn't quite stack up to that, I don't know. But it's something you should definitely play, and a very auspicious start to Kirby on the system. But the folks at HAL wouldn't be content with leaving Triple Deluxe at that, because they had the genius idea of, let's milk it some more. Thanks to the new-fangled idea of having smaller downloadable titles, they sure as hell made the most of it by taking the fun sub-games and repackaging them to separate downloadable titles. Yeah, Kirby Fighters was rejigged to be Kirby Fighters Deluxe and sold for the not-so-princely price of $7. That seems reasonable. But it's not just been lifted wholesale, it is an upgraded version. Kind of, it's not massively different from the original. It has the exact same copy abilities, minus 2 extra ones that can be attained if you have Street Pass data for Triple Deluxe. Why? You just paid $7 for this, don't be hiding it behind a $35 purchase. I don't know what the idea was there. I mean, I know the idea. They want you to buy the more expensive main game, but, you know, if they really had to, at all costs, pull this monetary nonsense, it should have been the other way around. If you buy this simple $7 downloadable title, we'll chuck in a small bonus in the main game. Not a copy ability, of course, something not gameplay related, but, you know, whatever. I'm not a businessman. But okay, I should probably talk about this game, right? So it's a platform fighter. 4 Kirbys battling it out with each other, sometimes 2v2, sometimes you against the world. It's a bit like Smash Bros in some aspects. It's very accessible to play with only a few moves per copy ability. Unlike Smash, however, the goal isn't to launch the opponent off screen, you just have to whittle their health bar down to the bottom. I guess they didn't want to get too close to being accused of copying. Even though it was HAL who developed the original Smash Bros, but hey, no one enjoys having a finger pointed at them, so I'll stop pointing the finger. Why not? It's a neat idea to get some of that Smash thirst people have. Not many companies try to emulate it. Sony failed, and the indie games that pop up just don't quench the thirst since they don't have recognizable characters. Well, Kirby does. There's Kirby, Dedede, Meta Knight, Bandanity, and all manner of allies who have aided him in his adventures over the years, like Adeline. I'm sure she could like pimp slap a hoe back to the crack house. But no. All we have is Kirbys. Lots and lots of different colored Kirbys. But these Kirbys have different copy abilities, which are carbon copies of how they act in the main game, so the real reason is that it was just easier to do. Of the copy abilities, there's Sword, obviously, Whip, Parasol, Ninja, Hammer, Fighter, Cutter, Bomb, Beam, Archer. Plus Beetle and Bell, which I'm sure is a song from Blur because I listened to them like a few days ago. They definitely have a song called Beetle and Bell. Presentation is slim on the ground. You are thrust straight into the rounds. You pick your ability, the difficulty, and off you go. 9 rounds to get to the end boss, who, well, you know who it's going to be. There is a mild order to things. You know the first round is 1v1, you know round 5 is going to be against a large Polish city, but there's random elements in there too. I'm just showing off easy right now because it's hard enough playing like this while I'm recording, but at least I can say it's very accessible. Outside of Dedede, I didn't break a sweat, only my finger ligaments. The final boss is pretty cool, as Dedede throws out loads of mini-me's before taking you on himself. The harder the difficulty, the more mini-me's he throws at you. Stages are simple, usually only having a few platforms to jump between. There's nothing too fancy, but they are nicely designed and colourful. They make good use of the Kirby series, like seeing Dreamland 3's art style for this woodland scene. It's great. Even the 3 animal friends make an appearance. I miss you guys. Why didn't they make a 3DS game in this art style? It looks really cool. Butter buildings, great. My favourite one is where you fight Krakow. It just looks gorgeous. In total, there are 12 stages, which is more than the original 7, so there is that in terms of value. And I said the presentation isn't great, but I don't mean in the art style, I mean in the menus and interface. It just throws you into the game without any options, really. Which is the game's biggest weakness. You can either do a free play fight, or do the arcade mode. And you just do it with every character, and that's supposed to be that. There's nothing much to keep you going or twist things up a little. No achievements, unlockables, goals. There's no rewards for being a hero here. Just get in there, do your job, fight, show them who's boss, and you show them no fear, which is the pep talk my wife gives me every morning before I go in the classroom to teach. I won't let those kids eat me alive. And surviving another day is reward enough. And to be fair, it is quite fun. Not teaching, that's awful. I mean this game. I just think it's a missed opportunity to have a bit more. A fully fledged game. As it is, it's currently just another arena mode, but this time with only Kirbys instead of interesting bosses. Of course, there are multiplayer options. Sadly, I don't believe there is any online play, which can be, death blow for these types of games, but maybe they weren't expecting too many people picking this one up. Instead, for multiplayer, you have to rely on download play, kind of like the ad hoc multiplayer feature that was on the 3DS. So other people with 3DSs didn't even need to buy the game, which is nicely generous. As a little curio, this is a nice little game, but the problem is there's just not much of an incentive to purchase it if you already own Triple Deluxe, which is who I thought would be the primary target audience. Wow, an expanded Kirby Fighters sounds awesome, but it's just not enough. Perhaps those who wanted Kirby Fighters but didn't want Triple Deluxe, it's got to be a pretty small pool of people. I don't know, maybe they thought the Smash Bros crowd would want to get in on the action. It's mildly amusing to think about. But as I said, this is a game that has potential, and I'm interested to see what the sequel has to offer on the Nintendo Switch, because yeah, there is a Kirby Fighters 2. I mean, it was poorly marketed aside from a quick mention in the Direct, but it's there, and I will be getting to it in the very near future. But if you don't make it that far, which I wouldn't blame you, people have to die of old age at some point, and this video is a fair candidate for it. But the too long didn't watch is, this is a decent game, but ignore it and get Kirby Fighters 2. Dedede's Drum Dash Deluxe is more D's than anybody needs, even the ladies, because sometimes too much is too much. This is a new upgraded version of Dedede's Drum Dash found in Triple Deluxe. However, unlike Fighters Deluxe, this has entirely new content. Instead of the measly 4 stages found in the sub-game, this standalone title has 7 completely different stages. There is no crossover. Now personally, 7 still sounds pretty meager for a rhythm game, but there are EX versions of those, so it brings it up to 14. Still, that's not great. Even for $7, I feel like there could have been at least 10 unique stages. There are so many Kirby songs, classic tunes, that would fit perfectly into a rhythm game. This needed to be a full-blown title. This isn't just any rhythm game, it's more of a rhythm platformer. As the game starts, Dedede jumps onto a drum, of which there is a long path of them. He jumps automatically, but if you press A, just as he lands, you do a higher jump. And if you press A when he drops down again after a high jump, you can turn it into a super jump. The idea is to clear it as quickly as possible, as well as pick up all the coins, as well as not take damage from enemies or by falling to your death. That tends to cause a bit of a fuss. I would say these requirements aren't so tough, but where the game breaks me is the actual rhythm part. I love rhythm games, but this just messed with my brain so much, because you're always judged on the backbeat, which word is on the street, that it messes with my head. Because as Dedede reaches the peak of his height, for whichever kind of jump that he does, you need to press A again. And he'll pull out the instrument of choice of every female tag-along in a 60s rock band, the tambourine. They can't just stand there looking unwashed. Time this correctly and you'll get bonus points. Anyways, you need to do this for every single jump if you want to get the award for it. And I just can't do it. I feel like an imbecile. Sure, it's not necessary to do if you just want to enjoy the game, but to 100% it, I need some sort of lobotomy to help me out. Most of the songs are borrowed from Triple Deluxe, which will come as no surprise, but the best thing is the track that's borrowed from Kirby Superstar, Boarding the Halberd. Love that song. Like I said though, it's just a massive shame there's not more content here. 7 songs seem so meager. Doing both the standard and EX levels will unlock masks which Dedede can wear, but there's only 2 of them. You can get 3 more for free if you own Triple Deluxe. Once again, totally unnecessary. You just paid $7 for this. Why are you hiding 3 masks behind a $35 purchase? Seems stingy. And yet, as much as the game is quite fun, and I like the idea of it, there just needed to be a bit more. Obviously, you're going to be replaying the levels to try and at least get gold to unlock the EX level, and maybe try and get platinum, but there needed to be some other incentives, some small unlockables to keep you going, just anything. But it just seems content deprived, and that's why this segment is so short. There's almost nothing to say about Dedede Drum Dash Deluxe, and that's saying something considering I was really excited to be able to play this one. I'd say I'd give time of day to every Kirby game, no matter what, but the fact that I can't speak too much here, that says it all. It's a bit of a disappointment. Speaking of disappointments, my career, the Wii U. The Wii U was an utter failure. It's one of the worst things Nintendo's ever made, and I say this as someone who was dumb enough to have owned the damn thing and collected for it. Look, that's only the first layer, there's more behind it. If it wasn't for the magnificent first-party library, it would have been like worse than the Virtual Boy. It was almost asking to be euthanized. But fortunately for gamers, and unfortunately for the Wii U if it was actually sentient, most of its best games were ported over to the Nintendo Switch. Good move. Its best games went from selling less than 1 million to selling tens of millions on the Switch. Most of them made it over, but a few of the more special releases did not. Star Fox Zero due to its gimmicky controls, Xenoblade Chronicles X because they've been busy pumping out other Xenoblade games on the system, and this segment, Kirby's only outing on the Wii U, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, also known as Kirby and the Rainbow Paintbrush in Europe. It was the sequel of sorts to the well-loved but not by me DS game, Canvas Curse. I didn't exactly love that one, but I tell you what, I love Rainbow Curse. At least I did when I originally played it at launch. It was a budget title, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have quality. I like this game a lot, and so I was excited to see if my feelings were the same 8 years later. Jesus Christ, where did the time go? The first thing you'll notice about this game is the art style. It has a super distinctive clay, Play-Doh visual style, and it is wonderful to look at. Not quite as good as my daughter's monstrosities, but close. And it's HD for the first time. Unless you've been rocking the Dolphin emulator and boosting Kirby's air ride to 8K like the boss you should be. Unfortunately, you can never get the best look at it when playing because the game is entirely played via touch controls, and you almost certainly need to be looking at the gamepad screen the entire time in order to get your coordination on point. You should not be looking at the TV while playing this. It'd be like tying your shoelaces without looking. It's possible, but it's probably gonna look like a child did it, and you'll struggle with the game. But you know what? On a gamepad, I guess it looks fine. It might even suit the style better being like non-HD, kind of retro, low frame rate, but it's not exactly gorgeous HD, is it? Still, great for those sitting on the couch and backseat gaming, although with this kind of gameplay, those backseat gamers will probably be sick of you in about 5 minutes, because just like the original, it looks easy and relaxing, but it ain't. The story is simple as per usual. Kirby's just enjoying his life when a dimensional rift opens and Master Hand's creepy, extra grabby uncle who's on bail pops up to suck the entire colour from the world. Kirby and a new friend, Elaine, want to bring colour back, so off on the adventure you go. The principle is very similar to Canvas Curse, but I think the design is way better. You can tap Kirby to do a charge roll to hurt enemies, you can also do a loop-de-loop to speed things up. This time, however, you cannot tap enemies to stun them. That makes you feel much less godlike. Kirby's powerful enough as it is. Those Bronto Berts don't need some omnipotent god coming in from the sidelines to help out too. That's just unfair. And I suppose it also means you can focus a bit. Canvas Curse had this weird decision-making choice. Tap Kirby or tap the enemy. And you ended up trying to do both using your nose as a second stylus. You just get confused. Here you can use the rainbow ropes to protect Kirby from lasers and cannons, and there's even sections where you have to connect zip lines, which is an interesting idea. Maybe a bit fiddly at times, but that's a minor point. Levels have a mix between quite open, being tight, and auto-scrollers. You can never get too comfortable with just one style. The puzzles here are also much better because they feel far more naturally integrated within the level. Everything just fits within the theme of the worlds, whether it be the Dooney deserts, the water levels, which are far less painful this time around by the way, everything just fits where it should go. While it's not a walk in the park, you will feel at least rather chill and relaxed with this game, at least a bit more. It's a challenge, but also pretty stress-free. There are times when there's no ground below, and you need to keep Kirby up, which puts stress on the amount of paint that you can use, but the game's fairly generous with refill power-ups. And getting to the end of each level shouldn't be a massive hassle, unless you work for GameSpot, who for some reason thought this was too difficult. Or maybe it is, and I'm just some sort of gaming god. I mean, it's a possibility. I crush my daughter every single time to tears, so maybe I'm really good at games. Getting 100%, however, as with all Kirby games, that is a great test, especially in the spin-offs. I don't know why they focus so hard on the spin-offs. In each level, there are around 5 special treasure chests, which contain either music for the music player or figurines for the characters and enemies. Getting some of them can require forward thought and planning, mostly in the form of collecting enough stars for Kirby to activate a superpower, which allows him to plow through even steel blocks. Think of the stars as spinach and Kirby as Popeye. All makes sense. Then there are secret areas that go off screen, especially vertically, which are only vaguely hinted at with their location. And finally, the special rooms, not only finding the door, which is indicated by a clock, but then actually taking on the challenge within, which tend not to be too difficult, but you only have a very short amount of time to do it. So you've got to assess the situation, figure out what you need to do, and then execute it perfectly within about 10 seconds. It is really tight. Another thing is the amount of stars you collect in a level. You get hundreds of them, but you'll have to get an unknown amount to grab the gold for each level. This can be quite difficult, and you will need to grind the stars out if you want to get that gold. And finally, the one that can be the most frustrating of the lot if you balls it up is the goal game, which has a rotating prize system, and you have to make Kirby touch the one you want. The one you're gonna want is the storybook, which is needed for completion. It's also super cute. But if you mess up, or Kirby's not facing the right way at the right time, well, you definitely have to play the level entirely again and hope you don't double balls up. So that aspect can make it fairly tough, but it is worth it because it is such a joy to play. Very rarely super frustrating. The only thing that mildly brings it down is an ounce of repetition. For example, once per world there is a level dedicated to Kirby being transformed into a vehicle, a submarine, tank, or rocket. And I love the fact there's a little cameo for the OG animal friends as they transform. There's my mankind, I love you dude, miss you. These are fun levels, but quite predictable when they pop up. They also reuse boss fights more than I reuse jokes. Although my defense is that I make so many videos, I don't remember what I've said before. Kirby has no such excuse. Taking the final bosses out of the picture, there's only 3 bosses, and they're each used twice, slightly differently of course, but come on. Kirby is known for having loads of unique bosses. That's why arena mode is such a staple. But aside from that, I think this game is absolutely ace. I'm kinda glad they didn't include any normal copy abilities, as I think the simplified nature of it means it's more enjoyable. Canvas Curse, I always felt stressed, always had to juggle my own precious balls, which made it less enjoyable, hard to take in the adventure when you've always got a sweat on. This Rainbow Paintbrush is just so pure, it's refined. It took away the fat and improved on what was really the most important aspect, the level design. It can also be played multiplayer. While one person plays as Kirby on the gamepad, 3 other people can play as different coloured bandana Ds. They can even pick up Kirby as well as items and attack enemies. The controls aren't as smooth as you'd expect in a proper Kirby game. It did feel a bit awkward, but I appreciate that me and my daughter could play together. She actually enjoyed playing as Bandana D more because it was easier and less risky than Kirby. She loved it. As I've stated before, rarely will I talk about music because I don't want to repeat myself, despite repeating that exact line I said 3 hours ago. But yeah, I do want to give a special mention to the music here because I don't want to be like a hyperbolic Harry, but I would say this is the best music the series has ever had. It is the best music in the series. And I genuinely mean that. And I think it might have something to do with the Wii U era, because Nintendo's games at that time were unbelievably good when it came to music, even their B-team releases. I mean, Yoshi's Woolly World absolutely killed it. Xenoblade Chronicles X, aside from the flying music, I loved that too. Even the battle theme with the rapping, genuinely, unironically love it. And this, Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, I don't know what they were smoking at this time, but they stepped it up big time. The special juice was flowing in Nintendo's cafeteria in this era. I love the soundtrack, and I've had it on my music player since the original came out. Just stick this on a playlist, and it will make your day entirely better. Your wife's left you, she's taken the kids, she's probably going to get the house as well, and worst of all, you might have to sell your record collection, but stick this music on and you'll still be in a jaunty mood as your parents begrudgingly let you sleep in the cupboard under the stairs. The presentation is almost the best Kirby's ever been. The music, the visuals, it doesn't get better than this. If things were this good in a mainline game with normal gameplay, it would probably be the best Kirby game ever made. As it is, it's just a phenomenal game. Not a quintessential Kirby, but goddamn a great game. Way better than Canvas Curse. Its level design is great, the personality top notch, and there's loads to be getting on with. And of all the quick ports to make cash back period Nintendo was going through at one point, I'm shocked we never saw a late 3DS port of this, because it would have been perfectly suited. Even more so than Epic Yarn, which I'll talk about that port a bit later on, because I can't imagine we're ever going to see this game ever again. Yeah, the Switch has touch controls, but it's hardly the Wii U with a stylus, and Nintendo already want you to forget touch controls exist, so if you're one of those poor saps with a Wii U, pick this game up immediately. It's one of my favorite games on the system, and it's one of the most unique experiences the console has to offer. I loved it back then, and I love it even more now. Kirby's next proper mainline game would take a few years to come out, but Come Out Planet Robobot did, and blew a lot of people away. And yes, it is really good. But I do have to say that I made the slight mistake of playing Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot back to back. Literally, I was sick in bed for 2 days, and I played Triple Deluxe and Robobot straight. Almost like one massive adventure, which it was an awesome experience. Unfortunately for this video, it means that both games are sort of melded together into one giant experience, so if I mix some things up, it's because of that. But despite me being slightly feverish during my playtime, I am confident to say that Planet Robobot is just as good as Triple Deluxe, if not better, and one of the best Kirby games of all time. Although I will say I can't be fully responsible for any crossover confusion, because Robobot is in many ways just a reskin and a refinement of Triple Deluxe. It's like they made a template and changed the textures, but along the way they also got pretty good at level design and inventiveness. The game structure is exactly the same. You go through a world and you unlock the boss level if you've collected enough of a certain, but nothing you need to go out of your way for, amount of this game's sunstones. But this time it's not sunstones, they are code cubes, which fits the game's mechanical motif. There's also a different collectible. Swapped out are the keychains for the mildly less interesting stickers. All of the copy abilities from Triple D also make an appearance here too. They've also made heavy use of the layered level design, if not even more so, switching between them constantly. So yeah, at times it can make it feel like you're playing a bit of a texture swap, but what's different, what's new? Well, there are a few new abilities, and they are pretty fun. ESP quickly became a favourite of mine, purely thanks to how badass it is. I have to thank many an easy boss fight due to its cheese ability. Doctor is surprisingly fun too. He'll be giving many an enema to the enemies in this game, firing off suppositories left, right and centre. He's handing out pills quicker than American doctors. And finally, there's Poison, which is quite interesting, but I found it a little bit difficult to handle. I already produced my own deadly gas clouds, I don't need representation in Kirby. 3 sounds meager, but they went above and beyond in a new addition to the game. Robo Kirby. It's not called Planet Robobot just because they have a stutter. This is the big new addition to the series, and it's awesome. You think just Kirby riding around in a mech suit hulking the crap out of everything would be a shallow addition. You know, the type that Nintendo enjoyed doing during this era, just giving a massive version of Mario plowing through the stage. They did it a dozen times in various games, but this is another level. Because not only can he demolish everything, he also adds puzzle elements, such as cranking things to make platforms loose, or twisting them around to make new areas open up. Mecha Kirby has his own copy abilities. Yeah, this just ain't plain Jane mecha suit. It can scan 12 enemies to change its form. Fire mode, parasol mode, ice mode. They each have their own unique moveset, animation, and visual style, and they're awesome. They add so much to the game, even puzzle elements, like the ice one, having to create snowman heads, roll them onto the snowman before it melts. Wheel turns you into an actual trike as you blast through levels, and Jet turns the game into a shooter on a few occasions. It's brilliant. And it's what makes the game forgivable for seemingly being a texture swap, because it's clear so much effort went into this gimmick, and it's one of the most prominent gimmicks in the series, because it's almost always there. It's not like the super ability in Return to Dreamland or Hypernova in Triple Deluxe, where they pop up from time to time, like the director pulled out his datasheet and decided, yeah, we need one about here, as the marketing team stare at him from behind. This is almost every level, and you're in and out of the suit all of the time for puzzle elements. Kinda reminds me of Blaster Master in that sense. And that's what leans into the game's greatest asset, the level design and puzzles. They're just great, very inventive and clever, and it means it's just a pleasure to play through this game. Is it just as easy as Triple Deluxe? Yeah, it is. Once again, these code cubes will be grabbed without too much extra effort on your part, which is a disappointment for me. I got to the end credits with only a handful missed, and I wasn't even trying that hard. Maybe they wanted it to be accessible as possible, and instead add difficulty to the bonus modes that's included here, which are, what are they? Well, in Triple Deluxe we had Dedede take his first steps as a main protagonist, while this time they swapped him for Meta Knight. Again, Meta Nightmare returns, the third edition of this style of game we've had, and it's almost the same as Superstar Ultra, including the special abilities, but this time there are now checkpoints, which, I don't know about you, but takes away a little bit of the point of the mode, but it is much longer than previously, so I guess I understand they may not be willing to make people play this game for 4 hours straight. At least that's what I guess it would be, without all the faff of the cutscenes and side stuff, but you know, whatever. It's still just as fun to play through. Meta Knight is as badass as ever, and they changed up the boss battles to make it worth experiencing for that alone. The dude's just so great, he doesn't need a mech suit to help him out, he can just smash things to pieces with his sword. What a baller. Of course, the novelty of this mode has been somewhat neutered as it's become more prevalent in the series, and definitely less necessary in the game compared to the previous 2 appearances, but it's the perfect reward for completing a wonderful game. Outside of this, from the start there are 2 sub-games available, Team Kirby Clash and Kirby 3D Rumble, which, just like Triple Deluxe, would see their own separate releases. In fact, one of them would see their own sub-series spawn from it, so I'll talk about them more in depth in a second, but it is worth noting that they are different enough from the separate releases. They have their own level design and missions. It's not much of a case of Kirby Fighters being basically the same thing. All in all, Planet Robobot, phenomenal game. It took Triple Deluxe and built upon it. While the gameplay is utterly solid, and perhaps the best it's ever been, there is one thing I liked more in Triple Deluxe. In that game, there were some more epic moments, more cinematic pieces, on-rails, predetermined stuff that felt really good. Planet Robobot doesn't really do that, at least not as much, especially until the end of the game, which is quite epic by the way. I won't spoil it, even though I've spoiled every single Kirby game at this point. You find out for yourselves. The story is more interesting. I haven't talked about that yet. It's simple. Kirby's taking a nap again, at which point a UFO-like spaceship invades and gets in on the genocide early this time. Popstar is completely mechanized. It's actually a corporation wanting to build the ultimate robot, which turns out it wants to wipe out every living creature. See, even Kirby's warning us about AI, and we don't have Kirby to save us when the drones start firing missiles to our apartments. Be careful. This game also introduces one of the more interesting characters in recent times, Susie. She may sound like a plain secretary, and that's because she is. But she's actually very interesting, even though I'm not sure how she can be considered an ally of Kirby later on. I must have missed the part where she redeemed herself. She's kind of a bad guy. But whatever, she was interesting. She's also named after my childhood dog, who coincidentally also wanted to take over the universe. And dare I say it, Kirby's first and only mildly sexy anime babe? think so. I don't want to Google her because I know there's going to be some weird crap on there. There is one thing that confuses me greatly about this game though, something which plagued my entire experience: the frame rate. I don't know what went wrong between Triple Deluxe and this, but with the 3D effect on, the frame rate doesn't know what time of day it is. And I know 95% of you out there are too precious for the 3D effect. I don't get it. You're probably ugly anyways. Who cares if you go cross-eyed for a little bit? Just enjoy the artisticness, it's beautiful. But yeah, if you have the 3D effect on, it constantly moves from 60 to 30 and then lower, and it's massively distracting. I persisted with it because, like its predecessor, this game does play nicer with it due to, all the background trickery, judging depth of hazards, stuff that was built with this effect in mind. It is a better game with it, whether you like it or not, but it's not nice to play, at least on the base 3DS XL. Maybe it runs better on the new 3DSs, I don't know, but it is disappointing because I can't see what could be bringing it down. It's not as though there's like a huge gulf in visuals, but I'm not a tech guy, so what do I know? It's just disappointing in what is otherwise an amazing game. It feels so good, it feels like it's been overly polished at times, like it's been produced with scientific precision, with infallible AI. Wait a minute, that kind of fits with the theme of the game. Maybe it was made by AI and they're giving us warning. Robots can be dangerous, maybe they have feelings too, and they can also be sexy corporate spies, telling us the important stuff. Thanks, Kirby. Overall, this is an essential game. If you haven't played it, go play it right now. Okay, not right now, after this video is finished. It's better than Triple Deluxe in many ways. It's not as good as Triple Deluxe in a couple of ways, but you need them both regardless. They deserve to be in your collection, young man, or young girl, or old fogey, probably. So we should talk more about the sub-games in Robobot, because Team Kirby Clash Deluxe got its own separate eShop release. And well, this is a first for the series. It was free. A free game filled with microtransactions. Yeah, they went the mobile monetization route. But I'm open, it's Nintendo, they've got a reputation to protect. They can't be overly egregious with their monetization, right? Well, maybe. Let's take a look. Firstly, what is this gameplay style all about? Well, it's kind of like a mission-based multiplayer boss battle action RPG, which is a mouthful, but it's actually a very focused game. You have this little hub area, there's a shop there owned by Magalore. What the hell's he doing here? We just annihilated him to oblivion. He tried to destroy the universe, and here we are just buying cigarettes from him. They better be tax-free. You start off with just one Kirby, your classic pink Kirbs, and you can choose one of 4 classes to pick from: Sword, Doctor, Beam, and Hammer. And you are tasked with looking at the mission board, which has certain bosses misbehaving, and you need to take them out. The first one is a giant Waddle Dee, because why not? Think of each of the missions as side-on boss battles, or even just mini-bosses that have their health jacked up like they've been taking more steroids than Lance Armstrong. They take a while to stay the frig down. After you've played a few of these, you'll be able to have all 4 Kirbys together, 3 of them controlled by the CPU. There are only 4 copy abilities available, which seems low, but well, it is, not gonna lie. I don't see a huge reason why there couldn't have been more. It's not like Sword, Hammer, Doctor, and Beam are massively upgraded from their normal counterparts in the main game, but I do know the real reason, and that's because the game wants you to grind, buy all their delicious, expensive, hard to purchase equipment. If they had too many abilities, there'd be some sort of government intervention, or at least they want a bigger cut of the profit. Because let's face it, politicians ain't gonna buy that garden decking for themselves. Now, there are only 25 different enemies, and that's including tougher versions of already used bosses, which isn't very much for a game designed around them. That's not much more than the average arena mode in the standard Kirby game, so there's definitely quite a bit of repetition here. And the game doesn't want you to complete it so fast, of course. That's where the mobile style gaming flow comes in. There's timers and cock blocks. If you want to do a mission, it will cost you vigor, which is not abundant here. I thought Kirby had endless vigor. At least that's what I read in OK Magazine when Adeline did her tell-all expose on Kirby. What a guy. But no, it's not that kind of vigor. You only have a bit of vigor to start with, and if you want more, you need to use gem apples. How do you get them gem apples? Well, you can get them by completing certain missions in special ways. You'll get some for beating it the first time, others ask you to complete them with a certain ability, or clear it without one of your team fainting. This will get you through the game for a good few hours until the numbers get a bit too much, at which point you'll have to resort to the free ones that you get every 12 hours. Yeah, the game gives you free ones, but still, it won't be enough to get through the entire game in any decent decade. So you do have the option of paying for more, and paying for a bigger tree to produce more gem apples than normal. Obviously, it's not ideal, and if this game was paid already, it would be horrendous, but as it's a free game, I can't complain too much. Now with the eShop deader than my YouTube hopes, I can't actually spend a penny, and it did take a while for me to come across moments when I couldn't do anything but wait until the timer let me. You'll be playing a few hours for free without worry. Maybe later it will get worse, and in fact, I looked online and it said if you don't pay a single penny for this game to 100% complete it, it would take about 3 years. So yeah, that's pretty full on. But if you bought the top tier microtransaction, which was about 25 bucks, it would take about 9 days to 100% complete it. Obviously, I don't think 100% completion is an ideal, just enjoy it, it's fine. I may have thrown in a few bucks at it if I enjoyed it enough, but I didn't feel pressured to pay anything. And let's face it, those wait times can be good for you. Go outside for a walk, take your nan to bingo, play a different game, it's not going anywhere. Sometimes it's good for a game to say, oi, go give attention to something else, yeah? Can't be sitting playing this for 6 hours straight. It's pretty fun, I'll give it credit. There's a reason arena modes in Kirby are well regarded, because it's fun besting the enemies with different abilities, that kind of thing. It can be quite confusing though, because of all the currency type things found here. There's Vigor, of course, those apples, and even fragments which are used in conjunction with apples to buy stuff from the shop. And you'll definitely need to buy stuff to keep your fighters the best they can be and defeat the foes in the allotted time. Oh yeah, there is a time limit to battles, and if you don't complete it in time, you can pay an apple fine to keep things going. Which is where the monetization, it kind of lost me. I'm just thinking of it like an arcade game. You've lost, pop in another quid to keep you going. I don't like that. And that's what feels the most predatory about this. But as long as you have the restraint, it's okay. And even then, if you were preyed upon, it's too late. You can't buy anything for this game anymore. It's now forcing you to be responsible, which is quite funny. All in all, I mean, this is a decent game and would have been an easy gaming fix for those on a budget on the 3DS. Sure, it would have taken you years to complete it, but you still have fun even if you got to the stage where progress is slow. And now that there's no way to spend money on it, it's almost even better because there's no pressure to do so. You cannot be a whale! However, it is worth noting that this must have been successful and was granted a sequel on the Nintendo Switch, which still has microtransactions. So if you really want to be the Moby Dick to Nintendo's Ahab, then maybe go for that one. But if you're not mentally prepared to have microtransactions blasted in your face, then maybe go for this one. But I'll talk about the sequel a bit later on, okay? We've got other games to talk about. Kirby's Blowout Blast would be the final 3DS eShop only game released for Kirby, and it's a sequel to Kirby 3D Rumble, but with a more fitting name. Let's be honest, there wasn't much of a rumble going on in the original. The only rumble was in my belly, which starved for content. Blowout Blast, perfect. Unlike the game itself, which is just, it's alright. It's the same kind of principle. There are a handful of worlds, each with a bunch of stages. Kirby can walk around them in 3D, inhaling blocks and enemies to then fling off to other enemies. It's an easy game to play, but it's hard to master, because this is all about scoring points than actually getting to the goal. Levels are super compact. They remind me of something like Mario 3D Land, also on the 3DS. The original game only had 13 stages, whereas this has 23, plus double that for EX versions of the stages, which are unlocked if you manage to grab gold. And past the first few levels, that is quite tough, because this game is almost like a scientific puzzle game in order for you to grab everything you need. In total, this has 51 stages, which is quite a meaty game. Definitely feels like it's worth a purchase over settling for the sub-game in Robobot. Kirby can't really do too much in terms of abilities. There's no copy abilities here. Kirby can only jump and then rely on using star blocks and other enemies as projectiles. Walking around feels a little bit weird. Definitely not as smooth as later attempts put him in 3D, but at least it's not like Kirby's Air Ride bad. In order to complete this game, you have to take out all the enemies, and comboing them will drastically increase your points total. You also need to take into account your speed, because you'll be judged on how fast you do it, and you get big bonuses if you finish a level without getting hit, if you grabbed all the coins and defeated every enemy. Seriously, you need to do all of these, otherwise you won't be getting gold often, and not even close to the platinum trophy. You don't need those, but they are possible if you play like a Tazbot, like a precision engineered Waddle Dee sucking machine, which is the most niche specific product you can buy on Amazon. The prices are crazy though. I did get platinum for some of the early levels, but getting them later on, that is really stringent. But that's where Blowout Blast is quite strong, because not only is there a sizable amount of levels, but there's also replayability to go for that perfection. It becomes an arcade game of sorts. You need to channel your inner Billy Mitchell. I know I don't mean by cheat, I mean to find a way to come out on top by any means necessary. Legal means, of course, and by legal I don't mean telling your lawyer to go after YouTubers. I mean by using your guile. No, not Guile from Street Fighter. By guile I mean this joke's gone on too long. It's a nice game. If you're into getting those top high scores in old arcade games, you'll probably get a nice handle on this because the levels are run like military drills. The same thing's always going to happen, and if you've got the mental will to remember it all and pull it off, it is a fun game. Of all the smaller 3DS eShop releases, this one feels like it was most justified for a separate release. It feels like a much fuller release, a bigger step up. Don't get me wrong, Dedede Drum Dash, Fighters Deluxe, fun games for sure, but they were hardly a big departure from the original sub-game. Whereas this has the legs, it has the content, has the expansion, and it's also a decent game. I mean, like 3 hours? Yeah, that'll do. Probably more if you want to get platinum. Okay, it's not a life sentence worth like Clash Deluxe was, but for $7 that's alright by me, and I say it is the most successful eShop 3DS release for Kirby. Even for those who aren't into high scores, the fact that this was reasonably priced means you probably got your money's worth if you just played the levels at your own leisure. And for a younger kid, not a bad way to introduce them to the concept of video games, getting them used to 3D environments. The presentation also pretty good as well. Yeah, it kind of looks like an indie game, and it's weird seeing everyone move in 3D for the first time, kind of. It feels a bit stiff. Stiffer than blokes on Copacabana Beach. I'm talking about the corpses that wash up on shore. You can't get stiffer than that. Bronto Bert's flying formations just scream, please line up a shot at us, which makes it seem more constructed than it otherwise could be. There's not much of an illusion of things being natural in the environment, but that's picking the nit a bit too much there. I should cut it some slack. It's a fun little downloadable title that paved the way for a true 3D Kirby game, and that is commendable. You don't need to rush out and play this one, but if it's on your 3DS, give it a go. You might find it enjoyable. Kirby Battle Royale is neither a mainline game nor an expanded sub-game farted out on the eShop. It's just its own thing, and was a full-price game. Coming out very late on the 3DS's life, the Nintendo Switch was already out. This was 2017, meaning it was pretty much dead on arrival on store shelves. Yeah, it actually got a physical release. It was a release more expensive than Triple Deluxe, so it must be a meaty experience, right? Not really. This is just a collection of mini-games. It may seem very uninspired and a quick cash grab to see the 3DS out through its dying breaths, but it did do some interesting stuff. I'll just point out that because these were the last embers of the 3DS, they couldn't be asked to put the 3D effect in at this point, which I know most of you don't care about, but I do. And with Kirby, he's had some really great uses of 3D in his games on the system, always subtle but very effective. But they knew it was a pointless endeavor. They didn't need to hide the fact no one used it, but still had to push through for marketing reasons and not admit it was pointless. But with the Switch stealing everyone's money, they didn't need to pretend or care anymore. Battle Royale has no 3D. Sad, disappointed Jordan. So this is a collection of 4-player competitive minigames. It's Mario Party, but they forgot the board game, which is good because anytime as an adult that someone's brought out a board game, I immediately have the urge to pick it up and smash it over their heads. Not a fan. I like minigames though, if done correctly. I mean, like Crash Bash was amazing as a kid, even though I can't remember much about it apart from enjoying it. Pokemon Stadium, staple of sleepovers. You couldn't beat a bit of GoldenEye, WWF, and then Magikarp Jump. Who cares if we didn't have girlfriends? There are 10 games in total, and they can be played individually if you want. Some need to be unlocked in the shop, but you're free to play any mode in any form if you so please. But I would advise just delving into the story mode, which sees Kirby and Bandana D gunning for a tasty cake as Dedede invents a competition. You have to work your way up the ranks from bronze level to platinum to claim that cake, and Bandana D is going to help you along the way. I'm not showing any of the story mode here because I actually completed it before I started recording, just take my word for it. Starting off in Bronze League, the game eases you in with just a small selection of the modes available before gradually increasing the number and variety as you progress through the tiers. You'll be playing the same minigames over and over again, but it is mediated by the fact that they change it up a little. Map layouts, slightly different rule sets, and even having team games instead of singles. And they're all pretty fun. Let me go through them one by one. There's Battle Arena, which is a straight up brawl. You have to knock your opponent out, or opponents. It's a standard mode. You bog standard party game battler. Apple Scramble is the first one you get to play in the story mode, and this is a minigame of knocking apples out of wispy woods, picking them up, putting them on a trapdoor, and then releasing said door. Rinse and repeat. I particularly enjoyed this one when paired with Bandana D since he took care of the boring task of heading to the switch. He's pretty clued on, unlike the enemy AI. Coin Clash has you picking up money, hitting barrels to make them pour out, and even hit your opponents to make them lose dosh. But the added twist is that there are wandering ghosts that can possess you, but you can also pass them on to your rivals. Attack Riders goes around in a side-scrolling circular arena, a bit like a Kirby 64 boss, but you need to pick up chips. These can only be taken from your opponent, and occasionally a bike will appear to help you plow through them, which saves me from the urge of doing it in real life. Crazy Theatre, a lot of fun, I like this one a lot. You get a random instruction such as stand on the right number, pick up the correct number of apples, avoid a particular hazard. It's a bit like a WarioWare minigame, but a bit slower paced for the retirees out there. And best of all, you can sabotage your opponents. You can throw them off getting the correct answer. I just wish there was more variation in the tasks. Rocket Rumble is a bit like Apple Scramble. You need to throw fuel into your rocket. The Kirby with the most and jumps into it before the time is over will be launched the highest. You can also bomb your opponent's rocket to make them lose fuel. Robo Bonkers is a bit like Attack Riders, going around in a circle, but this time you need to deal the most damage to Bonkers by grabbing rockets and firing them off in cannons, then dealing physical damage when he passes out. Slam Hockey is, well, it's air hockey, except you want to smash your opponents like any self-respecting hockey player would. Ore Express is a bit of a long one. You grab ore and then throw it onto a moving train. It's Apple Scramble, but way more of a free-for-all and invites the most amount of shithousery. Seriously, use the whip ability for this. It's way overpowered. And finally, there is Flag Ball, which is like a side-scrolling rugby where you pick up the ball and take it to your corresponding flag before your opponent does. They are all good, well thought out minigames. There's enough variety, there's enough rule differences, and I had a pretty decent amount of fun playing it by myself. I'm used to playing by myself, but I thought this would be boring without any other people, but it's not. Now this is the lowest scoring Kirby game ever made, and I think people did it a dirty because it wasn't on the Switch. I mean, it's not mind-blowing or anything, or it's something you should run out to play, but come on, it is well made. There are copy abilities in this game, as you've probably seen, and unless the rules stipulate a certain ability, you can choose whichever one you want to play with in the game modes. There is a nice selection. Most of them have to be unlocked in the story mode though. It's fun to see how they've all been reworked to fit in a 3D space rather than side-scrolling. You can just stick with the sword if you need something accessible and usable in any situation, but I also quite enjoyed my time with the ninja. That was always my go-to ability. Occasionally you are forced to use a certain ability, but it is very rare. I do feel many of them are unlocked just a little bit too late in the story mode. By the time you get to the last stages, there's still like half of them to unlock. That could have been balanced a bit better in my opinion, and you can even play as Dedede, Meta Knight and Dedede later on if you unlock them. And for some reason, this Dedede is rocking a parasol instead of his trademark spear. What's going on there? The biggest issue is that this game is just a bit too easy. Sometimes the enemy AI can be rather uncompetitive, especially when there are a few things going on at once. The only time it seemed to get serious is when it was a 1v1, where the rival AI doesn't have anything else to be distracted by. I wish the difficulty for the story mode could have been ramped up just a notch so that I could have got like a mild sweat on while playing. I can't keep relying on those spicy sausages to make it feel like I'm going through a bit of trauma. Come on. Of course, the main appeal for this would have been multiplayer. 4 friends can play together locally, and there is online play as well, a proper one. That was a first for the series, but now it's 2023. Good luck finding people. This really should have been on the Switch. But, you know, I get it. They still wanted to appear like they were supporting the 3DS, and it must have been a decent way to throw them a bone. And it was probably a good practice for making Kirby walk around in 3D. It's definitely way more smooth than Blowout Blast. I wouldn't be surprised if this game was partly responsible for how great Forgotten Land is, which I'll talk about later. So we should thank it for that. And yeah, don't hate on this game. It's alright, just because it's quick, easy, mildly pointless, doesn't mean it's bad, which is what I tried to tell my wife after I've used too many of those jokes already. Moving on. I bought this brand new for 20 bucks physically, and I don't regret it. Maybe the original 40 was too much, but I think it has the content. It'll last you longer than most of the Kirby games on the 3DS. Aside from the story mode, you can use coins you earn to purchase music, and different hats for the abilities. There's a decent amount of content. But of course, multiplayer is the main appeal, if you can be bothered to organize it in 2023. It is a fun little game. Now, come on Nintendo, just bring it to the Switch. You know you want to. Add a couple more mini-games and maybe expand some of the ones that are here, like more questions in the Crazy Theater, more maps for each game, things like that. That could genuinely be a great game. I would definitely play this over like Mario Party. It's Kirby Party all the way, baby. With the 3DS almost in its grave, it was time for Kirby to move on to the Nintendo Switch. His first game to hit the roaring success of the new system would be Kirby Star Allies. This arrived in March 2018, almost exactly a year after the system launched. It would be the final game released in that truly magical first 12 months of the system's life. I still don't think they've topped that, and probably never will until they release their next console, which I hope they're prepping for right now. Come on. Anyways, Kirby Star Allies holds a mildly special place in my heart because over on Switch Watch, that was the first game that Nintendo actually sent a press copy to us when they threw us a bone one time. That was a wonderful moment, like, oh man, we're gonna be the next Game Explain, we'll be invited to events, get the scoop. That was a great feeling, kind of like we made it. But then we realized actually other websites and channels got their review copies early while we got them on day of release. And after that, no more sloppy seconds for Jordan. Too much dignity. But forget all that because Kirby Star Allies was a hopeful moment for me, and I literally pulled an all-nighter for it. Was it worth it? How do I feel like half a decade later? Let's have a look. Now this is the first time I've booted this game up since the review, and I was mildly surprised to see I got 98% like save file, which I'm pretty sure is lying to me. I played until my eyes couldn't stay open anymore, but 98%, I guess that was pre-marriage, pre-child, pre-horrendous balding Jordan, so maybe I did, I don't know. Kirby Star Allies was the first time Kirby returned to the big TV since Return to Dreamland on the Wii, at least like a proper Kirby game. So people were excited for it. Triple Deluxe and Robobot were great, but not everyone is a portable gamer, and this is the first time the little scrotum has been seen in HD, at least when he's not made of clay. Thankfully, it doesn't show all the wrinkles, he still looks as young as the spring breeze. And this is very much going back to what made Return to Dreamland so well loved. Now there's access to more players once again, so there is 4-player co-op potential. Sadly, Dedede, Meta Knight, Dedede won't be making up the numbers, at least not initially. The main gimmick of Star Allies, right in the name, making allies, making friends, something I utterly detest in real life. It's not a great start, but rather than bringing insurmountable pain to his foes, instead Kirby can raise a love heart above his head and lob it at an enemy in the least subtle romantic gesture since my emo mate at school once wrote a love letter in his own blood. I didn't see it, but I'm told it was brief but poignant. And we never saw the girl again. Either her parents moved her away to a different school, or he ate her. Dunno. If you're on target, then the enemy will become your friend. You can only do this to enemies that have copy abilities attached to them, so in a sense, it's a bit like it was in Superstar, except this time you don't need to inhale them first. And you can have 3 of them with Kirby at a time. Naturally, other players can control them if you so please. And this is a game about working together, perhaps even more so than Return to Dreamland, because almost all of the puzzles in this game require you to have 1 or 2 specific helpers with you, usually combining their abilities together. For example, there's often like hanging bombs. You can cut the fuse with a sword, but it won't blow up, obviously, and you can't just use fire without cutting it first, so you can combine these 2 together. And really, you can actually combine things together. Holding up the D-pad will instruct the helpers to figure out what you want them to do in the context of where you are. If you're holding a sword, you can get flame swords, or ice bombs, or an electric spear. But then there's even dumb things like the cleaner, which is finally back after decades away, and easily my most favorite ability in this game. Look, it turned me into a curling stone, what the hell? If you've got the cleaning ability, you can hold up and suck everyone in using a vacuum cleaner, and then pelt them out. If you've got suplex, you can force your friends to be lobbed around. The game is full of these little treats, and working together is how you'll not only complete the level, but do all the challenge rooms and find all the available jigsaw pieces. These jigsaw pieces are littered throughout each level. You'll probably get like a dozen each time if you're thorough, and these are like the collectibles in this game. These gradually fill out a dozen or so Kirby artworks, which, for the most part, is what I've been using for the backgrounds of the game introductions, like the logo stuff. Super useful to have a dozen professionally done pieces of art laying around. Thank you for that. I also love this idea because it takes me back to the 3DS once more. Finding those Street Pass puzzle pieces was one of the most charming things about that console. And that might have been the saddest thing about me moving to China, knowing that I will never ever get a Street Pass friend ever again. Forget family. The only other gimmick the game has is the friend things. I can't remember what they're called off the top of my head, but you need 4 friends to stand on a podium together, at which point they will combine into something nice and gimmicky. A giant wheel to destroy and roll, a useful bridge, and even a train that goes up walls. Again, it feels a bit like, okay, we need to stick one of those things here, rather than feeling fully integrated into the gameplay design like it was in Robobot, but you know, they're fun, kind of crazy, I enjoyed them. And this is a pretty long game because there are lots of levels, many of them really inventive, but maybe too easy? I mean, just look at my life counter. I have 200 lives at the time I finished the game originally. Star Allies is so desperate to give you as many lives as possible, so death has no meaning. At this point, you just play so carelessly because who cares if you die? It doesn't mean anything. It's almost a joke at this point. And the AI companions, they are ruthless. They're like a swarm of bees when someone invades their nest. They mob everyone and everything, including most of the bosses, who don't stand a chance against their tyranny. But where Star Allies comes out swinging like the elderly gentleman in the gym locker room, it's all in the post-game, because boy does it have a lot. At least it does now. Because this received quite a lot of updates after release, I think many people thought it was lacking in this department, and HAL stepped up to give fans something bigger. Upon clearing the game, you'll unlock 2 new modes. The unwieldily named Guest Star Star Allies Go, and Heroes in Another Dimension. The former is a truncated version of the main game, just 5 stages each, which is timed, and you can play as any of the copy ability friends. No Kirby allowed in this game. You can also unlock Dedede, Bandanity, and Meta Knight to play as, which is cool. Now these were already in the game from the start, but with each update, it introduced more Dream Friends. Yeah, the so-called Dream Friends. Kirby's allies from previous adventures being playable. Version 2.0 brought us Rick, Kine, and Q, which act as one character, and it's bloody amazing. This needs to be a game in of itself. I mean, a hamster with a flamethrower. There was also Marks, Gooey, Adeline, and Ribbon together as one character, as they paint assists and draw food to heal. There's Dark Meta Knight, DeRoach from Squeak Squad, Magalore, Taranza from Triple Deluxe, and Susie from Robobot. True, not all of them are technically allies, some of them universe destroyers, but they all come together to help you and they all have their own movesets. And each of their campaigns have their own unique parts and levels, each of which has taken inspiration from the source game. Like Susie, now you have enemies swinging from the background just like in the 3DS games. Gordos are lined up just like they would be in that game, and the puzzles are unique too. Sure, half of their run is the same as everyone else's, but it was definitely enough to keep me entertained and play through them all. And they're all great to play with. You can even unlock them as your friends in the main storyline if you want to, which is cool. Having a second player as Magalo or Adeline, I told you she had a solid left hook. Playing as the 3 animal friends, that is such a treat. And even though having only played their games like a month back, I felt massively nostalgic, and they did an amazing job capturing their presence in this game alongside all the other Dream friends. An absolute treat. And not to be left out, because let's remember, while Rick, Kine and Koo are the OG gangsters, there are 3 more animal friends we can't forget about. Well, don't worry, they don't let us forget, because they're in here too. They're brought back as part of the cleaning copy ability, which only appeared in Dreamland 3. And what special attacks does it have here? Well, it includes Choo Choo, Nago, and Pitch. It even includes the original combinations in that game, which is bloody brilliant. My heart really did swell a little bit, I gotta be honest. It might be my favorite copy ability of all time. Anyways, I'm getting distracted by nostalgia, which is a great tactic this game uses to help disguise its flaws. But back to the post-game DLC. Another mode that was added in the final update, Heroes in Another Dimension, is a more difficult post-game adventure where you start out as Kirby, but you're forced to use certain abilities and friends at set points. Puzzles are dedicated for each of the abilities, and aside from the visual style, which gives me all kinds of headaches, it's a fun mode, and grabbing all 120 friend hearts to get full completion of the game and getting the best available ending, that is not easy. It's a fine little send-off for a game, and it feels like the end of a journey, because it was quite a journey since the game's release with 3 major-ish content updates. At the end of which, it must felt like really good value for your money. When it released for $60 back in 2018, maybe some people felt a bit burned considering like Triple Deluxe was $35 and had more content initially, but after a couple of years, I think the price has become worth it. Because there's still more. Oh yes, there's more. There's an arena mode, which has never really been my cup of tea, but this has an extra unique take on it, which is a similar vibe to one of the Smash games. You can choose how spicy things get. And there's 2 minigames, one of which is a slightly boring wood chopper. I'm pretty sure there are eShop games for £1 that have this exact gameplay style. And there's another one where you play baseball with an asteroid, instantly making it the best baseball Kirby game ever made, outclassing the only actual Kirby baseball game. It plays similarly to the Megaton Punch from Superstar, just visually different. It's cool, but not something anyone would play for an extended period of time. And I think they were only added because you can choose to swing the Joy-Con, with motion controls. I think Miyamoto popped his head in Hal's office to make sure they put in a marketing gimmick for the Switch console. And I think that's it with Star Allies. When it released, people thought of it as being like a bit safe, which is something I've said a lot in this final segment of this video, and I think that's Kumazaki-san's vibe. On the surface, playing it safe, but you dig a bit deeper and you realize it's more charming and interesting than you thought. Kumazaki-san is like the beige bloke at work who you think's really boring. Probably at weekends he goes rambling in the Yorkshire Dales, but actually you talk to him and then you find out he tames rattlesnakes. Really, replaying this, I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I did. In fact, I probably enjoyed it more the second time around. It was pressure free, it's not the new hot thing that I must like, it's just its own game and stands up nicely thanks to its gimmick and its post-game content. I still can't get over Rick, Kine and Koo making a comeback that they deserve, now just give them their own separate game. After a successful outing on the Switch, it wouldn't be entirely Switch goodness from here on, because yeah, believe it or not, the 3DS, it ain't over yet. Even though it was very much an exportable console, Nintendo still had to pretend that they were still giving a monkeys about the 100 million people who bought one, or more likely 20 million people who bought a few shiny different colors, like me. Despite Nintendo already kicking the dirt over its coffin after the disastrous launch of Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story a few months prior, the only thing that wasn't instantly thrown on the trash heap was the 3DS port of Kirby's Epic Yarn. Why this game? I don't know. It's easily one of Nintendo's weirdest decisions. They had a tasty Nintendo Switch right there. They could have shoved it on, bumping it up to full HD, letting those visuals truly shine, but no, let's squash it down on the 3DS. Maybe it was easy, I don't know. But yeah, March 2019 would see Nintendo's final first-party 3DS release, Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. Now, between you and me, as much as I would have loved to have seen it on a HD TV, part of me was really excited to see how they implemented the 3D effect. I love the 3D effect, and those visuals in Kirby's Epic Yarn, that's prime. It's prime beef for great 3D effectiveness. There's no 3D effect. There is no 3D effect. They ported a game to the 3DS and did not include 3D. You had one job, Nintendo. Yeah, alright, I'm the only person in this universe who actually loves the 3D effect because, you know, it doesn't give me headaches and I'm not a wuss, so what if it makes my eyes drift off in different directions for a little bit? It's beautiful, it's lovely to look at, and we will never see anything like it in the industry again. So as Nintendo's final first-party release for it, couldn't they have gone out with a bang? The same kind of bang that made 7-year-old kids' head explode after using the effect too much? Ah well. It's an instant disappointment, and if you watch one of my 3DS videos that I did, you realize the lack of 3D instantly makes me a little bit biased against the whole idea. Like, an original game, sure, maybe not bother in 2019, but as a port, that's one of the major intrigues. What will it look like with the effect? People would want to know, I would want to know. But really though, if you weren't going to implement the 3D effect, why not just put it on the Switch? What was the need for the 3DS that the Switch couldn't do? You'd have sold 1 million more units, and that's not an exaggeration. But instead of talking about what the game doesn't have, I'm going to talk about another thing the game doesn't have: multiplayer. I didn't really touch on multiplayer in the original because I just didn't try it out, but whatever, it's gone here. Which is always a shame, but I think that's, it's far more understandable. Considering the awkwardness of what they did for some of the DS games, it's a relief they didn't want you staring over your mate's shoulder. Especially in 2023, that's an accusation at the minimum. But aside from that, this port is feature complete and then some, because it contains the entire base game and some more. It's extra epic. For a start, there are now copy abilities of such. They're called Ravel abilities, and they take the form of 6 of Kirby's usual abilities, just with a fabric twist to them. You have a button, which is the representation of a bomb, a wire, which takes the form of a sword. They're just kind of awkwardly plonked into the levels now, mostly with Waddle Dees carrying them, and, they're fine, but I found them to be a little out of place. Maybe that's because I had the recent bias of the original game in me, but really, I think to be a true copy ability, they needed to be integrated into the level design or puzzle design, and these do neither. Yeah, they help, but there's nothing dedicated to them. They don't help you solve puzzles. They're only really useful as attacks to get rid of enemies more easily, which that wasn't even necessary. They're just kind of there to appease the people who complained about it in the original. Where's my copy abilities? Speaking of which, these are integrated into the original mode, but when starting a level, you are asked if you want to play the original or the brand new Devilish mode, which is a more difficult mode, a mode where you can actually die. They listen to you, now you can die. How? Well, you have a health bar, so you can only get hit so many times before it's over, but secondly, there is a monster that follows you throughout the level. They pop up every minute or so, and you can defeat most of them to make them bugger off, but they will respawn. And yes, apologies for the awful gameplay here. This was the last 3DS game I recorded, and my fingers had rigor mortis by this point, so yeah. Anyways, you know how in Super Mario Bros. 2 and 3, where in certain levels sometimes a mask will follow you when you pick up a key, or the sun keeps attacking you throughout the level? It's that. Now, I don't know about you, but I've never heard anyone say, you know what, I really like that, I wish the whole game was like that. No, everyone hates it, and it's like that, but for the entire game. Yeah, imagine that sun following you around every single level. Who thought that would be a good idea? Just the health bar, that would have been enough, but they went extreme. It's like the developers just suddenly snapped after years and years of people saying, Kirby's too easy. Oh, too easy is it? Have some of this. And instead of being a nice, fun, challenging mode, it's just mildly annoying. It's not very difficult, it's just inconvenient. You know how you left your house, you're on your way to work, you've already locked the door, you walk into the car and then realize, I forgot the car keys. That kind of inconvenience, which is not what I would personally aspire to be if I was a game designer trying to add a harder mode into the game. Why can't I toggle it off and just have the health bar? Then that would have been great, it would have been like perfection. But I guess I am going a bit overboard because, yeah, it is still just as good to play. And it's still a wonderful little title that I can highly recommend. I saw many people say this is the best way to play this game, which I disagree with. Yes, the motion control gimmick is gone, there's a bit more content, difficulty, there's more furniture if you're a 5-year-old girl, but it doesn't show very well in this video, but the visuals are really muted and dark, far more than the original. It's murky and does not pop at all. That was one of the game's best assets, which is the main reason I would choose the original over this. I personally don't need the new Ravel abilities, the new furniture, and the creepy stalker. I can do without those. I will keep my poppin' visuals, thank you very much. The only other selling points of this port are 2 extra modes, now starring, you guessed it, Meta Knight and Dedede respectively. There's Slash and Bead, which has Meta Knight going through a small section of some levels, auto-scrolling, super slow. You have to collect as many beads as possible using Meta Knight's usual fast-paced slashing techniques. At the end of the level, you're given a rank up to S, and you can unlock more furniture. It's fairly fun, but it's hardly a Meta Nightmare mode, which, you know, okay, that might have made this release better than the original, but it's not, so I can't even think about it. I just think there needed to be more stages for this, because there's only like 5, and that's not very much at all, because they're over pretty quickly. Dedede Go 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 isn't a babbling baby, but a new mode starring the king himself. This is an auto runner, where once again the goal is to obtain beads. You can jump, duck, and smash obstacles and enemies with your trusty hammer, and it's all about learning what to do and when to do it. So you'll have to play a few times before you're able to grab the S rank for each of the stages. If you like auto runners or the occasional section in the main game like the snowboarding, off-roading stuff, this is pretty similar but more complicated, and you'll like it. But once again, 5 stages makes it feel like it was stitched on for marketing purposes. So once again, these small additions still don't edge me over to recommending this one over the original. If these were like really meaty additions, then perhaps, but they're not. They're just fine, and it's okay that they're here. But I would recommend this one for a younger audience, particularly for my daughter, because if you remember, an hour ago, I stated that she rather struggled playing the original due to the need of the running jump. You had to double tap, then hold the D-pad, which she just wasn't used to. Well, that's remedied here because Kirby goes straight into car mode if you use the analog stick. It's much easier. I said analog stick, it's a circle pad, okay? Plus she can use a stylus for home decoration, perfect for her. So yeah, it's not entirely a bad way to play the game, but it's not an essential way to play either. Because the additions aren't really that much of a game changer, I'd personally stick with the Wii version, just, you know, boost it up to 4K on Dolphin, and then you're having the time of your life. But come on Nintendo, put it on the Switch, or Switch Pro, Switch 2. You know it makes sense, make it a launch title, okay? Kirby's extra high def yarn, it just makes sense. And what also made sense was the ending of the 3DS. This was a big era for Kirby. Triple Deluxe, Kirby Fighters, Dedede Drum Dash, Deluxe, Planet Robobots, Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, Blowout Your Ass, and Battle Royale and Epic Yarn. That's 8 games, man, and that's some loving for the system. But it was now time to do what all good men should do, trade it in for a newer model. From here on out, it is the Nintendo Switch all the way. And the next one, there would be, well, it's another free-to-start game. Super Kirby Clash is the second free-to-play Kirby game after its immediate predecessor, Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, which in itself was an expanded subgame for Triple Deluxe, so this is an expanded version of a minigame. And that's the best way to describe it, because they are remarkably similar. I think the idea was that Team Kirby Clash Deluxe was a minor sales hit for Nintendo in terms of sucking in the whales, and they thought, hey, the Switch is taking off like a rocket, maybe that could do with a version as well. I'm both impressed and disappointed, because it's just the same. It's the same, but way more of it. Like, pretty much more than double. The amount of bosses available to go against is huge, and if the original promoted the need to pay up cash, I don't dare think how this one's gonna go. But also, it's not expanded in every facet, because there are still only 4 classes, and they're the same ones. They are the exact same ones. They share the same equipment and movesets. Like, they couldn't have had, like, an extra one, change a few costumes. Not one. It's not as sacred as something like chess, where it's balanced to perfection, like where they can't just like throw in a new piece once in a while to shake things up a bit. Although they should add the fair maiden piece, where it attracts all the horny other pieces towards it one step. The females, no, they don't. The queen, just the blokes. I mean, I shouldn't complain, because it is very generous off the bat. Me and my daughter were playing for hours and hours, and it took ages for us to hit a bit of a wall and have to wait for the timer to go down. Early on, those apples are given away like government laptops in a restaurant. You can't move for them. It's a classic free-to-play tactic. Get the drug induced slowly, sneakily getting you addicted, and then bam, there's your supply gone, hand over some money. But perhaps I'm being slightly harsh, because firstly, the prices aren't so high, and really all you need to do is purchase the most expensive one and you're good to go for the entire game, unless you make some utterly baffling choices in how you spend them. You pretty much bought the game outright at that point. 35 quid, you can complete the game in a short amount of time. This is not like an endless live service where you'll be spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars each year to keep up. 35 quid and you're good to go. Although that price is a bit higher than the 3DS one. But you know, there are a lot more bosses. But as I said about the original, it's not entirely necessary if you're fine going at a slower pace. But you know what, if you're having fun with the game like me and my daughter, why not chuck a couple of coins Nintendo's way? It's common courtesy. If someone gives you something for free that you enjoy for hours and hours, just throw them a bit of change as a small gesture. Kind of like these videos. Getting hours and hours of entertainment for free. It's Patreon right there. Or waiters. I mean, you don't need to tip them if you don't want to. Unless you live in America, at which point they chase you down the road with a frying pan asking for 20%. Tell your boss to pay you more money, or do some magic tricks while you're doing your job. I've got arms, I've got legs, I can go and get the food myself. I've got a mouth, I can even tell the cook what to cook. What I don't have is sleight of hand. You learn that and I will give you a tip. Not 20%, maybe like 6%. Anyway, my original point is you should tip people. It's nice to do that when they give you free stuff or a service. So yeah, out of this and the original, I actually played this one more because it lends itself well to couch co-op. The setup a bit weird since it doesn't always register the other controllers straight away. I had to reconnect them in the menus. I've never had that issue with any game before, only this one. And I am glad I played this one more. I don't want to spoil continuity, but I also played this one first, which made going back to the 3DS game not that particularly exciting because it's just the same, just less. Less content, worse controls, at least in my opinion, less charm, less easy multiplayer. And in fact, this Switch version now has proper online modes where you can join people properly, fight together. Not in the story mode, but you know, it's fine. It even costs less vigor, so if you really want your money's worth, this is the place to go. I can't really show you what online functionality is all about since, unfortunately, my Switch isn't always the best at connecting from my home in China, which is the perfect excuse for me being antisocial, which you might not have guessed with my attitude towards waiters. Locally will do with me and my daughter, and this game will last you a long time. I can't for sure say how balanced it is in comparison to the original, which as I mentioned would take you 3 years to 100% complete without buying something, and this has so many more bosses. As a free game though, I mean it's a no-brainer, just boot it up once a day, get your enjoyment and bosh, free content. You don't need to pay $60 to keep your kid happy with another game. The mechanics are fun, even if they are the same. I do think having the controller in your hand makes it better. Still not precise though, for some reason I still ended up doing attacks I'm clearly not trying to input. And seeing everything in HD is lovely. You'll see a lot of familiar faces in the hub world, making a cameo appearance or two. I'm just going to leave it at that since I've talked about what it involves already, and I've just been repeating myself. And let's face it, you've been considering hitting that closed browser icon for the past 20 minutes. I can't push it. Another sequel to another sub-game turned into a proper game-ish. Kirby Fighters, if you remember, was a sub-game in Triple Deluxe. It was a great idea and seemed an easy fit for a proper release. And it got a mild upgrade on the 3DS eShop, but now the Switch is big business, and Smash Bros. Ultimate sold 1 billion copies. Kirby wanted some of the action too, so let's whip out Kirby Fighters 2. Again, like most of these smaller eShop releases, it wasn't given much of a push from Nintendo. It was announced in a direct, and that's about it. It was left to fend for itself. I haven't heard them talk about it since, which is a pity because Kirby Fighters 2 is a great game. It fixed almost everything wrong with the first one. It feels like a proper game, a proper product, not some arse cheat skin grafted off to make some quick content. I mean, just look at the menu for a start. It's got some style and features. Oh, it has features. The main pull here is the story mode. Yeah, there's kind of a story mode as Kirby and a potential buddy climb a menacing tower to take on Dedede and Meta Knight together, who are just sick to death of Kirby taking all the glory because he's done nothing to prove it, right? He's only saved the galaxy like 20 times. I play with my daughter a little bit. Interestingly, the game balks the second player for no real reason. They can only pick one of Kirby's allies, and they can't choose a Kirby, at least at first. You need to unlock that privilege for the second player choosing a Kirby, but at the beginning, it's friends only. It's a little bit weird. Oh yeah, and that does mean there's more than Kirby's this time around. You start off with only Bandana D, but there's also Gooey you can unlock, Magolor, and you can probably guess who else. Also, why are they pushing Magolor so hard? The dude's a traitor. Alongside these new buddies, there are loads more copy abilities added. In fact, this game adds its own, Wrestler, which is kind of just like Suplex found in Adventure, but they renamed it and made it Mexican. Representation, racism, I don't know which way the pendulum is swinging on this one. I better check social media. Kirby fans don't care. The tower I spoke of has 5 difficulty levels, and you have to complete them in order. After the 4th one, which has you climbing a whopping 30 floors, there is an end credit sequence, but it's just a fake out because there's one final extra difficult level where you have to go through 50 stages. And I'll be honest and say I didn't have the willpower to go that far, since playing it all in one go did make it quite repetitive, but I had a lot of fun with what I did do, and I would have been well happy if I paid for this for pleasure rather than work, an excuse my accountant needs to use every time I'm filing my taxes. It's for work. It's for work, alright? I need it for work. This game didn't review well, but I thoroughly enjoyed it despite its repetitive nature. As you win each battle, you get fighter points which allow you to level up. This doesn't increase your stats or anything, but allows you to unlock loads of things. Now this is what I'm talking about. One of the big complaints about the first game is that there was no incentive to keep playing, no rewards, aside from the gameplay itself. Well, this is fixed and then some. From a modern gamer's perspective, where they need to be patted on the head like good boys and given a treat just for pressing the start button, this is glorious. You unlock new abilities, new costumes for the already unlocked abilities, new stages, new music for stages, and even special story items, which are a fascinating mechanic because every time you clear a floor in the tower, you get to choose one of 3 randomly selected boosts. Some are kind of mundane, like you have more strength against Gooey, because of course you'd want to rip his moronic face off, as well as permanent strength increases, health increases, decreased damage from certain items. There are loads of them, and choosing the best option for you each round is quite tactical. They stack up as well, so you can end up with tons of health and increase health replenishment immensely. You can turn your Kirby into a Chansey. And as I said, you can unlock even more powerful and strategic items by leveling up. I quite like this mechanic a lot because it did add to the variety. And variety really is what the game is trying to do, because at the end of the day, it's just Kirby abilities going at each other hell for leather. There's not much variety there in the technical gameplay, so they had to add extra side stuff to make it elsewhere. And they did that well. Even battles can have their own twist, like hazards moving at twice the speed, or you only have 30 seconds, or the enemy's attack power is doubled this time. There's variety everywhere, except in the boss battles, because that's where the side is let down. There are only 4 boss battles in this game, at least I think, and they are repeated just a little bit too much. There's Twin Wispy Woods, there's the 2 sword dudes, Shadow Kirby, and tag team of Dedede and Meta Knight. I'm not sure why they didn't just grab a few battles from Kirby Clash games and shove them in here. That would have made this game amazing. But it turns out the bloke responsible for the boss fights just wanted to make sure he clocked off at 5 to 5 on a Friday so he could spend time with those that he loves the most at the strip club. I'm still kinda confused why this reviewed so badly. Look, as I said, the fighting only goes so far and the style isn't going to please everyone. You know, fighting fans may find it too shallow, normal Kirby fans may be wondering why they can't platform and things like that. It's definitely made for a specific audience. But I enjoyed it, I did. It took me back to classics like Power Stone 2, where you're always unlocking new items and things. That's high praise, come on. I know people complained about the grind to 100% complete it. Well, you know, you don't have to 100% complete a game, people. That sounds like an incredibly tedious way to play games. Just play it until you've had your fill. And I almost have had my fill. I may go and try and complete the final 50 level tower in the future, but we'll see. King Dedede is the reward for that, and they know how to incentivize me well. And if you don't want to do the tower mode, there's online fighting if you want to rumble with strangers or friends, there's free play battles, and you can also unlock single-handed mode. Which had me intrigued, to say the least. I wasn't expecting Kirby to get not safe for work so early. Usually they save that for when the franchise is almost in the bin. But sadly, it's not a mode where you only need to use one hand while your other hand is preoccupied. No, it just means you take on an arcade style mode without a buddy in tow. And it's essentially the main mode of the first Fighters game, going through a handful of rounds without all the pageantry of the tower mode. So if you're looking for something simpler, then go for this one. It's less interesting, but I guess it would be weird if it wasn't there. Now, I don't know about you, but this has been quite the confusing segment of this video. In fact, when I was planning to make this video, I got a headache just trying to get around some of these smaller titles. We had Fighters Deluxe, Fighters 2, Team Kirby Clash Deluxe, Super Kirby Clash, and Battle Royale. Clash, fighting, battle. Kirby's turned into an 80s football fan. He's always ready for a scrap these days. And these names made it so hard to distinguish them from each other. And they all released within like half a decade or so. Slow down, diversify a little bit. I don't know about you, but this particular era of Kirby, it feels like a low point. Not that the games are bad or anything, but it feels like Kirby was hoard out just a little bit too much for these smaller releases in a short space of time. And they all kind of sound the same, so it's all confusing, they all meld together. The games themselves are good, you can't deny that, but there's been a lack of product management. Kind of feels like the producer of Kirby was like nursing a hangover in the office one day, and then all the other developers came in with their pitches, and he's just like signing all of them just to get rid of them, you know, turn the lights off on your way out. It's kind of been a mild detriment to the series. But now I think from the past few years, perhaps we're out of that rut, unless tomorrow Battle Royale 2 is announced, which, always ready to contradict myself, I'd be down for that. But now, we're landing into the last couple of years, and I think Kirby is back on top. This is the game. This is the game that made me spend 2 months of my life playing nothing but Kirby games, which is either a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how many people watch this video. For the love of God, please watch this video. Yeah, I bought this as a Christmas present for my daughter, and partially as an excuse for me to play it as well. It took a while before we got to it, but after she quickly got bored of Pokemon Violet, I reminded her that she actually had a Kirby game. Remember that? We got it for Christmas, you haven't played it yet. And we did play it, and it was the best experience we've had together. Now, I'm a pretty badass loving dad, but this really cemented her as a daddy's girl. So in that regard, I am highly biased with this one. I love it to pieces. Kirby and the Forgotten Land was a long time in the making, and it was the Kirby game I've been waiting my entire life for. We had Kirby in 3D a little bit, but not a proper full adventure. This is full-blooded 3D platformer with Kirbs going on a grand adventure. For me, this is the Mario 64 moment for Kirby. They'd practiced it in Blowout Blast, in Battle Royale, and about 12 failed attempts on the 64, Gamecube and Wii, but they finally cracked the art of Kirby in 3D. So the premise is thus. Kirby's just chilling out one day when a dimensional rift sucks him up and sends him to the new world, which seems worryingly post-apocalyptic. It even looks like humans lived here one time. Did Kirby cross over into humanity? Kirby and Chuck Norris existing in the same universe. Whoever did this made a very fatal mistake. Anyways, he comes across a Waddle Dee village, but they're all getting kidnapped by local wildlife, as you do. Those goddamn hedgehogs keep taking my daughter as well. Anyways, Kirby meets Elilifin, who's apparently a boy, but don't tell my daughter because it will break her heart. They want to go rescue the Waddle Dees. There's 120 of them, because of course there is, and they need your help, and they're hidden throughout this vast world. This village acts as like a Kirby's little hub, and you need to come back here for many a reason in the adventure, but I'll get to that in a short while. Kirby moves around seamlessly in 3D, and he's more nimble and equipped than ever. His now traditional dodge technique is souped up to the max thanks to bosses having huge attacks, so it almost breaks the game. Seriously, if you're having a tough time with this game, just master the dodge and almost nothing will touch you. Unfortunately, Kirby did let himself go eating too much cake because once again, he can only fly for a set amount of time. It makes sense though, so you need to take that into account. It's rare that it'll make you lose a life, don't worry too much. There is a world map that Kirby flies on a warp star between levels and worlds. Starting out in your bog standard grassy lands, you'll move through tropical seas, fairgrounds, deserts, and volcanic areas, which is pretty normal. But having the theme of post-apocalypse mixed in makes it stand out just that bit more. Abandoned shopping centers, fairgrounds, sea platforms, it's great, and the visuals are amazing, so bright, beautiful, even when they're dark and scary. With the goal of each level just having to get to the end and rescue the Waddle Dees, there's plenty to be going on with between the start and the end. So many little delights. The main thing you'll find are the Waddle Dees. Some are hidden in the level, sometimes in pretty tricky places, sometimes in challenge rooms. Other times you'll have to do one of a handful of missions to unlock an unseen Waddle Dee. Those can be random stuff like a open 5 tulips, or something massively heartwarming like reuniting ducklings with the mother duck and trying not to get them run over by cars. I like the fact that most of the goals are hidden, or not outright told until after you've done them or completed the level more than once, at which point they will start to be revealed slowly. I like that, I think it's a great balancing act. They towed the line well with not being too easy or too difficult. There was only one or two where I genuinely had no idea how to find them, and it took me a while to pick them up. That bridge one on the snowy level, oh you cheeky so-and-so, how? The only aspect I didn't like of this multiple mission thing is when it came to the boss battles, since they mostly all boiled down to finish it as fast as possible and win without getting hit. Almost as predictable as myself, but the boss battles themselves pretty fun. I'd say they're not quite as memorable as some of his other outings, and wispy words, man, that dude has let himself go. I didn't know trees could get so fat. It's like cola in the water table. Either that or the sunlight is extra sugary. Photosynthesis, more like fatty synthesis. It's pretty good. All the levels in this game are fantastic and endlessly inventive, especially when it comes to one of the gimmicks of this game, mouthful mode. Despite Kirby previously being well capable of devouring giant things, in this game he can only go halfway. Serves him right for not chewing. Once in a while he'll come across an item that can become a special ability of sorts. The first one you experience is the car. Driving around is a hell of a lot of fun, and somehow Kirby can make it turbo boost and jump. Running over dogs has never been this fun, and believe me, I've tried many times, but this is the only time I've got enjoyment out of it. There's a cone which can break water pipes and defeat stone turtles. My favourite is the light bulb, which we've kind of seen this before, and it does the same thing, but in pitch black. I love it. There are quite a lot of these in this game, and it's so long they come back time and time again, and each time there's a new inventive use for them. Remember earlier when I told you Shimamura disappeared from existence? Well, I do have evidence he might be still alive and kicking and in the industry. And it's this game, because there are only 12 copy abilities. That's so Shimamura. 12! And one of them is sleep. So it's 11 really. 2 of them are new to the series. Drill, which makes Kirby turn into a mole and be able to dig around for a few seconds before shooting upwards. If you make a full circle with the dirt, you can deal big damage. And Ranger turns Kirby into a third-person shooter. My daughter loved this one the most, so I'll be sure to keep an eye out on her when she becomes a teenager. This is a bit of a weakness for what is an otherwise exceptional game, but it's a decent start to getting them working in 3D. Yeah, there were more in Kirby Battle Royale, and they worked alright, but they weren't properly refined and polished to the extent that they are here. I love playing as Ninja in Battle Royale, but I mean, it could have done with a bit of work. To compensate for lacking in numbers, they can be upgraded in Waddle Dee's workshop. This was kind of touched upon in Kirby Squeak Squad, but this is full on. You can only upgrade them if you have found the correct blueprints, some of which are very secretly hidden, and if you have enough rare stones, which as their name suggests, they are mildly rare to come by. Of the abilities, it seems random in terms of how many times an ability can be upgraded. Some can only be upgraded once, like Crash and Sleep. Some of them can be upgraded 3 times. Most of them can be upgraded twice. Not only do they have visual differences, they also tend to have some other capabilities. Like the bomb can get a homing ability, which is useful in a 3D space, and I appreciated that in some of the boss battles, especially the ones I didn't want to get hit on. Due to the ways these are upgraded, you might end up upgrading some of them to their 3rd level before their 2nd one if you missed out on a specific blueprint, which is very easy to do because they're not easy to find, and each blueprint is for a specific ability. You can't use them on any you see fit. I did this a surprising amount of times, which meant that when I eventually found a lower tier upgrade, it was kind of superfluous. Which is a shame because some of them are downright adorable. Who doesn't want Kirby bonking someone on the head with a squeaky toy hammer? The levels themselves aren't exactly difficult, although it's hard for me to be sure since I mostly played with my daughter on the designated easier difficulty. But the boss battles can be pretty tough the first time going, since they are really relentless, and I appreciated that. It can lead to a few tense moments, especially the last boss. That guy's brutal. The real challenge is in the Treasure Road challenges. Once you've unlocked certain copyability upgrades or found secret areas, you'll be invited to take on these special challenge rooms. Each of them make you get the most out of every Kirby ability, each upgrade layer in some way, and even the mouthful modes. It's a good way to teach you their capabilities as well as test your skills. Some of them I really struggle with. I mean, like that fully upgraded fire one, that took me ages. There's plenty of game here. In fact, Forgotten Land is the biggest Kirby game ever made. It's at least twice the length of the others in terms of things to do. Going back to score all the Waddle Dees, all the challenges, and take on the special world that appears after the end credits roll. That's great, by the way. Instead of collecting Waddle Dees, you need to get the soul pieces of the Lion Dude, and the levels are sort of like a best of compilation of segments from the main game. They're really, really long. Collecting dozens of orbs in these long ass levels is very much appreciated. There's also your standard arena mode. There's even a few sub-games like helping Waddle Dee at a lunch stand as Kirby has to fulfill their orders as he gets more and more busy. There's also a fishing minigame which you catch bigger and bigger fish. The more consecutive catches you get, the bigger the fish becomes. And then there's this like marble maze which is giving me horror flashbacks of Kirby Tilt and Tumble. Thankfully it works very, very well on the Switch's gyro controls and on the PS4 gyro controls plugged into my Mic on an emulator. So that's what's giving me hope that the Switch Online release of Tilt and Tumble would be playable. Edit, it was. This is a genuinely great adventure. It's not technically the highest rated Kirby game of all time, but it should be, at least in my opinion. It's just the best, most polished and inventive experience the series has to offer. Maybe there could be more enemy variety, maybe more copy abilities, and the multiplayer could have been expanded a little bit, but even then, I thought it was brilliant. My daughter was Kirby, I was Bandana D. Yeah, there's not a second Kirby, and Bandana D's abilities aren't as fun or as robust. He is definitely the supporting character. He can't inhale abilities and has to rely on his spear, which can only do a handful of different things. It's certainly not as fun to play as him, which may suck if there are 2 siblings playing together. They'll have to wrestle for who gets Kirby, but I was happy for my daughter to have the joy of playing as Kirby, and it's fun to work together. Certainly makes things more easy. This is the perfect game for a parent to play with their child, I promise you. All in all, Forgotten Land is the best game in the Kirby series. It may deviate from what's standard, but this is an evolution in the series that I think can only be expanded upon. This is the moment Mario went 3D, when Zelda went open world. Sure, you're going to get plenty of people who prefer the older ways, but times have moved on, and I hope this is going to be the Kirby we all know going forward, because it can only get better with the talent currently working at HAL. I mean, it took a long time to get here. They've been trying to make Kirby work in 3D since the Nintendo 64. Many of them were shown in public in some capacity before quietly getting cancelled or put on the back burner, but they finally cracked it. Probably because now they have the technology and the Switch budget to make it work in a polished way. So thank God the Switch gave Nintendo an endless amount of cash. Otherwise, this may have ended up being another Star Allies, which, is not bad, of course it's not, but it's not Forgotten Land. Kirby's Forgotten Land is going to be a big ask to follow, and we still don't really know what their next move is going to be, at least not at the time of writing this. But it's not the end of this video, because there's still been 2 more Kirbys after this one. One small eShop spin-off title, and a remaster of an older title. So this is the last brand new proper Kirby game in this video. The end is near. Kirby's Dream Buffet is Kirby's latest new game at the time of making this video. Yeah, we're almost at the end, guys, think about that. And Kirby's Dream Buffet is an eShop only release where the goal of the game is to consume as many strawberries as possible, so the stakes are high, as you can imagine. Speaking of stakes, this is a food related game, and part of me is cynical enough to think this is just some marketing guff to promote their Kirby Cafe in Japan. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt because it's actually quite a fun game. Although I'm not entirely sure it has the legs to be played over a long period of time. Because Kirby doesn't have legs in this game. He's back to a ball being rolled around in 3D. Please don't be a Tilt and Tumble 2.0. Thankfully, it's not, because before going into this game, I was genuinely terrified it was going to be a motion control vomit fest, but it's not. It's gimmick free. You move curves with the analog stick and it's all cool beans. Speaking of beans, did I mention this is a food themed game? Apparently taking a healthy amount of ideas from a game called Fall Guys, a game which passed me by so fast it popped my eardrum as it broke the sound barrier, I prefer to call it It's a Knockout, the video game. It's a small menu of 4 separate competitions, with the general goal of the whole affair being to collect as many strawberries as you can, preferably more than the 3 other Kirbys in the competition. In the standard mode, this selection of tasks consists of 2 races, 1 minigame, and then a final Battle Royale mode, which sadly you don't try to snipe their heads off from the safety of a poorly rendered bush, you just try to knock them off the stage, and that's it, you steal their strawberries. The races are the longest events. There's only a handful of tracks, all in a linear line, no laps. There are different routes to take, and they're filled with strawberries, as well as other things like blueberries or cherries, which you may get bonus points for if you're lucky. There are also copy abilities which have their own food theme. The most realistic one for me is burning, because I'm always burning family dinners. It's partly their fault, they always forget to remind me to put my flamethrower away. At the beginning of the race, you'll notice there are NP Waddle Dees who are just there to be there, God knows why. You don't see them racing after the first few seconds. The other Kirbys are the real competition. Getting first is ideal because at the end of the tracks you can claim the biggest cake, which is 50 yummy strawberries. Second gets 20, and third gets 10. Fourth gets to go hungry. So 50, that is a huge bonus. On the standard difficulty, it's fairly easy to be first almost all of the time. Rarely will a CPU get past you. Speaking of pasta, did I tell you everything in this game is food related and it looks utterly delicious? I've never wanted to swallow a Bronto Burt this much before. Damn, it looks so good, so good. It's perfectly themed. They absolutely nailed the vibe here. It's a dentist's dream. I'm getting toothache just looking at it. The only thing stopping you from completely annihilating the competition in these sections is the barriers that pop up once in a while, which need to be broken down. I know some people will hate these because they're designed to even the field. Competitive people will tear up with anger at their presence, but I get it. Having one player getting too far ahead will actually take the fun away from the close-knit competition. But they can be bypassed if you use the slime ability to cheese your way through them. Speaking of cheese, did you know this game is food related? After the first race, you're then put into one of a handful of minigames available, all of which involve collecting strawberries, believe it or not. Then there's another race, and finally, the finale is the Battle Royale, where you have a small area and you need to steal the opponent's strawberries by bumping them off stage, or more likely, attacking them with copy abilities. I have to say the minigame and Battle Royale segments leave less of an impact. They feel less fleshed out, or perhaps less epic than they otherwise should. But overall, they come together well, and a really fun time. After all 4 events, each of the 4 Kirbys are weighed, and the heaviest wins. Obviously, It's not a great lesson for humanity, and I'm pretty sure in 5 years' time there's going to be a couple of lawsuits, mainly from fat birds who claim it gave them diabetes. And then they'll win $12 million, and what will they do with the money? They'll make a swimming pool of caramel pudding, and then they'll drown in it. Probably. You can get bonus strawberries for random stuff. I don't know if this is told beforehand, or if it's kept secret till the final reveal, but these can include who ate the most raspberries instead of strawberries, or which player floated the most. Really nonsense stuff to add to the chaos, and to the heartbreak of my daughter, who clearly thought she could see she's won. She got more strawberries than everyone else, but then the game decided to give the other players extra strawberries, 40 strawberries. What for? Floating more. Alright. Yeah, and she almost went to tears. I had to like quickly panic, say, no, just do better next time. And then she was fine. I love the presentation, how the scales break with the reveal of the winner, so adorable. How many strawberries you grab in total is added to your rank or level, which when you level up, you unlock things like special colors, hats for Kirby, music, new levels, which sounds ace, but sadly there aren't too many levels to unlock, and even the ones that are here kind of blend together more than the orange and pear juice I made this morning, because they're all food related. Did I mention that? They don't stand out too much. Still, fun though, but I would have liked more. Considering a full Grand Prix lasts about 6 or 7 minutes each, you'll be seeing the same stuff over and over again. Variety is definitely needed here. And that's what makes me question the game's longevity. I had a lot of fun for the first hour, but after that I started to question if I wanted to keep going. Perhaps that's because the primary interest in this is playing online against real people. But again, not sure how that could be much different from playing against the CPU. It's hardly Mario Kart. It kind of feels like this was planned to have constant content updates, like a live service game or something, but sales weren't that great and it was abandoned. I'm not saying that was a fact, but it feels like it should have had more updates by now. The only real thing that makes it interesting to play are the character treats. You get 1 or 2 or 3 for completing a Grand Prix, and they are very similar to like the keychains or stickers from Triple Deluxe or Robobot. They're PNGs of Kirby artwork stuck on some food-related item. A biscuit, a piece of chocolate, a gummy, and you can use these to decorate a cake in the hub area, and the one that's placed at the top of the cake will be used as your starting block for the events. So combine this with the many alternative colors and hats for Kirby, there's some decent customization going on here, and it's probably fun to show off your style against online opponents. It's hardly going to impress like a pierced piss hole, but Kirby can't show that off, okay? Gotta keep the age rating down. Well, I'm sure with this, I'm sure you'll impress somebody. So yeah, it's quite a bit of fun. It's not overly expensive, $15, which is cheaper than Fighters 2, cheaper than Battle Royale, and easily on par with those when it comes to production, value, and fun. But will it keep your attention for very long? That I'm not sure about. Maybe it's fun as a pick up and play title. Like I said, you can blast through 2 races, a minigame, and the Battle Royale in about 6 or 7 minutes, so it's perfect if you're on a bus or about to finish your lunch break. Although with all the sugary goodness on show, you'll probably end up puking if you've got a full stomach. Maybe avoid that situation. And I have to give credit where it's due. Between each of the events, there's like no loading screen, or at least it's well hidden. You're swooping in and out straight into the next one. That is rather impressive. It's quick, and easily the most pick up and play title for Kirby out there. Maybe give it a shot one time if Nintendo has one of their infamous 33% off discounts on the eShop. And now we come to the final stop of this retrospective. We are almost at the end, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a bit of an anticlimax because it's a remake of an older game, but hey, I'm not always good at climaxing things, okay? It's sometimes out of my hands, especially when I'm tired. But it's the recent enough remaster of Kirby's Return to Dreamland, subtitled Deluxe. It's pretty much what it says on the tin, and there's not a whole lot I can talk about in depth since I'd just be regurgitating what I spoke about over an hour ago, and I don't like regurgitating anything unless I'm feeding a baby owl, and that's quite a personal moment for me. This was released on the Nintendo Switch in the year of our Lord Kirby 2023, over 10 years since the original, and it surprised many people because instead of a port of a Wii U game, it was a port of a Wii game. Although, like with most of the late bigger titles of that system, despite selling like 100 million consoles, nobody bought anything on the system past like 2009-ish, when everyone was a bit too embarrassed to be still playing in standard definition. Same could be said for Skyward Sword. Regarded as a classic, it came out a bit too late in the system's lifespan to register much with anyone outside the more hardcore Nintendo fans. So I get it, Kirby's Return to Dreamland deserves another go. Although I have to throw a bit of shade at Nintendo Europe, who ditched their original name and decided to follow the Americans. Gone is Kirby's Adventure Wii. Japan still going strong to keep their original title. They even mentioned the damn Wii. They weren't cowards. They didn't want to hide the fact it was an old ass port. But whatever, it's a really good port. Port is perhaps a bit misleading because it's definitely more than that. It's not quite a full remake, it's more like an impressive remaster. They did more than they really needed to do. I mean, just look at it. Remember an hour ago? Probably not. Look how different this is. It's a complete visual overhaul. Again, it's not a remake because they're obviously just building on what was already there. The cutscenes are framed exactly the same to the exact timing, so I want to reiterate that for anyone who does say it's a remake. It's not. They just changed the textures. And I don't care if you're an underappreciated developer trying to tell me otherwise, it's my feeling, it's 2023, and my feeling's correct, okay? But I can see why people would think it's a remake. The visuals are far more refined, the characters have been redesigned to fit more with their modern look. I mean, look at Dedede. He's gone from dramatic weight loss Dedede back to his old swole self. In fact, he's a proper chunky boy here. He's been getting some of that full fat sunshine like Wispy Woods. The game plays almost exactly like the original. While it's perfectly playable in single player, and mostly designed with that in mind, Return to Dreamland is best played with family and friends. In terms of the campaign, I've been through it already. Not really much has changed from what I can tell. The only big thing I noticed were a couple of abilities added to proceedings. There's a sand ability, which seems almost bizarre it wasn't in the original game. There's an entire world dedicated to a Jedi's least favorite thing. How was this not in originally? It doesn't make any sense. And it's such a perfect fit, I can't believe it wasn't in the original. It's also quite a lot of fun to use. Who wants to water surf when you can sand surf? There's also the mecha ability, which I didn't state in Planet Robobot, but I'm generally not a fan of the idea of Kirby getting all techno. Get a bit weird. Not a big fan of this whimsical world inviting Gundam into it, but whatever, it's fine, and I found myself using it quite a lot due to its power. It's pretty badass. Something of a staple of the series now, the dodge. You can do that now here, but I didn't find it essential as in other games, probably because it wasn't designed for it originally, but nice to have. If you played the original main campaign, then you played this one too. Unless you're gagging for a fun couch co-op multiplayer party game on your Switch, then there's not much reason to play this again, aside from it being really fun of course. If you've never played it, get it. The big changes though are not in the story mode, it's all about the side stuff and post-game. Let's start with the minigames, because originally Kirby's Return to Dreamland didn't have too many of them, which is one of my big complaints, and HAL realized that and decided to go to town with the minigames here, because instead of 2, there are now 10, and there's a whole new mode dedicated to them. While you can pointlessly unlock them in the story mode, forget that, just jump straight into Merry Magoland, which has them all there. Some of them are new, some of them are a rejuvenation of some older sub-games, like there's Samurai Kirby in here, because of course, bit sick of it at this point. There's Kirby on the Draw, which is a remake of the shooting gallery from Superstar Ultra, which seemed good, but not on an emulator. Well, now I don't need an emulator. There's Egg Catcher, which I really liked in Adventure, but they took it out in the remake. Well, it's back here. Bomb Blasters is always tense and fun, and I thoroughly enjoyed Checkerboard Chase, which is from Kirby 64. They're all winners in my book, and that's why they built this special mode for them, because you're invited to keep playing them to unlock rewards. Mostly in the form of masks that you can let your characters wear while playing these minigames, or even the main story mode. There are loads of characters from Kirby's past adventures, and it's nice to unlock all of them. Each of the games has their own set of achievements to attain as well, so it's actually rather fun, even if playing alone. Of course, playing with friends can be an absolute blast as well. This one is a great game to break out at parties because the controls are simple that even a moron can do it. I mean your great Aunt Beatrice. But if you're as antisocial as myself, then not to worry because they added even more single player content. They added an epilogue story starring Magalore, the traitor who was the final boss in the base game. I guess a lot of people liked Magolor, and may have been somewhat disappointed that it turned out to be a bit of a shitbag. It's never good when a popular character turns on the good guys, so they added a mode called Magolor Epilogue, the Interdimensional Traveler, which adds about an hour or two of gameplay after completing the main story and seeing Magolor blast off into the cosmos. He's been banished to another world without any of his powers, and his robes look like he's had one hell of a bachelor party. All he needed was a traffic cone on his head and some strippers' undies around his neck. But I guess they wanted to keep the age rating down. Cowards. Anyway, he's weak and can barely do anything, but as you go through 20 or so levels, you'll slowly build up his power. You gather magic points and then apply them to where you see fit. Upgrading certain parts will allow you to access some newer levels. Those of an unimaginative disposition may be tempted to say that there's a touch of Metroidvania about it. There's not. It's quite a lot of fun, although perhaps a bit over too soon, as he redeems himself maybe a bit too quickly. Yeah, if you're wondering how and why he popped up in the Kirby Clash games, it's because he enters an alternative dimension where Kirby doesn't know he's a bit of a knob, but at least he stays nice there selling drugs to the kiddies. Aside from that, there have been 2 more additional ability challenges for the 2 new additions to this remaster, and that's about it. There's some small tweaks here and there that only really hardcore fans would notice, and it's definitely the best way to play this game. It's a better version of an already great game, and me and my daughter had tons of fun playing it. It's nice to see it on the Switch and actually get a second chance on a console that's still alive, just about. After only a few months on sale, it almost passed the original in terms of sale numbers, so things are looking good for Kirbs. His franchise has always been a bit healthy, but it seems forever upwards at this point. Unless Nintendo's next console is the Wii U 2, at which point I highly await Paintbrush 2. That'd be nice. And that's it, we're done. Done. 40 Kirby releases, 2 months of my life. What a charming little series. You can see why it's such a strong franchise for Nintendo. He may not sell tens of millions like Mario, Zelda or Pokemon, but they can sure as hell add a touch of magic to the industry and at least sell a million plus change. In terms of Nintendo's B-Team franchise, Kirby is the boss man. And to think it started out so simply. I mean, if you think about it, even for the time, Kirby's Dream Land for the Game Boy is a decidedly unremarkable game. The fact that he can just about skip the entire level is about as unique as it gets. It was a basic platformer for basic people, also known as children. But from then on, it's easy to see why he survived where other potential mascots failed. The fact Kirby was gifted a second game, this time on the NES, and Sakurai invented perhaps the most genius gimmick, and I think the one thing that's ensured Kirby's staying power for 3 decades, his copy ability. A brilliant power that means you can do anything you want with him. In terms of gameplay, you can make him into absolutely anything you want. A car, a golf ball, a butt plug. Probably, I'm sure I could find that online somewhere. You can have him with swords, electrical power, umbrellas. You can create any sort of game around him, resulting in a wealth of genteel 2D platformers and then everything else. Plus there's the utter charm. Everything about this franchise is wholly wholesome. Kirby is an absolute dude, savior of the galaxy and a fan of a victory jig or two. He doesn't hold grudges and is always welcoming past enemies to be his friends. You could steal his biscuits when he's not looking and he'd still be fine with you. He'd still be a bro, even when you've got the crumbs coming out of your mouth still. In England, that's punishable by death. Kirby has no dark past, no edginess. There's not a chance in hell he needs to overcome a moral dilemma. Kirby's just doing the best he can, hassle-free. That's despite being able to have emotion. He's more emotional than Mario. Look, he missed out on a snack and he's crying. Bloody hell, stab me in the heart, why don't you? You don't want to fail Kirby because you know he would not fail you. He's perhaps the funniest Nintendo character as well, at least one of the big names. Mario has his moments, Luigi's close, but aside from that, who else is hilarious? Wario, if you like farts, but he doesn't hold a candle to Kirby, and he wouldn't want to hold a candle anyways because the amount of methane that guy produces. Ooh, disaster waiting to happen. In fact, the only person who I think is just as funny as Kirby is the king himself, Dedede. What an absolute no frigs given boss man. He knows he's a king, and just chucking Kirby without any ounce of irony is beautiful. Maybe I'm biased towards Dedede because if I play Smash, I don't really mean anyone because I'm not a boring life-sucking party pooper, but I am partial to enjoying the delights of Dedede and his massive hammer. He's easily my favorite character in this entire series, and maybe my favorite Nintendo character overall. 40 releases, 3 decades, which is your favorite? Which game in this video did I do a dirty on, and which piece of completely uninteresting piece of Kirby lore did I fail to mention? I know there's people out there gagging to tell me stuff like that. Alright, I should probably do like a top 10, right? You're probably waiting for that. So yeah, this list I would say is still a bit fluid because not everything is settled yet. And yeah, it depends, you know, what I eat for breakfast in the morning. Maybe I'll change some stuff around. Don't be too angry with me, okay? Top 10. Now, before I get into my top 10, Kirby Squeak Squad is not in my top 10, which is kind of funny considering I told everyone you should play it, pay attention to it, and it's very underrated. But it's still not in my top 10. It's in my top 11. So I thought I should mention that before you say meh, 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 meh. At number 10, Kirby's Return to Dreamland. Seemingly very safe and lacking the nostalgia pull that was originally going for it, it's still a really fun, well-designed game that's even better in the Deluxe edition on the Switch thanks to the added sub-games. If you're looking for just one bog-standard "this is Kirby" experience, this is a great start, especially since it's so accessible on the Nintendo Switch. At number 9, Kirby's Adventure / Nightmare in Dreamland. I mean, it's a classic. I actually prefer the NES version for the main campaign because it just looks better. It's more charming. But the GBA remake is worth playing for Meta Nightmare. But saying that, you can play that mode anywhere, so it's not massively essential. But still, having either one in your collection is a good life decision. You'll regret it less than having kids. At number 8, Kirby and the Rainbow Paintbrush. It's like Canvas Curse, but good. Amazing art, fun mechanics, good level design, fully realized potential, and none of the frustration that the DS game caused. Definitely one of the best Wii U exclusives that you should own. At number 7, Kirby Mass Attack. It's not really a proper Kirby game, but it's still a genuinely excellent title, and one of the best on the DS. It's slow, tactical, inventive, and charming, and it has some of the best sub-games in the entire series. If you want a side-scrolling Pikmin game that's actually good, then you need this one. At number 6, Kirby Triple Deluxe. It's an excellent game with fun level design and plenty of epic moments. The Hypernova works well as a gimmick, and the game makes excellent use of the 3DS's features like 3D effect and gyro. You can also play as Dedede, which makes it the best game ever. Well, apart from the next ones. At number 5, Kirby Planet Robobot is like Triple Deluxe, only refined in almost every way. It's Triple Deluxe but better. The mech suit is genius, and the fact that it has copy abilities of its own is brilliant, adding to the puzzle elements, not only the action part. It's a pity about the frame rate, but you non-cultured heathens don't care. At number 4, Kirby's Dream Land 3. It's adorable, alright? Animal friends need to make a comeback. Where have they been the past 20 years? Cameos here and there ain't enough to sate me. It's so wonderful seeing all the different variations of abilities. The puzzle elements were well designed here, and it's such a chill game to play, and it looks gorgeous too. At number 3, Kirby Superstar Ultra. Yeah, alright, I concede the Ultra version makes it surpass Dreamland 3. This is such a packed release with so much going on, and it makes the original Superstar obsolete. All the additions make it so much better. Meta Nightmare Ultra, brilliant. Revenge of the King, it's a better remake of Dreamland, and the Helper to Hero puts a huge spin on the arena challenge. I can see why this is number 1 for a majority of people. But despite how much weight I put on in the last few years, I'm not the majority of people. That would be insulting. At number 2, Kirby's Epic Yarn. Yeah, eat me. I like it more than Superstar Ultra. Baby's first Kirby game is an excellent game. It's full to the brim with charm, inventive level design, variety, there are loads of levels, and it's one of the best balanced games I've ever played. It's one of the best Wii games. It's one of the best Kirby games. Yeah, I would not advise playing the 3DS version, unless you have no choice, but whatever. A fantastically magical, inventive game. Just stop thinking about dying, alright? They'll put you on meds for life. Let it go. And number 1 is, of course, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Yeah, I'm a basic bugger, but you know what? This is just a really amazing time. It's so perfectly considered. It's had the thought and design put into it almost as much as like a 3D Mario game. It feels like it was made by Nintendo themselves rather than HAL. They got their act together to finally get Kirby working in 3D. It wasn't exactly the first time, but it was the important time. A full packed adventure, and there's a reason me and my daughter spent 60 hours playing it. Are you angry? Feel sorry for Kirby 64 a little bit. And now I would like to give out some Kirby awards. We've done a top 10, well now I want to give some smaller, unique awards for various tropes that surround the Kirby franchise. Let's start with the best sub-game. And the winner is Strato Patrol EOS in Kirby Mass Attack. Congratulations! Kirby as a shooter, never been better. Fantastic game. Best common copyability, i.e. one that appears time and time again, goes to Ninja! A classic. You can always rely on Ninja to do the business for you. It's been with us since like the early days, and even though it's fairly rare, it's ended up in almost every game since, and that's for a good reason. You got Ninja, you got a good time. Best not so common copyability, i.e. one that's only appeared once or twice, goes to Cleaner! It appeared a couple of decades apart and it stole the show in both of its games, all down to the Animal Friends' absolute bossage. And the award for best soundtrack goes to Kirby and the Rainbow Curse / Paintbrush. Tell me I'm wrong, people. Tell me I am wrong. You'll be dancing and bopping to the Death Cult jam all day long, I promise you. Best Remake. Best Remake goes to Superstar Ultra, because of course it is. It rendered the original superfluous and made me go from enjoying the original to making it one of the best Kirby games of all time. Best Animal Friend. Oh, Best Animal Friend goes to all of them, because if I chose one of them, the others would murder me in my sleep. Best Gimmick in a Mainline Game. Oh, that's a tough one, but Best Gimmick in a Mainline Game goes to the robot suit in Planet Robobot. It was completely ingrained in the game, at the forefront, was used heavily in puzzles and action, and the most fleshed out gimmick of all of them. And there we have it, it's really done. It's really, really, really done. It's completely done now, okay? It is done. Aside from rambling for 2 minutes while I tell you something else, okay? Special thanks to my Patreon supporters for supporting me. Remember, they got to watch this video very, very early in 3 segments. And so could you if you support me. Get behind the scenes updates on Discord, behind the scenes videos, ad-free videos, vote for stuff, and get exclusive bonus content. The bonus content for this one is HAL Laboratories' other games. And of course, I need to give a big shout out to my overly generous super producers, my man in Japan, Vey, Sven Naulertz, Rich Sitorius, Wixit, JCross7776, FF14 Best RPG, and Alexander Cato. Thank you ever so much for your gracious support. And if you watched all the way through, well, the least you could do is give me a thumbs up for this 6 hours worth of content, and subscribe if you haven't already, you know. And also, in your comment, because you're going to leave a comment, right? Also, in your comment, leave me a clock emoji for the 6 hours that you've watched this for, alright? Next up, what do we got next? We got Dino Crisis, that's coming next. I don't know if it's going to be Dino Crisis 1 or all of the Dino Crises, I don't know. Dino Crises. And also, I've got a new series I'm working on to go alongside the long retrospectives, working on some smaller videos. Do you like the Dreamcast? I love the Dreamcast. I'm going to talk about the Dreamcast quite a lot. Okay, next up, we've got the preview of the bonus video for this one. It's HAL Laboratory Games, other games, and then after that, the original review of Tilt and Tumble. I could delete it, but I'm not. You can watch it, okay? It's totally wrong, it's out of date, but maybe interesting for you guys. Hello my dear patrons, this video is for you. Now for Kirby's bonus video, you guys chose me to take a look at some of HAL's other video games that they've done. Some of their lesser known titles, not Smash Bros, not Mother, some more obscure releases. It's just a quick look and an impressions video to see if they really do have the golden touch. Today we're taking a look at Gal Force, Eternal Story, Fire Bam, Arcana, Ghostbusters 2, Pokemon Pinball, and the one I've been most excited about, Metal Slayer Glory. Yeah, a quick look at these 6 games. I've only played one of these previously, everything else is a brand new experience. I am going in blind, I have done 0 research on these, and I have 0 intention to do so, which means I can't even cover up the fact I'm an idiot by using game facts to help me out. Let's start with Gal Force, or is it Gal Force? I don't know, that sounds better. Gall Force sounds like there's something wrong with your gallbladder. Or perhaps the most precision-engineered enema you've ever had. You'll have the shiniest guts in the galaxy with Gall Force. Gall Force is actually a series of OVAs in Japan about a race of all-female humanoids going up against blobby aliens. Sounds like my kind of anime. So what do you do with an anime game on the Famicom? Well, you make it into a shooter, of course you do. You're piloting this chunky-ass ship with not much of a definable health meter. You don't die in one hit, and you can die in like a few hits, maybe, I don't know how many. Your craft is actually made of 3 pieces, like the finest mechanical sandwich you've ever seen. You got 2 pieces of bread on either side and a metal sausage in the middle, more like a hot dog. Is a hot dog a sandwich? That is a question for the ages. Your wings are the first to go from an uncertain amount of bullets, and then you're a sitting duck in your little kayak in the middle. Which, considering everything in the universe is being thrown at you at once, it is a bit unfortunate. Tough game? Yes, of course it is. There is no auto fire, so finger ligaments will be pushed to their limits for this one, and I played until my arthritic hands decided to give it up as a bad job. On the surface... It wouldn't be long until Kirby went back to his comfort zone of a portable system. Not on Game Boy, but on its successor, the Game Boy Color. Which, I don't know about you guys, but as a kid, the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, I just kind of melded them together as one console. I thought the Game Boy Color was just a Game Boy with color, like Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Light, Game Boy Color. But no, is that just me? But no, many people consider them separate systems. Anyways, Tilt and Tumble is one of the most experimental Kirby games, which is a bold statement considering most of his spin-offs are quite experimental. And as far as experiments go, this is the atomic bomb of the Kirby world, because it blew my mind at how goddamn frustrating and painful it was to play. Now I'm gonna caveat this section by telling you that I had to capture footage, so I had to play on an emulator. But the thing about Kirby Tilt and Tumble, its little gimmick, is that it's entirely motion controlled. So yeah, you're supposed to have a Game Boy and you move the Game Boy around, which, playing on an emulator, that's not going to be one-to-one. Looking like an idiot playing a Game Boy is not going to be the same as looking like an idiot with a plug-and-play controller. It's a different kind of idiot, but it's very significant. So that has affected my opinion on the game, I would say. So in this case, because I've not played it as originally intended, I'm gonna refrain from totally eviscerating this game because I hated every fiber of my being while playing it. But that's probably down to the emulator, not the actual game, maybe. It made my life miserable, gotta be honest. I played it for 2 hours and then my mental well-being was more important, so yeah. Another one I didn't quite finish. So what is it about? Well, it's a puzzle platformer that plays a bit like Monkey Ball. Kirby is once again scrunched up into a ball and has to navigate to the end of levels. But thanks to a unique little gimmick, the cartridge came with an accelerometer welded into it like some sort of Frankenstein's monster, and this allowed the player to move the Game Boy around, which would move Kirby around. You had to hold the damn thing flat as a table. A fun motion gimmick, something the Wii would do a lot better later down the line, but this was new territory. Can you imagine like moving a Game Boy around and still managing to see what the hell is going on? Those systems, you needed the exact perfect angle of light just to see what the hell, I don't know. God knows how players coped with this thing in the real life situation. But just imagine you were playing in perfectly lit conditions and glare just didn't exist in this universe, and it's probably all good. Now the premise is simple. As you go through the levels, there is an increasing amount of gimmicks getting in your way, and this is a game that will certainly require precision. As I've hinted at, I found it extremely frustrating and easily the most difficult Kirby game I've ever played. Levels are mostly compact and full of enemies, many of which you can shake the console, which makes Kirby jump, and also turns the enemies into stars which can then be collected. You don't even need to touch them. Just try not to throw yourself off the stage while you're doing that though. It's super easy to do and made me very reluctant to actually do this method. I tended just to ignore them and roll past them and then roll off the level. Jumping is an important part though. You're never too far away from falling into a hole which can then blast you a bit higher. These are mostly to collect stars once again, but other times you'll need them to blast you over obstacles in the way or just to another platform entirely. You can even jump between them if you feel brave enough. This game tested me to my absolute limit. I goddamn hated every single minute of playing this game. As it is, I hate small fiddly things that are easily ballsed up. It's like threading a needle. I mean, who the hell enjoys threading a needle? You end up just wanting to jab it in someone's eye. And that's what this game made me want to do. I wanted to jab a Game Boy cartridge into someone's eye. And I get it, I know, it's probably down to the way I'm playing, but I can't help it, okay? But as an olive branch to this game, and mostly thanks to my Patreon support, I actually went and bought a proper cartridge of Kirby Tilt and Tumble. It's a Japanese version because it was much cheaper. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to buy it and I'm going to see, is this still shit? Unfortunately, just as it wasn't designed for emulators, this game wasn't designed with the SP in mind, which is the only kind of Game Boy thing I have. The controls are completely 100% reversed, and it makes me want to vomit even more. It's literally impossible to play on the SP, so I can't even judge it on oh god. I mean, from what little I could tolerate, it did seem overly sensitive here too, but I don't feel confident enough to state that as a fact. It's just more like a feeling. But it can't be right? Because this is a highly regarded game. I just can't bear playing this game, and I almost had a meltdown after 2 hours. It's been a long while since I raged so much at a game. So I think I'm gonna have to leave it at that. I can't afford a normal Game Boy Color, sadly. They're quite expensive here in China for some reason. But it is worth noting that this game is due for release on the Nintendo Switch Online. I was hoping it would be out by the time I was putting this video together, because I'm convinced they must have made it bearable with the emulator they're using, probably the Joy-Con's motion control. That should work well, but unfortunately, it still hasn't happened yet. Regardless, it can't be any worse than the 2 ways I played and tried it here. Otherwise, there'd be endless lawsuits for all the serial killers they've awakened from playing this. And by the way, because I don't want this game in my sight any longer, just in case I end up on Interpol's most wanted list, who knows what's going to happen if I see this any longer. A week from this big video going public, I'm just gonna pick one of my patrons at random and send this to them. Whether they've got a Game Boy Color or not, one of them's gonna win this. Except if they only have a Game Boy Advance SP. If they only have that, I won't give it to them. That's the only caveat, because I think that would be considered some sort of torture, and I don't want to be sued. So yeah, patrons, look out for an announcement of you maybe winning this game. Get it out of my sight.